missed commentating some amazing games, some amazing moments. So, but I'm sure we'll probably get some down here in the grand finals as well. The carry, Mr. Martin Goch. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, and I love how we're throwing ourselves at these games, and you also being here, Calaris, is really helpful for those 3 minutes a day per game. You're going to be helping us. It's great.
All right, yeah, I'm not the carry. I get it. Anyway, let's move past that. We have ourselves the format. Let's get you up to speed as to what's already gone on as well as what is to come. We've already gone through the qualifiers. That was a long time ago. Last weekend, we went through both the upper bracket and the lower bracket. And to give you a very quick summary of that, 8 teams advanced from the upper bracket into the grand finals, and then the 8 teams that did not qualify from that went to the lower bracket and fought for another 8 spots. So we had 8 teams from the lower bracket join those 8 teams qualified from the upper bracket into now the grand finals, which spans over our next 2 weekends. And we'll be having 6 games a day. And so we'll have 12 games throughout this weekend, and that will tally up as to how much money you're going to be earning from that weekend. And then that will be happening again next weekend as well. So that's the format. That's how it stands. So plenty to play for here, Martin. Of course, you know, there was even kind of that double elimination phase where some teams who may not have made it in that upper had another chance to go at it again.
Yeah, and I love this double elimination format. It's super nice to see that we have teams that have a second chance and come in, and in general, it's just, I hope that we continue to do that, because it's a really good way to kind of get them a last chance. But in the other way, like with 12 games, I expected a lot more different teams to win it. It was only 3 different teams that won 8 out of the 12 games, so it was kind of crazy to see we had a team go through without any wins and just through to points. So that was really good for DA.
Yeah, definitely so. It's especially considering how well they were performing throughout that phase as well, and just constantly getting those second places. Still very happy to see them here as things do stand. But let's take a look at the prize pool as well and break that down for you. This weekend, you're looking at GF Week 1, aka Grand Finals Week 1. And basically, if you're winning enough chicken dinners here throughout this, you can earn yourself #1 and get yourself 5,000 under the belt here, Rich. And basically, it's what we were doing at PCS4, right? It's the most prize money wins, and if you do come #1, you get another 10K on top of that for the overall winning prize.
Which you can't complain about by any means whatsoever. It's also a little bit interesting how Grand Finals Weeks 2 has a slight increment. How that's going to affect things and how that may shift things up. There's obviously potential that if you do need a bit of cash, if you are down in week #1, there is an opportunity to be able to make it up across week #2. So that's certainly something that we have to take stock of and note that as we do roll into week #2. But certainly, like you've alluded to it already, after seeing, you know, between 2 teams getting 7 chicken dinners combined throughout the qualifiers, I've no idea how this weekend's going to be. Like, not seeing certain teams here, Heroic, for example, our previous winners of the Masters, and it's a weird, wonderful, and wild format, and it can produce some really excellent gameplay. But for certain teams, it can be the worst of gameplay. It just doesn't go their way. When it's not their day, it's not their day. So again, jumping in on something like this, seeing how some of the teams have adapted ever so slightly, seeing how some have changed it up in terms of team structure, should be an interesting weekend.
Yeah, I think nobody can be highlighted more than that. And unfortunately, as you say, for Heroic, and going from first in spring to unfortunately 24th here in summer, sometimes it is difficult to adapt to the situations that these guys have been put in. But speaking of which, when it comes to the teams here, we have our top 16 teams coming into this grand final. So let's take a look at those. Our top 8, the first 2 rows are the teams that qualified from our upper bracket in our first day. And then our bottom 8 teams here, the teams that qualified on from the lower bracket here, Martin. But suffice to say, it's a great lineup.
Yeah, it's a really great lineup. Obviously, some very well-known names, but I'm also happy to see some new faces. Sky Esports is one of them. It's good to see them coming in and having a chances and having a go at this. Obviously, we're playing for our PGC points here, and it's for first place. It's 50% more than we had in our spring, so it's 300 points for first place. Yeah, which, in theory, if it gets really top heavy and Virtus Pro continues to dominate, you could, if you win this, maybe go through to PGC just by having a really good event for this one and having a bit of a points from the last and previous tourneys.
Yeah, definitely so. Obviously, as you say, are those PGC points going to be all important towards the end of the year? There are points up for grabs here. And looking at across this field here, Rich, personally, I'm just excited to see potentially Scar Esports versus Skade, so that you guys have a problem mid-game commentating that fight, that'd be perfect. What do you think?
Yeah, they're not too dissimilar, are they? Really? It's when you look across the board of the ups and downs, which is kind of good. And we're sitting here assessing it. If you want to call the upper bracket coming into this the harder bracket, quote unquote, it's not easy by any means whatsoever. But Na'Vi, like 3 wins in that upper bracket is just a phenomenal job throughout the winner chicken dinner format. It's very rare that we've been seeing 2, let alone 3. So to take the first 2 back to back is pretty important. I know VP definitely with PCS4 and the previous events they've put up, they put some serious wins in the bag. Yeah. Yeah, but also to kind of extend on that, when you look at VP, you can see what a difference a couple of days makes, going down in the upper bracket and then having to qualify through the lower bracket. So any team can fail, any team can falter, but also any team can come out victorious.
Yeah, definitely so. They actually, Na'Vi that you bring up, they definitely should be our first kind of pit stop here along our way to this first game, because obviously, Martin, we saw them get that 3 chicken dinners in 6 games, which was absolutely insane. And talking to Quizzy at the end of it, they were feeling it, man. And coming into the final, though, sometimes this roster's not been able to deliver in a final, but do well in the previous stages. What are your thoughts for Na'Vi coming in?
Super excited to see Na'Vi, obviously, and it's kind of disgusting for in a BO6 where you're just hoping like let's just get a win and get to the grand finals. Like Na'Vi's like, nope, we will take half of them, and then the rest of you guys can just get the kills done. But yeah, excited for the prospect of Na'Vi coming in and maybe dominating. And they need the PGC points. They're not in as comfortable spot as Virtus Pro is. I would even go as far as saying as right now Virtus Pro is probably already through to PGC, considering the amount of points that they have already. They've been doing extremely well for themselves so far, even though we have, of course, here ESL Summer and also PCS 5 upcoming with a lot of points coming in as well. And yeah, I think Na'Vi could be doing really well if they're feeding it, but then again, it's a little break. They have had some days in between it, and let's see what mode and how much they're firing upon coming into this here.
Yeah, definitely so. And another team that we kind of need to hit on just before we move on to everybody else definitely has to be Entropic here, Rich, considering that they were able to get 4 wins in the amount of games that they were playing things on out. And again, when we spoke to them in the interview, they said they were just enjoying the game. They love playing the game. And when they get that first win, it takes so much weight off of their shoulders, and then they're just blasting continuously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how deep you can dive into this and say it was the lower bracket, so it wasn't as hard, quote unquote, as the upper side of it, but still, you're not taking anything away from the amount of wins that they got whatsoever. Like, on any reason, to be able to pick up that amount is just sterling work. The same principle can kind of be said what we've seen for IQ. We know there is talent on this roster. We know there is a lot of big names that can really pump out some numbers when they're feeling it on fire, and maybe that's one of the underlying issues or one of the underlying prospects. It depends which way you want to look at it. When we look towards winner chicken dinner, if teams are just confident in their gameplay, confident in their individual gun skill, it could be one of the most powerful tools that you bring to this WWCD format.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. And there are obviously names, Martin, that have not been able to get here. Teams like BBL that we expected to. Of course, we brought up Heroic before, who kind of had a bit of a disaster of a tournament. But sometimes those kinds of things happen, right? So it kind of shows the level that we have here coming into this grand final, considering some amazing rosters have not made it.
Yeah, PBL was extremely close. We're coming down to the last game. It's actually the last game in terms of getting enough kills to go through. And I think like when you put out a plan for this in a BO12, you put out a plan. You're just like, okay, guys, let's just get the first win on the board, and then we've kind of focused on the kills. But for PBL and for DA, it kind of felt like a little bit opposite. It was like, okay, guys, if we just frag out, we will potentially get a win, and it'll be enough for us to come in there. And unfortunately for them, they were just a few kills behind DA, which got the only spot that was available for a non-chicken dinner winning team.
Yeah. Rich, actually, we were speaking about this a little bit before the show, but the power of CIS right now in this EMEA region that we kind of have encompassed is pretty crazy, especially in the upper bracket where they took almost every chicken dinner apart from Skade. But CIS, I think a lot of Europe's got to be scared of CIS at this point.
Yeah, I think we're talking about it, through the entire open side of it, it was 32% CIS players. It feels now like I'm kind of on a broken record. We've been saying this for a while. Like, there was probably about a year ago we started seeing the rise of CIS. The memes from GLL started. It'd been a bit of a thing where it was only CIS teams win those events. And it's just become more powerful. And it's just become more prominent, to be fair.
Yeah,
It's CIS players are ridiculously good, ridiculously individually skilled. As well, when you look towards some of the IGLs that have come out of CIS, it's pretty impressive. Throughout Pro League, throughout some of the majors that we've been to, some of the IGLs that are across those rosters are arguably some of the best in the world.
Yeah, definitely. And there was only one guy that backed Russia when it came to Nations Cup. Let's not forget Mr. Richard Sims, even though I got cheated out of my win. Because South Korea... Man, South Korea is really good. What can I say? Who did you go with, Mayan? Actually, I can't even remember.
Oh, yeah, it's something we don't want to talk about now. It's so long. It's nearly 2 years ago now. It's the team that didn't win. I actually don't remember. Was it South Korea as well, maybe?
We've all been dethroned. Look, America's the best now. That's it. America's the best in the business. We're all done for.
Yeah, and Sonics continues to farm lobbies here, left, right, and center.
They're so good at them. They're just so good. It's ridiculous.
It's such a weird situation, I think, in North America because, oh God, we're going on a tangent here whilst we're waiting for the game to start. But you know what? Who cares? We're here to talk about PUBG. It's great. It's such a weird situation, isn't it, in America, where you see Sonics just blasting out of control. And technically, there's some great rosters just underneath them, but Sonics is so dominant, Rich. It's nuts.
I'd say, across the world, they are by far the team that has been able to adapt the most and be the most successful across any format that they've been handed to them. Like there are a few questions here and there, a bit of a meme, North America going into World Championships, all the laughs, all the giggles, and they just smashed it. They showed everyone, they proved everyone wrong, they proved what they could do in North America, that they could do on a global scale. North America as a whole, to be fair, has turned into a very, very, very, very strong region and a serious contender against Europe. But yeah, Sonics, without question, the most adaptable team and one of, if not the best in the world currently.
Until we show on an international stage at the moment, Martin, we might be the meme, even though we believe, and I think it's fair, Europe is an extremely deep region. If you look at our top 16 teams relative to maybe North America or whatever, you would say like the talent there is deeper here. But right now, North America's peak, it might be a little bit higher than what we're seeing right here at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually thinking, like, since they have it so easy at home, like they would have a hard time coming into PGI. They obviously performed extremely well there. They had some rough weekends, but they showed up when it mattered the most. And like for me, it just shows that the amount of confidence they can come and bring. And if you continue to tell yourself that you're the best in the world and you're doing extremely well and you're dominating your home region, you can funnel that into being extremely good in the internationals. And I'm just looking at and hoping to see that they continue to do extremely well in their home region and continue to dominate, even though that they have South America coming in and joining their region for PCS as well, and how well they're continue to do so in their region. I'm sure they will be at PGC, and I'm excited to see if they can continue their domination. I think it'll be harder this time around, but Sonics is definitely another team that you can deny their skill right now.
Well, of course,
final note really quickly just on that, because another game's starting up soon. But the one thing I will say going next, I'm looking forward to seeing if Na'Vi this time make it out there and VP in its full roster. No excuses or anything, but I really want to see those two teams together in their entirety on a world stage, because there is some world level players on there. And I think they can be up the top with the rest of them.
Maybe Europe had a little bit of a harder hand dealt to them when it came to some of that situation, as you're mentioning, or EMEA, I should say. But anyway, a big tangent. Sorry about that. It's just nice to be back with the boys and talking some PUBG. It's all good. Yeah, it's good times. We got 3 Miramars coming at you and 3 Erangels as well. Now, do bear in mind the 3 Miramars. We're on the new Miramar, right, Martin?
We are indeed. It's going to be good, and I really like the new Miramar in general, and I really like how we're going to be looking at the different layout of terrain, and also the coloring is a bit different. There's a bit more bushes, and if the players are used to it already, it's going to be good.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. And thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world already. We are good to go for game number 1 here of the grand final, mind you, as these 16 teams go head-to-head to find out who's going to win the most chicken dinners, who's going to get the most prize money. Let's go to Miramar, Richard and Martin.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, indeed. Well, Miramar World Update is live, and it's now alive and kicking within the esports world of EMEA. Martin, there's a few changes. It's still the map that we all know and love. Let's not kind of take it away from anything whatsoever. It looks a lot different. It's had a massive visual overhaul in terms of the lighting, the grass effects, the textures, the overall feel towards it as well. It was kind of said it wants to give that ambience of a more dry desert and a more dry terrain, which is totally fair, and it's absolutely 100% encompassed that. My question to you, is there anything that you think is massively changed to this that will affect how teams play, and will it have a knock-on effect towards the games that we see today?
So the first thing for me, actually, for the new update of Miramar, and the hardest thing is that it's not as obvious where all the mountains are. Okay. Especially for recognizing land ratios on 4 so far. So you need to have, in terms of an IGL and that whole prospect, you need to remember how it was before and play that, because it's not obvious to you anymore. So you need to remember those hundreds of spots and areas that have an effect on that. But in general, there's obviously some terrains here in bits, and some compounds have slight changes, and some terrains and areas that are elevated or lowered a little bit. But in general, it's very much the same. You'll still see Batulins on top of rocks scouting. You'll still see all the usual giggles. So not too much. The same compounds will still be played in a big degree, but there are obviously some visual stuff for spotting, and also for better cover that you might be able to play around. But it's not such a big thing that it would take months and months to start kind of relearning the map. It's minor things, but in a really good way.
So, things that we see on a regular basis, the circle. This time around, it feels like old times. We were just casting this one all the way to the west-hand side. It will land. Encompasses quite a lot of that cliff face, which is going to be problematic as it cuts the circle in half. You have the whole wall, which we know it's not going to back up against in its entirety. So it does limit space. We are potentially looking at some early conflicts, some early scuffles as teams work their way from either up north. There's not too many. You've got Ents. You have... there's a few. You can come down, I suppose. Na'Vi, EIQ, DA, just off to their eastern side. It's probably more so that mid to southern pack, depending where you want to go banking it. For FaZe Clan, happy. Middle of the road, smack bang center, Monte Nuevo, home turf. They can take the pick of the bunch. Whichever hill you want to try and take control of here, we know it has a tendency to jump between two. It can either stay closer to the western wall, take the one between the V and the two roads, the main roads that run from south up towards the north, or you can come a little bit closer to the Chumasira, if you will. You got the hillsides, which are west of that. We know the good spots here. The players will know the good spots here, Martin. For FaZe Clan, this is their initial take. What do we think we see from them? Are we going to see a 2-2 split, try and take control of land, or is it too small to do so?
So for this specific circle here, I'm actually expecting a 2-1-1 maybe from them, or maybe a four-way. Usually we've seen A0 Gustav take the oil plant up on the top side to kind of scout, and continue to do so all the way into phase 2. So they know when phase 3 pops, they know exactly where to go and what to focus on from there. But this is one of the areas that are... they have extremely predictable circles for Circle 4, because there's limited space due to the west side and how much is already kind of out of play. So it's a very skinny road, but all the compounds that you have from the area that is closed in by the road south of El Paso and west of Monte Nuevo, all those compounds are extremely good. But obviously it's a far road. I would like to see a big split from the beginning from most of the teams, because it's extremely hard to predict where it's going to go. One thing that's really interesting for me as well here, Rich, is actually considering, and I talked about this when in Tropic they're dominating, because they have decided to go for San Martin again and stay there. But this time around, they have teams all the way around them. And in our lower bracket games, they had a lot more free space. They didn't have DA east of them and versus Pro west south of them, and then now we west of them. So right now their only kind of way of getting out early and getting a really early rotation is going north. And we'll maybe see Question Mark and some of the other teams be kind of on the north side, so they could be squared and boxed in and have their early rotations in all Miramar games limited. So that's one interesting thing to follow. And yeah, I'm gonna keep my eyes on to see how that kind of follow suit. But they've decided to stay and loot for a very long time. They have not taken anything early here, even though it's somewhat easy to get from San Martin and west of Montenegro.
So FaZe have to be careful here. We did say they had the pick of the bunch, but they were rather split. Again, you called it, but a lot of teams have gone aggressive onto this position. A lot of teams have pushed up one behind. You'll see Scar on screen, just working the way around. This then forces FaZe to move back just a little bit. You saw Navi, excuse me, you didn't. You saw VP keeping them in check. The oil rig was being scouted. The player's position were noted. X-Team, decent little bit of baggage for him. Pick up the level 3 gear. The green gun's also in tow, so the green machine will be ringing its beautiful song, hopefully. There's a few times people pick up that gun, and it's unfortunately just one of those things where it's like, oh, no one's using it. They're dead already. It can be a bit of a gift and a curse at the same time. We'll see if it does play any impact towards this whatsoever. Liquid have moved onwards. We do have a team just lingering around, though, so be very careful. I believe that's Plan B, just behind them, looking for a place to call home. Most of the teams have come further in, but now that position is... it's so tight. There's not much left really towards this central pack, towards the hardcore area that you would be trying to take control of. It forces Navi, it forces Skade, it forces ENCE, everybody to try and fight amongst themselves toward the northern side of this central circle. It's very problematic when we look towards this early game. The circle can go anywhere. Let's always never forget about that. We're not completely lined up to a specific circle here. We're just going off what we've seen in the past and where teams like to play a best off. ENCE have died quite a few times before in the past playing this one. As they try to shimmy down from the north, they end up getting hit by a wall of players holding them back, and ultimately it just spells disaster for them. For now, they're in the same position. Skade will pin them in. Navi hold just behind them also. EIQ eventually going to fold into this fight. Question mark, that will be the question, to be fair. Where do you go from this one? Do you want to try and get involved in the Royal Rumble towards that northern side? Or do you just play this one wide? There is survivability, Martin, if teams want to pull it east. But again, you're putting yourself further and further away from that potential central point.
Yeah, and look at how congested it is already. There's so many teams like 2-2ing it or 1-1-2 splitting just to hold on all the compounds. FaZe actually started out with the 1-1-2 split, but Fuss was contested on one of the top compounds, so now they have 8C on one of the high ground compound areas to get the info. Dingo and Priol is getting shot and chased a little bit by Redline right now. Redline is enjoying the meta still. And they are one of the teams that I'm actually really curious to follow and see how they're going to be doing out through this one here. They've been improving very much. One of the teams that have been really wonderful to kind of follow for this. And they're playing the 7-6-2 meta as well. And yeah, I guess if you love the 7-6-2 that much, you'll just continue to play that. But it's just, for me, it's just too hard to control. Lugurux is a beast though. They're IGL for Redline, calling the early macro shots and playing around that.
Redline feels a little bit, from my perspective anyway, it's slightly underrated in the fact that we don't have that big brand behind them. We don't have the Liquid, the TSM, the FaZe Clan name.
Right.
But certainly the players individually, the consistency that we've seen over these past few months, Martin, has been phenomenal.
So much.
They just keep going from strength to strength to strength. And ultimately, I think that sponsor, that you know, it can't be that far off, as that they are a team for me that we'd certainly have to keep on a list of potentials that could be supporting Europe when we go towards the end game, the World Championships.
For sure. And also, like, how big of a selling point is it for you if you basically have a guaranteed spot for Worlds, or close to guaranteed? If they do well here, like they got third in PCS4, they did extremely well in PSL as well. I think they got fourth or fifth there as well. So they continue to dominate, and also dominating their Balkan home region as well. So yeah, I'm gonna follow. I have a close eye on them and keep tabs open. I hope they're gonna continue to do well. But this year for them has been phenomenal, and if they're able to close the top 4, top 3 potentially in this tournament as well, they could be looking at a nearly almost guaranteed ticket to PGC, considering that they got 215 points from PCS. So a top 3, top 2. If they win the event, it's basically guaranteed to have 500 points already. They'll be guaranteeing themselves a top 5 spot with that amount of points. But the other teams that have a curious prospect for me is Navi. They did so well in the upper bracket. It's definitely one of the teams that I hope to see continue and dominate. For this, they are a little bit lower down the list, 195 points. So they need to have a good tournament for this one, or for PCS 5 to guarantee themselves a spot for PGC. But here in this format, and how good they are and the momentum they've been able to kind of build for this. Okay, a south or southeast circle for this one here, really good. But the big factor for this one is the road down the center and the valley that it has, and you kind of had to decide where you want to play. I want to see the team playing on the south side, just because of phase 4 and land ratio. We've seen a lot of endings around the compounds that Liquid control right now, and they're actually holding a really fat split right now with nearly a 1-1 with Mexi and Clip on the east side, and let's see if James and EBs they decide to come on those. So Spyro found Gustav in a rotation. I think that was a drive-by, so they're going to be going down to 3 guys. Fortunate for them. Navi taking the red brick building. And this is not the best car for off-road, that's for sure. But these guys are used to adventures.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be difficult, even more difficult when you've got teams still lingering around you. And the northern position has kind of paid off, I suppose, when you look towards Navi and VP, who've been able to just work their way around and to kind of slot it in up against that roadside. Navi's position is looking solid right now. EIQ knocking on the door as well, just towards the oil drums. We have to be certainly aware of that. Team Liquid, it has to be noted, the position that they're holding. It's the upper end of the map. They've got sight lines for absolute days. They can gatekeep behind them if the circle's more fruitful to the eastern side. You touched a little bit on land ratio. The circle is touching that western cliff face, so we're going to assume, you know, for all intents and purposes, that it is going to be pushing further and further away. I suppose for anyone as well, Martin, if you're in the east, should this push this way, like, the game becomes not only better in the fact that you're already set up, you're already in the good position to receive it, but even better in the fact that, and again, it's that northern quadrant, that northwest area that I spoke about. Teams are literally going to kick the living hell out of one another, kill each other before they even arrive to the next circle.
Yeah, there's so many teams that are probably going to be contesting each other already, or at least trying to get a spot. But right now, you kind of have to consider and also accept that there are teams that are in better positions than you, and teams like Question Mark, you know, Skate, Digitalytics even, they're coming so late to this party, and with a northern rotation, it's going to be extremely rough for them to get into a good spot here. Fade, Question Mark's trying to hit some shots onto Corexi, but not connecting anything just yet. And Question Mark here with Dante, Aduzi, Fade, and Flawlessly are sitting inside Monte right now, on the edge of the circle. Not a spot I would like to be, especially considering the current position and the tendencies we've seen where it's been ending in these areas here. I would like to see, and I'm actually expecting a southern rotation, or a far southern rotation from some of the teams.
It does make me smile, some of the players that we keep seeing crop up. We've got Besto, we've got Aduzi, we've got the Brothers in Arms, Sampty Jempty back in arms. It feels like a little bit of a throwback, and some of these players' skill sets absolutely warrant a team, regardless if they've not played in a while, regardless if they've not been up there at the top in a while. Their skill sets can absolutely be a driving factor on being able to take a few of these games home today. Circle will be shortly updating. SMB Dinaf swing it. Good lord, that is a big old push towards Chumacera. Will it pay off? If the circle's fruitful for them, they could swing in the back. It has. They're already in the vehicles. They're pre-moving ahead of the circle. It's okay. They're going to be in. They're in a bit of a much safer spot than some of the teams rolling into this one. But SMB has to pick where they go carefully. Because if they end up at the foothills of Team Liquid, they're going to get gate kept on the next rotation. Directly in front of them, to be fair, the road leading from Chumacera. The buildings in front, they could maybe get a foothold in that, work their way up the hillside, play off the back of Plan B. There's a few options for them. For others that are outside of it, those options are going to be extremely limited. Skade, EIQ, DA, Question Mark, everyone now that's sitting outside of the circle. That northern portion, getting past the border patrol of Navi and VP, just holding the north to themselves. I'm quite surprised, to be fair. ENCE have somehow made it further, but I'll hold here for now because EIQ have pulled up on a little bit of a fight. They try and work the way down. Solid nade. She created, finds one. Corexi is damaged. He's down but not out just yet. Is forced to going for the heal. The stims will be popped on the opposing side. The nades are pulled, so if he can bank this one right. The health is good. It has been pumped up with the health of getting the meds off earlier on. So he doesn't fall off the back of that one. And to be fair, with the damage that the nade has done, had he not healed and had he just gone for the res, he would have fallen victim. Reggie Beardo now here in support. Question mark on the rotation, just the left-hand side, something they have to be careful of. SMB finally pushing up. They're not inside the circle yet, be aware of that. They're trying to deny landfall from DA, who is moving. Past them slowly but surely. Vard will go down. Pixel out and about looking to try and take this fight on foot. Still has to be careful. Valley of Death here. You've got Liquid on one side, SMB on the other. This is not a great place to be in. Diggory firing on all cylinders, as we did mention and touch on that. I was surprised that Ents have made it so deep into the circle over on the western side. Clip holding because now he knows enemies are at the gate, and he has only one player in support. Liquid a little bit split. We talked about the amount of land they were going for, Martin, and it's kind of caught them off guard. This team has pulled up, and this was very unexpected.
Yeah, this overlook position here is actually a really good one, but it's super easy for teams to breach it. You can walk up on it extremely quickly and fast. You can drive up on it as well from this position exactly.
Another?
It's so easy, and you need to be a foreman holding it if you want to be guaranteed to not be contested. But let's see what EB and the boys here are able to do. Clip is a shotgun M4 player right now. Could definitely be able to get a few kills from it. And let's see if they're able to get back up as well. Clip holding a tight Angie. Fade. Gonna jump into the house. This is gonna be hard for him to take down this one here, Sims.
Yeah, the fight continues that you saw for a moment, the pull-up from EIQ. They've managed to get some sort of damage done, but ultimately it will spell disaster. They go out. Clip fires onto Faye. That's a knock and a kill confirmed. Example onto Noki Skate. Different fight, different place altogether. Faultlessly answers back onto Ibi. He's fallen. He's gone. Bambaki, the third party, has come up. SMB, nade in hand.
Look at this.
Clip is gone. Faye's pushing in ever so slowly. VP going for a full-on drive. They actually might hit one of these two teams, either Redline or FaZe. Not entirely sure. Liquid has been battered. VP has to drive into this one. It's going to be messy. There's only two of them left. And they're all dead. It's been a very rough run for VP. Nothing else you can really say or do about that. Redline will have to go on the defensive, put the smokes down to get Lukarux back on his feet, but ultimately a solid hold. This, however, for Liquid has not been a solid hold, Martin. They've lost 2 players.
Yeah, they lost 2 players, and now they're down to 2 in a spot where they're going to be definitely sandwiched a little bit from multiple sides. We've had a fair share of endings in this, but this one is a little bit closer and further north to Ladria, which I really like. And there's no teams playing it yet. And I think Dings have spotted that. They're like, okay, guys, there's multiple spots we can get into this, especially the ram in the area here of the ditch, and they're trying to send it in. So they're gonna be able to get that. Rustamar found Senya. Has actually stolen it from Phosphate, so that's great for them. But right now, the vast majority of the compounds, they are contested here. The church is actually breachable. The Mutiny guys are sitting inside the church, and the south part of the church compound is actually free and open. And we saw Entropic actually contest that. Now, Anonymous can take down Sight, and Skate is contesting Ding right now. Oof, this is not a good spot to hide. You can shoot through all those bricks right there. Besto, Priel, last 2 players from Ding. Very good flush. And now they're going to be on 1 kill so far, Sims.
Even with losing players, though, this brick area is going to give them something to work off the back of and force other players with all the gunfire and the noise, the peacocking that's happened. It forces them back unless you get ends to just send it towards brick, to be fair. With all, you've got 2, 1, 1, I believe it is. So they've got 2 in the back and then 1 either side of the front. They could push into this rather easily. It depends if they've kept track of Alia, because if not, he is going to be a dagger in the back. There is no reason that Tixu is alive here. Not for too long. Archie comes in at distance. They won't realize just yet with the nades there. That should spell disaster and pick up the frag. Nail up onto aggressive. Scar have been sorted and found for now. That's a dead player in hand. Rustamar working off the back of the ramp side. I said for Ding, they should be able to get a half-decent hold on this. But with 2 players against an almost stacked Ents, that's going to be easier said than done. The offensive weaponry, the utility is going to be committed to the cause. They want to push in this and remove them. If they take this for themselves, they've got a bit of time before the next fight will unfold.
Really like how they approach this one. Oh, Rustamar getting hit, taking down low. Diggory as well. And now Squeaky is the last player to find one. Barrel took half HP. No more utilities being committed. Shots coming around. Nice peek around that corner. Oh, and Disengage as well, able to heal. Now, Besto is the last player alive for this one. Half HP, and other players are going to be pulling up for the third party soon. Sky Sports, meanwhile, has been eliminated, and they know exactly where Besto is. He has a bit of an angle. Now they're all 3 guys full HP. Peek, nice peek. Coming around. Oh, Ding is eliminated. They're probably going to be able to get Diggory up. And Nens is going to be sitting here with 3 guys live. Now we could pull up, but Skate is third-partying this fight. And Misa is actually pulling up onto this. Millman is knocked. And they're going to try to defend this spot. Quizzy with the info. Alia found Sakura, and now they know, I think, where Misa is. I think they've seen him. Quizzy with the counter nade. They're going to try to get Millman up and running again.
It's a time limit, and that's the problem, and time might be running out on the side of Skade. Quizzy's lurking down low to try and stop the aggressive push and the swing. I'll hear the footsteps now and be able to just kind of turn on this like a dime. Flashbangs there, arm in the air, but you know what? He gets some damage off before doing so. Quizzy goes down. Misa somehow survives. They needed that kill. It was rather important. Keep another player alive and kick in. One good nade from Misa, and that'll be game over for Na'Vi. He's going to have to move rather sharpish, and Misa B, the Bloodhound, is not an individual that needs to be trifled or taken lightly. Red line.
Do they know it's FaZe?
Are they beaming towards FaZe? There's blood in the water. There's a player down. This could be the advantage time they want to try and step over the threshold if they take it to him. But look at how much utility has been just cycled through Martin. The nade should be flying over here any second to deny this push.
All right, Alia meanwhile found the remaining players of Skate. Skate out in 11th. Rustamar, oh, they're helping. I'm not sure if they want to do this actually. They want to third party it a little bit later. They don't want to take out Redline this early. They want them to attack FaZe and maybe kind of destroy them and then third party it because they need this western area. The terrain in general on the map is pretty hard. You cannot really have more than one team from this spot that FaZe is coming in from, but it is the majority on the northern side. So they want to be poking a little bit. 8C is sitting inside the smoke. A classic. See if he can come out as a snake and maybe bite a little bit quickly here. Oh, he's gonna snake out. 8C finds one. Back in. Well played. Kex with the counter peek as well there too. They're able to get more down. Found one more. Usik actually hitting from the distance, and Redline is down to just one. Baseman on the distance. Needs help. Oh, he gets knocked from the side. Ivers onto 8C. Nice pre-shots here, and now the zone is peeking in with 5. It's phase 5. It's 5 down per second. They need to get back in right now. Wes is gonna have a hard time. He's down to 20. He's gonna be going down as well. Foss is hit as well. This is it. Fix not gonna get that heal off. That is it for FaZe Clan. Down in 10th. Evis is not going to get that off as well. He's down 2. That is Redline out in 9th. So mutual destruction here, and the other teams, they actually helped them. Diggory found Alia and returned. Ooh. Flushed as well. Big fights here on the western side.
Look at this. The communications come through. He's got the angle. He's got the territory, and he'll be able to swing on the opposing side. So now, even as a 2-man band, still doing heavy damage, eliminating ends just like that. Alia's peak, the second one, was phenomenal. He got the pre-fire, but it didn't help whatsoever. He goes down. Question mark. They are now standing between them and the circle. That is a bit of a problem because Na'Vi have got a very open Baron-esque run that they have to wander their way through. DA onto SMB. SMB still with 4 players alive and kicking, so they have the manpower. It's whether or not they have the peak's advantage, different question altogether, as they will try and work their way into this circle. DA is just holding them dead to rights currently.
Ooh. It's going to be a tough hold, especially coming in with 4 guys. Like, you have to get at least 2 players down before the backup is going to be coming in. GMT and Pixel is not close enough for each other to fully help, and especially with Shang down below, it's going to be a tough hold. Let's see where Blaze they decide to come in and what kind of angle they are going to be approaching this circle in. 0 kills so far for DA. And they're swinging big. Smokes are really good for Shang on this side. They continue to come in. GMT finds one. Apocalypse. It's 3-3 now. One more player on the top. Pixel finds one as well. Really well played here by Digital Analytics. They're going to be pushing through. One more. Nice. The trade comes off of the Bambaki. Traded and stolen actually from Hamlo, my bad. And now Bambaki, last player, standing for Blaze. Pixel, GMT, last 2 players from Digital Analytics.
You might even
able to swing.
Might have used the bodies for a bit of a bait here. Puth will pass the information back to his location. Overpeaks there, and that
God. 1 HP
is not a bad showing whatsoever. Going into a team fight, 3 versus 4, and only losing 1 player to take out the 4. That ain't bad whatsoever. You will not be complaining at that. They're inside the circle as well, deeper, actually. Probably the second deepest team up against Team Liquid, who are also down to 2. So some of these teams are 4 now banking into this one. If they can keep their players alive, they should have a pretty solid crack at the final end game. A doozy straight into the head of Alia. He will fall. Wanderer then stepping up on his side with a quick knock. Mutiny. Working the way down here. Goosey is knocked. No flush just yet, but a big old nade will remove some health and remove a player as well. Jempty caught in the backlines by Dante. That's a knock and a flush instantly. Not taking any prisoners by that one whatsoever. And Mutiny now is just falling to the hammer of a doozy. Dante on screen though. Flashbang over. Should be a push onto this. Forces Pixel, but Pixel responds in kind.
Disgusting mechanical skill right there from Pixel. Liquid have heard this. They want to clear the northern side. Meanwhile, there's an absolute third party coming in from Plan B. It's extremely important here for them to stay alive as many as possible. If they're able to do so, Guerrilla goes down. Adusi gets one of the kills, and now we're down to a 1v2, v2, v3, and Plan B is probably going to get their 4th player up as well. So 3 teams in the north. It's looking like a Plan B game, this one, Sims.
I'd have to assume so, but you know, teams of 4 have been taken down in the past, especially even towards this late game. It would need a lot of things to go their right way, but it becomes more difficult when the 3 of the teams they're up against, they're all scrunched together. And if they were maybe being hit from 2 different angles, then there was an opportunity for a different team to win, but it's not. Pixel again, striking hard. Quick one tap, thank you. Hello, my bad. Bye-bye, Jeems. Liquid gone, 4th position.
And the players realize this as well. This is actually something that they talk about is, all right, guys, we're 2 or 3 teams left with low amount of players. Wallace spotted Pixel. Adusi with 3. Let's see if we can get him. Shots coming in from the side. Pixel found by Flawlessly. And it, as I was talking about, just to finish that thought, is something players talk about as well, is that you have to realize that you want to win games here. So if you're in a spot where you could potentially be, you know, a 2 and a 3-man team in different spots, you want to take on the 4-man team. That will increase your chance of winning. You want to increase your overall hopes of getting a chicken dinner. And if you're focusing on the team that has 2 or 3 players on, and if you're a 2 or 3-man team, you're not going to be winning the game. You might only be getting a few kills. Sure, that can matter in the end, but you want to be able to kind of maybe sometimes team up in a way where that can secure you a potential win as well. But Plan B right now in a fantastic spot. They control the southeast side. Wanderer with a 30 shot onto Flawlessly. Mini 14 headshot as well, and a doozy, half HP. This is just a Plan B win unless the doozy pulls up something extremely dirty.
It'd have to be impressive, but the second they saw it, he's going to deny it. Out to the blue, and the Plan B win that we kind of presumed may come through will do just that. Denies them 1 final kill, but still 6 frags in the boot. Not bad whatsoever. Nice way to start things off for Plan B. You kind of touched on it and alluded to it a little bit, Martin, when we were looking at kind of the different prospects of another team bringing that one towards a victory side of it. It's a lot harder with the terrain that we have towards that side when all 3 teams are so close together. The chance of being able to run out of fire and maybe turn your attention towards Plan B is so limited, because if a team don't catch you in the back lines, then Plan B absolutely doesn't arrival. They played the outskirts of the circle towards the south. They watched all the action unfold. The second that final player went down, it's down to 1 more team. All 4 of them just crushed them up against it to the point where Aduzi's got no breath and he's out towards the blue. It's a big win. It's a nice win. But look, at the end of the day, wins equal points, and points are going to equal cash when this is all said and done.
Yeah, and for this one as well was just that Plan B, they took the terrain that that Mutiny kind of gave up. They were holding the church area down, and we saw them come out in a spot where they had to fight 1 team. And for the area that they wanted to contest, Plan B already was in that spot. They were already holding the better spots, the area where you had higher grounds, you had more cover. So it was kind of a lost cause for Mutiny coming in for this one. They tried, but Plan B completely disassembled them.
A decent win indeed. Some other teams not faring too well. I know it's always difficult when you look towards the side of how the circle goes. We'll break it down a little bit more, but for now, we're going to take a very short break. When we return, we'll crack on with game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
got for this go of things, but time is not on his side. On his back, and the nade comes out. Vex taking chunks from the blue itself. 80 trying to stay ahead, sees the nade. You can see Vex trying to just work around that. But it lands! The burn nade! Dex is an animal! He's doing everything. He's doing the dirty to face. He gets another! Who is this man? And where has he come from? 5 kills. He wants more! He gets more!
The most insane 1v4 we have ever seen in PUBG.
I mean, we're already seeing throwables come out completely blinded. To look at the amount, this is playing with your food right now, son. And pants, do it. Sonics, I love you so much for that.
เดินเลยภูมิเดินยังไม่เลยครับคุณอาร์ตแล้วสเปย์ครับเป็น4 15ทีตัดเจเคนได้ช็อตนี้วิทยามาแจมแล้วตะบอลเก็บมาคุมเองจนได้แล้วคุมเก็บดับเบิลคิวท่านผู้ชมครับส่งเอ็กซ์เตเดียมจบอันดับที่16ต้องบอกแล้วพระเอกของงานนี้คือกรุ่มของจริงครับผม
他4个人几乎是同样的角度，这个雷不错，911一雷炸2个。Inonex 位置刚才911一个后跳应该也发现了。
这个是没有炸到，没有炸到。
舱里面也有人能修的。
哇，911这。
ngay bây giờ thì không là tình huống bát sẽ diễn ra thôi. Bây giờ thì thêm một đại diện nữa muốn tham dự vào đại hội võ lâm của chúng ta, nhưng quyết định đâm về phía các thành viên của Semeno, đấm liên tục vào mồm các thành viên của Ba Chiếc Esports, và đó là Hoàng Thành Cơ cũng như là vị trí của Levin bị cấu đi một lượng máu khá lớn, nhưng mà không sao, việc đánh nhau xảy ra.
어쨌든 GEX에 있는 위치에서도 다 보이거든요.
자, 그리고
와, 라이딩 수류탄! 와! 키드! 라이딩 수류탄을 했어요? 기가 막히게 들어갔는데요?
이야 진짜 많이 들어가요.
Смотрит, по Максу на Нимуса достреливает, подъезжает на позицию Мьютини Экземпл, а хаешек-то уже нету. А вот Фарни заготовили, по одной хаешке сложно будет, просто убегает. Что он сейчас провернул? Прикрывают его тиммейты, взрываются все игроки команды.
There you go. Necro already into the long building. How do I feel about these long buildings matchup?
Poor Necro, man. He's always like by himself having to do these crazy plays. That grenade bounce
it
was
made it
beautiful! Oh my God, Necro! That was amazing!
A good win to start things off for Plan B on Miramar as they get themselves the first chicken dinner on the board. And some unexpected names kind of up there as well. Everyone fighting out for those hills. But we have Sims and Martin, two not unexpected names, as they join me back to talk about this game. A brutal spot to actually play in, Martin, to start things off. Obviously, this valley, and you were mentioning the road cutting all the way through it. Makes some, hard problems and things that teams have to deal with here.
Yeah, you could see once Circle 3 and also 4 popped. All the teams were already scouted a little bit. There was some properties available, but the teams that are able to kind of keep and rotate on some of the southern sides where there was not as many teams playing obviously had more space to play in front of them. Plan B won the first game here today, also won the first game of our lower bracket. So let's see if they're able to continue to do so. They only won 1 game in total, so I really want to see them to continue to build on that kind of confidence and momentum that they potentially could get from this game. But the Entropic game we had ended, basically on just on the road, on the church. And the area that Entropic came into was also on the eastern side. And in general, if you're able to kind of catch that early on and poke all the other teams that are trying to rotate close to you, you are able to control such a huge space, and it's really good terrain as well, and also decide whether you want to play on the north side or on the south side of that kind of dirt road. So they were able to hold that down early, and they knew that they had a team in the church, so they could just kind of counterplay that already. So yeah, extremely well played by them.
Yep, very nice by Plan B. Rich, what do you think when it comes to their victory here?
Yeah, I mean, it's something towards that late game, keeping 4 players alive. Everything kind of slots into place, especially when you're looking at the individuals they have to go against. They're already pushed up into a corner. They're already breathing down one another's neck. There's even though there's 4 teams in play, there's really only going to be 2 because the other ones are going to mutually destroy one another.
Yeah.
They're in the perfect place, the complete polar opposite end of the circle. You still can never argue getting to that spot. They had a few frags in the bag. They've worked their way around. They've got all 4 players alive. It's a telltale win written all over it.
Yeah, definitely for Plan B. Looking good. I mean, it wasn't super eventful for the team. They just kind of, you know, stumbled on into it at the very end. One thing towards the end that I think was very impressive once again, and actually it's somebody I was impressed by in the previous stage, Martin, was Pixel. Looking at him playing on DA right now, he's looking fantastic, and it does make you wonder, again, when it came to, you know, PGIS, he was a sub for Team Liquid, and I'm like, well, he's playing better than some of those guys right now. He's looking fantastic.
Pixel is a extremely gifted, mechanically good player. Like he was spraying the barrel before it got the buff with 6x and 3x's and controlling it extremely well. I don't know if you remember back in early 2020, before the barrel buff came in, he was one of the guys that was just dominating and controlling that extremely well. So not a curious choice for Liquid to take out a player that potentially could, substitute if one of the players fell ill or they had to use a sub there. So, it's really well known that Pixel is a mechanically gifted player for sure among the community.
Very, very impressive stuff. So good kind of salvaging of extra points for him here down the line. And I think one thing that's important to note here, Rich, as well, is that even in as we take a look at some of the highlights from this game, Entropic having a really, really hard time, but even a doozy at the very end of game 1 of this grand final is already denying points for the potential of it having knock-on effects down the line, Rich.
I'm going to apologize, James. The game's so loud, I actually can't hear you over it.
Oh, talk about what you want.
I'm trying to just get the question going through it, but I just can't hear because this is so loud.
That's fine. You know what, Rich? Just talk to us about the highlights.
I'm not going to start casting highlights.
Recast it again.
I'm not recasting. I can hear that, but I'm not recasting it all again. I will say I was pretty impressed with from the point of what I kind of said towards the start of the game. Ents been coming down from the northern side and been landlocked out towards that big group of teams. Oh, this is so loud. Towards the northern side of it.
No wonder I could hear it through your headphones in the break, Rich, if it's that loud. Jesus.
I don't think it's me. This one this loud beforehand. So. How Ents managed to actually get to this point in where they were behind the red bricks, to get across that road, to get through all the fights that they did, to overcome the obstacles that they had to basically get past towards the northern side. Yes, they didn't win it. Yes, they went out a lot earlier than some of the other ones, but still been able to get through all those gauntlet runs. Just generally some of those fights towards that red brick from individuals was phenomenal. The headshots, the over peaks, the baiting. It's always nice to see.
I think it causes a problem as well, Avenger, when you see, like, obviously Ents is playing great, but then you've got Na'Vi eventually coming up on you. And when you've got Alia playing like he is right now in this particular tournament, you're not going to survive a lot of those situations against someone like Alia.
No, but also in the case where you have a Zone 2 and Zone 4 Southern shift, you have to realize at that point, like, okay, there's going to be so many teams on the northern side that it's going to be really hard for us to play that. That's why I was really happy to see some of the teams try to go for a eastern or southern rotation for that. DA succeeded quite well with that. Remember, they were one of the teams coming in extremely late. Basically, the last team coming in from behind of Ding. They realized that, okay, this is a southern shift. The majority of the teams have been very well centered in the last zone, so they're going to be in the northern side. Phase 3 pop, it was kind of centered. Phase 4 pop, extremely south again, right? So, or pretty south again. So, the vast majority of the teams, like 50-60%, is going to be in the just on the north tip of that new zone. So yeah, I'm happy to see people realize that, and even though it's really hard to do those macro moves in phase 4, some of the teams they succeeded doing so.
Yeah, definitely. I've got to ask Rich a question now, so one sec, I'll shout. Rich, Redline, when it comes to their play, they were looking great, right? Do I need to shout, Rich, or is it?
No, it's okay. We got no like mass warfare in my ears anymore. I don't know. It was just the particular replay was just a little bit loud. Yeah, it was one of the, rather unfortunate. I mean, the idea behind it was good. They knew that FaZe had one player down. They wanted to try and make an advancement on that. Every single smoke in the world was put down to cover that road. But it's never going to be easy when you've got the blue on the back, you've got a team directly in front of you, but then you have like 6 billion teams just all lining up on the hillside. There's really nothing else you can do about it. We saw a multitude of teams just laying fire into that one.
I'm hearing some proper crackle from Avenger during that, but that's fine. We got sounder going on everywhere.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that before we go into game then. But yeah, is it still crackling?
Not right now. Just then briefly.
Let me know then if. But yeah, in that situation, what I really loved though from FaceClan was H's lurk in the smoke. Actually, he managed to come out, bite like a little snake there, go back into the smoke, survive that as well. And then the other, like while the focus was on him, like somebody, if somebody jumps out of a smoke close to the blue behind you, you obviously scream, he's in this smoke. And, you know, all 4 players will look in that direction, or 3 players will look in that direction and try to get that. Fex jumps out on the other side, gets another player. And they actually, like FaceClan won and dominated that team fight, but got third-parted from so many teams trying to gatekeep them as well. So none of the teams, it was just mutual destruction in that case.
Yeah, crawling around, ambushing with like a musket or something in the bushes. I like it a lot. But I mean, back to the point though that I kind of wanted to ask about Redline, and I guess I'll direct this at you, Rich, is that when you look at the lineup, like Ivus, Nailup, Lucarux, QBE, these guys, you guys were mentioning it during the commentary, and I kind of have to completely agree with you. This is a stacked lineup that could definitely go places, maybe even PGC down the line.
It's gone under the radar. I don't want to say for a long time. We knew what these guys were capable of. We knew that there is a lot of skill beneath them. I think it's just a matter of, because they've never been up at that number 1, number 2 placement consistently. We've never really seen them fully in the limelight, and because they don't have that big org banner behind them, they don't stand out from the crowd. They do go a little bit unnoticed, but I think for us now, we can't go unnoticed. The skill sets have to be, you know, made note of. The skill sets that these players are bringing to the table now, the consistency and the increment that they've had across this year thus far has been phenomenal. There are some sterling performances that we've seen out of this roster, and again, it's one of those, if they keep it up, they're going to be up at the top. They're going to have an org picking them up. Hopefully, we want to see more orgs coming into PUBG, but overall, it's just a really solid little roster.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully they're able to put up some good numbers, some wins maybe even here down the line. Another team I want to talk about here, Avenger, is Team Liquid coming into this game. Obviously, I think they got 4th place during this game. Does that go back to the split that they had across the area that they did early on in that game? Because it seems like the eventual rendezvous to then hold the location that they did eventually was favorable circle-wise, but they seem to hold it pretty well.
Yeah, so the Overlook compound that they were playing, southeast of Montenegro, I hate playing that personally. I think it's extremely hard to hold down, and especially late game, we have, you know, phase 3, phase 4. People is just, they're going to be coming in from the east, from the north, and unless you're playing 4 guys, holding the ridges, holding those spots, and kind of putting out and poking out some damage to the teams trying to get to you, they're going to be crawling into your compound or breaching at full speed. So yeah, it's just such a hard compound to hold that I personally don't like playing it mid and late game. But it's really good for scouting, really good for info in the very early stages, phase 1 and 2 of the game. So that's definitely why they're holding it down. And I don't think they were expecting the zone to be that favorable to them in the first 2 zones, because it came kind of their way and they were in. And they lost 2 players, and they ended up having to play, you know, like a high ground spot with some good terrain, but they just had so many teams around them. So it's a hard area to play, especially as 2 when you have other teams coming in with a full force.
Yep, and getting some points on the board with kills down the line is, you know, even just a few here, it's going to be good enough for the moment. Obviously, it's really chicken dinners that are going to matter here overall. But thank you very much, gentlemen. I saw Rich was musing and thinking about some thoughts, but we're going to actually go to a break here whilst we get a few things fixed and good to go into our second game. And when we return, we're going to have Miramar once again. We'll see you in a few.
If the UK would have a PUBG map, that would be Erangel, the forests, the landscape.
The Netherlands? I guess also Erangel.
My name is Luke, people call me T-Bone. I grew up in Essex, in a town called Fundersley.
I am Jord, known as Ibiza. I come from a little city in the Netherlands called Hendrikido Ambacht. I lived in Berlin for 1 year, but returned home to Arnhem.
I grew up seeing my dad playing classic games like Command and Conquer and some others. From there, I played non-stop all kinds of different games.
I always liked playing games, but I started taking them seriously at a later age.
At first, I didn't want to play PUBG, but there was a friend called Fausto that bugged me nearly every single day. Come play, he said.
I didn't enjoy school very much, and I had no idea what I wanted to do after, so I started playing.
And I finally gave in. I started playing PUBG every day. I was totally hooked.
They're doing very, very well.
Oh, we started again. We saw it last week.
Right after that, Team Liquid invited me to play for them.
And after playing for a few teams, I ended up playing for Heroic. If you're with your friends, it can be so much fun. You can do all sorts of silly things and have a good laugh.
Our team is pretty international. I speak English 24/7. Each team member is from a different country. Denmark, Finland, Norway, and the US.
All those places are great in esports. I have a personal goal to help make the UK good at esports again.
Dutch people are very direct. We care a lot about communication.
UK people like to banter, but when the banter goes too far, toxicity. This ruins people's teams. It's something I really try to avoid. I think that a good environment based on respect is always best.
It is important to have a good routine. I like to have breakfast every morning, go to the gym, and try to have 8 hours of sleep.
Drink a cup of tea. If I drink tea, I'm okay.
Treating your teammates with respect is also very important. To be a good team environment is essential. Focus on the moment. Esport is constantly changing, so I try not to think about the future too much right now. I'm having a great time playing PUBG with my friends.
Ever since I started in this game, I wanted to be in this big international event.
It's time for us to win something big. We are working hard to win the upcoming PCS or ESL tournaments.
Tea time.
Boa tarde, minha mãe já apareceu por aí, eu só ligo pra ela, mas nem toca.
Esse telefone dela eu mesmo ligo pra ela, não consigo falar.
That have to assume with the way he's looking up top there, so now okay, that's disgusting.
Example is 100 HP still off that first pickup. He's found a new perfect angle. He's given an absolute
Eu só cortei o tomate, cortei em vários pedacinhos. Aí eu refoguei o alho, mas não terminei de refogar quando tava terminando. Aí eu joguei o tomate em cima e botei água. E aí deixei o tomate meio que, digamos assim, derreter, né, entre aspas, né? Que aí com a água virou meio que uma sopa. Ainda ficou alguns pedaços de tomate, uma maior parte derreteu com o aquecimento da água. Aí depois que eu cozinhei o macarrão, misturei o macarrão nesse molho de tomate. Aí botei sal no tomate com alho, né, com a água. Aí depois eu misturei o macarrão e comi, ficou bom. É assim que faz. O que eu pensei, eu ia falar com elas que eu vou pedir um liquidificador de repente. De repente a próxima vez eu... Ou liquidificador, aquela espécie de... Não sei se é batedeira de roupa, né, alguma coisa, batedeira de roupa. Batedeira que usa pra bater pra fazer bolo certo, não sei se é isso. Mas tem alguma coisa que você usa pra picar as coisas, né? Aí quer dizer, além do liquidificador, aí eu usava o liquidificador isso, né? E aí eu fazia o liquidificador, transformava todos os pedaços de tomate no suco, né? E aí depois eu misturava com alho e com uma coisa. Mas foi assim que eu fiz. É assim que você faz também?
Bomba atacak şimdi. İyi pişirdi bombasını. Etkili de gönderdi. Kendisine ayağa flashlar var. Nitra perfect
Mas você cozinha como? Você não corta não?
Bir bomba. Bir bomba daha geliyor. Molotov geldi. Virtus Pro da gidiyor. Dijital atletik.
que é bom quando tomate.
우선까지 바꿔주면서 그래도 위험해요.
Fica muito bom de qualquer.
Não, mas tudo bem, peraí, eu só não entendi o seguinte. Mas você vai fazer o tomate, você faz isso pra comer o tomate ou você faz isso pra fazer macarrão, alguma coisa assim? Ah, tá. Mas aí você não corta o tomate em pedaços?
Tá, mas tem aquela parte de cima, né, que tem a folha às vezes, que tem aquela... no topo da caixa, né, como se fosse
by Mordra, who might just get one more here as well. Maestro, he's driving up the hill at a snail's pace. What is going on?
Não, mas eu não entendi. Você pega o tomate, aí joga o tomate inteiro na panela com um pouco d'água e deixa cozinhar, é isso que você faz? Caramba, não sabia que dava pra fazer assim, não.
He's gonna get one, finds Fisher, tries to connect onto Dan, and actually is gonna find a second knock here as he focuses on getting the reload, waiting for the push coming in from Elite. Sees the head peek, couple shots out, Honeyback is parking, left the compound, they find the angle on here, Lee's got nowhere left to go, and is gonna fall last.
Então, você estava falando, quando você falou aquela hora, eu lembrei que você tem um livro, eu acho que é Itaú, e ela ensina a fazer todas essas férias, assim, eu falei, esse livro tá aqui.
Ah, o que tem na
geladeira? If Sweden was a PUBG map, it would have to be Vikander because of all the snow.
Então, é isso aí mesmo, é isso aí mesmo.
The map that reminds me the most of Finland is Erancha. You can easily hide in the forest or near lakes. It is a challenging
map. Comida, eu já tô fazendo algumas semanas, umas 2 semanas talvez.
My name is David. I was born in a tiny little village in Sweden.
My name is Saku. I was born in Tampere, Finland.
The little town I'm from basically only had one school, so everybody really knew everybody. I lived there until I was 14. That's when we moved to a bigger city.
To me, Finland is the best country in Europe. We have good education, good healthcare, and beautiful nature.
One of the best things in Sweden is something called allemansrätten. It basically means that everyone has the right to walk around, hike, and camp anywhere in the nature in Sweden, and it's pretty unique to Sweden.
When I was 11, my bigger brother started playing Counter-Strike professionally. I saw him traveling around the world, winning some tournaments, and I wanted to do that also.
I started in esports by accident or luck. I served for 4 years in the army. I felt done with that and I quit. PUBG happened to come out at the same time.
I played Counter-Strike a lot, and when PUBG came out, I switched to PUBG, and I was hooked.
I was hooked.
Tentei, mas naquela hora, tentei depois de novo e tentei agora de novo. Não dá nem toque.
It was a huge change from the military to gaming. I was used to being outside, working with my hands, moving around, and now I'm inside most of the time looking at a screen. It took me some time to adapt.
I divide my daily routine in 2 blocks, 3 hours in the afternoon and 4 hours in the evening. In between, I usually go to gym, relax and eat.
Fitness is something a lot of people in the esports community tend to overlook. To me, it really improves focus, which is really important in esports.
I like to visit my grandparents where I can relax, and there is always good food. It is a great place to disconnect from the virtual world.
If I could feature one part of Sweden in PUBG, it would have to be Karlsborg. It's the place where my regiment was based, and the terrain surrounding it is really amazing.
Não, é que você falou pra eu ir a partir de quarta, né? Que é quarta-feira que você... Terça-feira você vai no médico, vai tirar as coisas que você tá aí, na quarta-feira eu já posso ir, então tudo bem. Eu vou ver se dá pra ir na quarta, ou se não for na quarta, eu vou na quinta.
There is so much you can do right, and so much you can do wrong.
Tá bom. De repente eu vou ver se eu vou de manhã, de tarde, eu vou ver aqui.
I always try to carry with me my core Swedish values and work ethic.
When I look at my team and other Finnish teams, I see some similarities. We are not that flashy, we are more strategic, we are respectful to each other, we are calm and collected.
Beautiful work from the 2 boys left for ends. This is that Finnish power you wanted to see.
It is an honor to represent my country and hold the Finnish flag on the international stage. Last year our team didn't shine as much as it was possible, but this is about to change.
The final frag is found, and with that, Bay Sunday rings aloud and proud.
I want us to get better. We're working every day to be better. Last time we got second at PGC, this year is a new try.
Eu acho que a coisa de essa prática de ficar cozinhando também é uma prática saudável. É uma atividade que eu acho que é bom, assim, pra fazer. Tudo bem que dá trabalho, né, mas ainda mais fazer comida só pra mim, né, mas mesmo assim é legal. Eu quero ver se eu crio o hábito pra estar sempre fazendo. Então tá, Valci, obrigado aí por falar comigo.
How did I get into
até,
PUBG?
de repente, se eu não falar com você antes, até a quarta, então. Ou
Then
depois.
one friend
Próximo
of
da
mine
quarta.
bought
Tchau.
PUBG and he said to me, you need to try this. So I went to him at his place. I played the game. I was completely noob, but right now I could say I'm quite good. So PUBG kinda have like a huge impact on my life because I stopped with my school to pursue my career in PUBG scene. I can't remember the first chicken dinner because it was like maybe 3 years ago, so it was a long time ago. Back then, there was a lot of bugs in PUBG, and right now everything is kinda smooth. There is no like kinda new bugs that you can drive with a car and die. If someone missed a grenade, that would probably be me or Cube. My favorite player is probably Fex because he is the monster of the player. He's beast. My favorite player is probably Fex because he is the monster of the player. He's beast. My favorite part to fight in an angle is probably around shelter and prison area. My favorite part to fight in Miramar is probably around South Los Leones. The one player who is training really hard in our team is probably Cube. He's the most hardworking guy in our team. Hard shifts, sometimes they can be good if you come with a blue to the zone, and then if it hard shifts to you, then obviously it's good, but if it hard shifts to the other side, then you can find yourself in, we could say, some trouble. My preferred grip to use on M4 is vertical.
Down to about 12 HP, but Kill Demo is going to push through. Shrimsy has been spotted out. Shrimsy been taken down. Mime now the last one as H-Win. Oh no, H-Win, what a huge flank from him.
It was a necessary flank as well. Chocolatitas found a small gap, but they took just too long to try and delete them. Mime and H-Win still up. It is all on Necro to try and 1v2, but the angle is there. Sonic.
Almost on another level. They're really just decimating the lobby at the moment. Does only have 4 kills, which surprises me a little bit. I thought there'd be more, but another grenade? Oh. Just not quite.
I think another one coming in as well. Is this going to catch that mine? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Day trade, #1, Archangel Predator. They probably
can move up. There's a couple of shacks in the distance, but I don't know how much they give you. Rustamark, good nade as well, and the flush towards Granola. So this is just spotting Mexi, but Mutiny are none the wiser, and Clip from the back, there it is. Sick nade from Clip. Bye-bye, Mutiny.
Maybe. Well, let's see. Maybe Dano can fight back here. I don't want to count him out yet. Just, you know, KX is such a strong team, and Urin's coming in for the kill. And I don't think Soul's gonna last. That's it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
There's another one headed in their direction. Look, team #1 are absolutely zooming at Buriram right now. I'm sure this won't go well for them because Buriram this time are set up. Edie and Nordra decimate NeoU and Duckmine. And it's just down to the remaining 2 now, 1 which is Ghoul. And that's a huge feat for Buriram. Another 4 kills on the board. Surely this will be it. Ghoul finished off, and that is why you don't challenge Buriram. This is a bit more like it. 11.
The high ground, the Blues pushing them that way, but they can't get behind the wall. Tigotindo's forced out into the blue, and he's taking too much damage from the zone and the Molotov, and that's going to be another kill for Dignitas. Honey Badger is unable to get revived at the moment. It's a 2-on-2 finish between Dignitas and Akreche. A lot of damage onto Sparky, but he's alive for now as Brooks are going to be pushing off.
Sparking will go down. Brucho will find one. No! Shit, boy! One.
Again, this land is so vital, but they do have the utility. You've got to think how much pressure has been applied to BP. How much are they expended within this? They can't. There's no real answer for it. They may be completely out of smoke. Is that Molly going to? No. It will not track forward. They are completely blinded. Vascu has to go for a big one here. Sees in front and center. There's the first. Second one onto it. Denies it. Where's the third? He's on the right. They're all dead. Heroic.
Angry men making it work. Can he make a few more of these grenades connect?
Oh, Lambu hits a big one on the 4 a.m. though. 2.
It's a 4-man squad against two-man teams. 4 a.m. firing down, and they've actually thinned out the numbers here. Ghibli's hurting, but they could still recover.
Oh, there's 2 down for basically everybody. MCG still has 3 though. 4 a.m. gone. Ghibli's able to get it done. Redba has come alive here at the end. Rezzes are coming through for MCG while all this is going on. Ghibli's trying to surround this. You can throw some utility in there. 3 mollies still available. Good grenades. They've got him pinned in.
Oh my God, they did it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Extravaganza. We are back. It's game number 2. Thank you for your patience. We just had to fix some things. Obviously, our players were moving about. We were getting some lobbies sorted and stuff like that. But we're almost good to go into Miramar once again. So far, so good. If you're just joining us here for Plan B, who was able to get the first victory of the day, Martin. And it's so far, so good for them.
Yeah, obviously first win for them and also first win of the day, and same, just a kind of repeat of last weekend. I want to see them continue, as I was talking about before the break here. I want to see them continue. Like they have to keep the steam up and kind of infuse themselves with this momentum that they were able to bring. Overall, a kind of rough game. The area is pretty open, pretty high ground where you have a lot of snaky areas where you can kind of have a lot of people, but yeah, they were able to take the right spot at the right time, force everyone else away, and stay 4 guys alive towards the end.
Yeah, and I think that's fair in terms of it was one of the teams that kind of we had slight concerns about when it came to the lower bracket. They got actually the first victory, Rich, in that lower bracket, but then their subsequent games, their next 2 games rolled on and they got 0 kills in both of those. So it was, for all intents and purposes, a very feast or famine team, and we're hoping that maybe they keep on with the feast.
Which, I suppose, to that kind of extent, this format can be a little bit more forgiving. Yes, it's difficult if you've not been able to pick up those wins, but when wins are so few and far between, rather than if it's, you know, the constant famine side of not being able to pick up the placement, not being able to pick up the fragging points, if you can grab one of those vital wins, it really does shoot you up the leaderboards with the rest of them.
Yep, definitely does. All right, well, we are just moments out from getting into game number 2 now. Back onto the desert, back on the road again. And I mean, considering what we saw from Plan B, fantastic stuff. The circle presented hard times, though, for these teams that had taken residency up on these hills and had to get over to the other side of that road. But now we're jumping on in. It is game number 2. I'm going to leave you with Sims and Avenger for all of the action. Ta-da!
Bye, James. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Game number 2 is about to get underway, and the first thing we have to make note of, Martin, boy oh boy, is that a southern flight path.
Yeah, this is complete southern hemisphere. Considering it, this initial starting point is nearly 2 kilometers south of the center part, and the map has water in the south. So this is going to be a really, really rough one. I'm just sitting here with, you know, my sadistic thoughts, hoping this is going to be a complete northern circle, and all the teams are going to have to travel really far. But that's just me, and me hoping for complete terror in these games here. But of course, we potentially will see some teams dropping in the same areas, and I'm definitely expecting a few teams to be landing in Los Leones and contesting that. So we'll follow that out and see how close these guys get to each other in Tropic and D8. It's just going to be a quick grab and switch from Gemty taking the car. He's going to be pretty much safe here. Novik, is he going to be able to hit a headshot with that SKS? That would definitely get an instant knock, but nope. He's just going to yeet the car and get out of there and go down to Puerto. They're not contested, but I see 3 teams in loss. Skate, Mutiny, and Redline. And Navi is looting on the southwest part. So this is definitely one of the times where we're going to have a lot of teams in this area. And the teams that have, you know, their city that they're used to having is going to be happy times with that. Oh my God, what a fantastic circle, Sims.
And the circle follows in tow. This is what we kind of would anticipate with us. Please hit it. Please, out the back of the vehicle. I will give you back rubs for the entire rest of your life. Please knock him out the back of that thing. I love a good Winchestering player, and it's just... It's so rare to see it. Circle, though, this is the bigger story. I see a little island, Martin, that is within reaching distance of this. I see an island. I see it. We have a 50-50 chance here. Come on. Give me another hard southwestern swing, and I will be one very, very happy boy. It's, you know, I almost kind of said it towards the start when we see a flight path like this, you know, we sometimes see Millie coming into play. Well, it's not Erangel. No, it's Miramar. And that island is looking solid for a swing. I haven't had an island finish yet. Well, I suppose I have had Higos. I'm not going to lie. I've had a Higos ending before, even just towards the outskirts of Valdemar. But I've never had anything close to Prison, Minas Delsa, anything really further afield. I don't know about yourself.
I've actually had my fair share of endings down there. Just to point that out there, and it's actually fantastic. The terrain is amazing. It's obviously in a ranked game, it's something different. There's not as many players alive as you have in a competitive and a tournament setting here, like we do here. Potentially, they're gonna have, you know, like 40, 45 players alive, but I had an actual Prison ending just on like east of the road of Prison.
What?
And that was one of the most fantastic games I've ever had. Yeah, it was
Did you
absolute
win it?
chaos. No, I think we got second. We had a fight with a team on the parking lot of the Prison, and they were super good. They completely demolished us, and the team I was playing with was maybe not as good as some of these players in here. Some of my friends, and you know, not some of the guys from the Pro Hub. So it was kind of hard, but it was a fantastic game. Super fun. And the only problem is obviously you have 2 bridges there, and then you have 30 players that have to swim there, because there's definitely somebody that's gonna, you know, gatekeep you and camp the bridges. So it's just about timing and getting across. But it was a super fun game, and the terrain around all the way around Minas del Sur is really high ground, and the rocky areas you see here in the distance, it's really high ground. There's a lot of, you can accommodate so many players and so many teams in those areas. So I'm really hoping for Taros, a nightmare circle, if you may, for these guys.
The last time I was down there in Prison, me, Froz, and Calaris was testing out the emergency parachute, and Froz threw a molly on the floor where everyone was standing around it and killed James. I don't know why I just thought about that, but yeah, it wasn't best pleased at all by any means. So yeah, a lot of these teams now will be working their way down towards the southern coast. A lot of them could be playing gatekeep here. You need access to that island should we get the unthinkable. And as Martin has said, we do have endings down there. They are beyond rare. This would be something very, very special.
Yeah.
If we had the circle to push further down south. It's going to take 2 back-to-back, pretty much 2 back-to-back hard shifts, I think it's fair to say, to confirm that island within play and be able to do whatever it wants in the lay of the land. We've seen it even before where the circle has been just lurking around that area. I mean, I remember one particular game from the World Championships where it was looking like it was going to swing down there, then it went below the bridge and bounced back towards the late game.
Yeah.
There are still a lot of possibilities. Getting yourself in a position
on the East
now.
Bridge, right?
That's correct. It was.
Remember that?
Oh, what team won it? Was it Buriram actually? No, Buriram got beat by the guy in the water.
Yeah.
It was the guy that came out of the water, and I cannot remember who it was, and killed everybody. It was great. So you know, for teams at the moment getting set up down there, looking like give us access, best possible place to go. I think it's a fair statement as well. You've still got a little bit of the western cliff face in play. We'll have to take stock of that. It could have a knock-on effect later on if it's still within play. Circle 3, Circle 4. Valdemar, again, few and far between endings that will be working towards that place. So at the moment, Scar, Ding, Na'Vi, pretty good positions to be in.
Yeah, they're sitting heavy right now. What I'm thinking about and what I'm looking forward to see here is how many teams commit early in phase 1 just to get the spot, like to guarantee themselves 4 guys alive in late game. It should be some of the teams that are not going to be, you know, guaranteed to be in one of the good spots that are in Valdemar or like north of Los Higos. But if you're a team that is coming in, you know, late rotating, potentially are able to secure one of the bridges, how deep are you going to go? Or are you just going to be sitting on the bridge and then secure your spot? Or are you going to commit and go all the way south or across the bridges? So that's one thing that I'm keeping my eye on. Oh my God, Naylor, that looked like a fat finger. Oh no, oh, Granula. Unfortunate for Redline to lose one player early. But that's what you get when you have, you know, turn right on D and get out of the car in F.
Now the rest of the players have got a fundamental amount of pressure on them. They're already being tagged up. I've seen damage done on both of these working towards that lower side. Position ain't exactly the worst in the world. You're on that southern coastal road area, so you're going to be happy from that perspective. But working your way forward, now people have made note of your position. You've got 2 teams who are bearing down upon you, both Na'Vi and Mutiny. We are going to have a 3rd, a 4th, maybe even a 5th team that is looking towards this side. Lukarux, by the way, from Redline, he's actually on the opposing side. He's all the way in Los Higos. He's the only player that is committed to crossing a bridge. So, should the circle be good, they're going to have a very, very strong foothold. It'll be much harder to get towards him. There is a little gap that closes up as they go a little bit further towards the south, the central point of this peak where they are down on that roadside, where you can ram the car off and get pretty far over in the water. That it's a very short swim. The next team that will commit towards a bridge will be all of Digital Athletics. Now,
I like that.
I mean, to be fair, Martin, even if they want to use it as a rotational point and come out on Valdemar, it's still viable because there's no one over there.
That's what I'm liking, right? So the center of the zone right now is so close to roads that, in theory, the majority of the compounds should be or will soon be contested and taken and occupied. So for them to maybe have a spot already across the bridge, and if it swings back to go across into Valdemar fast, is really, really good. So I like that idea that they're not going to be one of the first teams, and they're what were they, maybe the 12th or 13th team to kind of get into the zone, with Ents coming in soon and Skate just crossing the border just now, and Entropic actually being the last team to get in here. Shots coming in from Skate towards their Finnish comrades, and Ents. No shots connecting. Oh, that would have been a dirty, just one tap, look away. I love that. Lukarux finds Pixelic, so that's one of the players that he's able to pick off. Shang have occupied the compound on one of the small islands on the east side. It's not gonna end there, but the info probably came out, and he's gonna be stopping. Last 2 players though, it's gonna be sending it across. It is Gemti and Vard. They're going all the way and close to the west bridge of Valdemar. Meanwhile, we see here Virtus Pro, they are very far west in a somewhat low priority compound spot right now, but they are gathering information. You can see all their eyes, all their aims are looking towards the east and looking towards the bridges, and they're trying to get in closer to Valdemar, maybe try to take some of the compounds and some of the good houses in Valdemar in case it's going to end there, or maybe secure themselves a spot on the bridge or close to the bridge. Liquid also moving in, getting into a better spot. One of the kind of later teams coming in, considering that even if Picado is kind of centered, they were one of the teams that had to get furthest, considering our very southern plane path. But they are in a really good spot to get some information. And they're if this is a northern shift here, Sims, they're gonna be happy days for them, for sure. So let's see where it swings here. 1 second, and it's gonna pop. Next circle. It's gonna be popping north, and we're gonna be sad, but you know, Nightmare Circle is not happening, and all the players are, you know, clapping their hands right now. This is what they're hoping for. This is what they're preparing for, and right now you can almost guarantee that this end is gonna be within the kind of area and the high ground and the mountain area south of Chimis area and inside all the roads. So this is gonna be a phase 2, phase 3. No cars fight. Like the majority of the people are going to be rotating once now, and then they're going to be running from there. And this is a really interesting prospect.
VP have made landfall. DA is already here though. VP with a slow approach on the western side. Combat contact found. Jimty a little bit tickled. Moves to the left hand side. Bit of a swing all around the back of the house to get better angle or deeper vision onto VP's approach here. The nades are being cycled, so we should see some lethal utility committed to the course here. The smoke's also there, just blasting out towards the wooden shack. Make sure they've got no player lingering inside, and then slowly work the way up towards the bell tower as well for the Tulans. Again, giving himself a bit more of a peak's advantage and a bit more reach across this Valdemar area. Again, you can touch on it working the way down that valley. You do have a height advantage. You do have vision. What's going on in front of you? Lookarook's like, what in the world are you doing here, my dude? I am hiding. Try and shoot him in the back as Xiong will try and get to the rest of his roster. They're going to need as much support and as much help as possible. It should be clear off the back of that. First contact, first knock, done. Vard with a beautiful big nade goes on to loop. Effectix instantly onto the revive, and that's because the second one did a hell of a lot of damage also. Health pretty much tanked up. They will be throwing the mollies to try and catch them, but it's on a very precarious angle here. Pixel gone, Xiong knocked. What in the... Wait. Ivers got him from the opposing side. Lookarook's giving the information, and Redline have just banged him from across the water.
Yeah, I think he stopped maybe. Shots coming in from Gemty. Ooh, nice knock onto Spyro. VP losing another player with Digital legs down to 2. Flashbangs coming in. He's going for the quick heal. Perfectix and Batulin's last 2 players standing right now. Batulin's actually on the other side of the road. Maybe calling for a comeback situation because Spyro is actually in a bad spot. He's giving all the... Yeah, look at this backline. Anchor support from the back. Shots coming out. Spyro might be lost with this. Gemty can quickly peek around the corner. But flashbangs are coming out. They're trying for the offensive situation. Committing some utility. It would be worth it considering that the amount of utility they can pick up themselves. Or the quick bounce. Oh, this is good. That's a good bounce. He should be white. One more. Good bounce as well. Oh, he actually got a little bit white himself. Besto from distance, though. That's high ground. Can he steal a kill? Oh, not confirmed just yet. Yeah, getting it. Perfectix, nice. And D's down to just 1 player now, Sims.
And now Batulans can wrap forward and getting the support that he needed. They've committed to the course here, which is totally fine, but both teams have had casualties on both sides. DA faring worse. They were holding it for some time, but losing Xiong on the opposing side, he was the support, the help that may have been able to come through, but never managed to make it this far. They'll be looking for the audible cues here, which way they're going to be making the approach. One needs to be careful of the backline swing. And that's because of the nade. Your headphones are ringing. There's not really a lot you can do about that. The back step's there. Hits in from the guard shack. Circle still just playing spoiler and edging towards that coastline. Been a beautiful position, but for anybody now that's been close and in the vicinity of Chumacera, the northern side of it has been punished hard. When you look at this one, you've got August, you've got Plan B, we've got SMB. Everyone now who's just waiting and skirting the outside of this northern edge of the circle. Liquid have to push through. Ents have to push through. FaZe, it could be a big old swing here, Martin, because that is a very, very, very heavily guarded border that they have to cross if they want to take this straight down south.
Yeah, it's like 6 or 7 teams guarding, you know, like the 20% north of the circle. So a big swing here is a fantastic IGL call coming in. But on the southeast side, there's actually already 2.5 teams actually kind of contesting that. Mutiny sitting in one of the compounds, Skate in the other compound. So FaZe is able to get up on one of the kind of mountains here and the ridges, scout, get some information, see that the compounds are already taken. They could maybe swinging and get in close to Navi, which is holding this center sweet spot. So information's coming. There's cars there. There's 3 players currently from Skate right there, and Anonymous is also on the way. So want to be able to get some more info. They see cars, 1 car, and their shots are coming in from the distance. That's Skate. And they will also have the information from Mutiny below. So if they swing in west, straight west, in the open spots, and try to get into the zone from there, that would be a viable strat. Scar, though, fighting question mark right now on the western side. That ends coming close to Blaze. Shots are coming in. Oh, Tix is low. Tix is taken out by Rip.
That's a belter.
Absolutely crazy shots. That's a belter. I love that.
The rest of them, though, under the cover of that, will pull up. They've made it towards the door side. On the back of the building, Rip9's just lurking and seeing which way they want to make the advancement. Copped him by the window for all but a moment. And after the nade has stopped ringing, he should get notification that he is stimming up here. Still holding the angle. They've got one on the hillside as well. Squeaky. Silence for all but a moment. Youth with the molly toward the top window just confirms they have no information of where these two players looking the wrong way altogether. Caught with his pants down, comes flying down, but Diggory pays the price. A solid nade off the back. Youth finds its target. Rustum now left. There's essentially this 1 versus 1 for the house. Squeaky and Bambaki should be going at it simultaneously. Squeaky taken down from a different angle altogether. Rustum now left on his own to just batten down the hatches and try and retrieve Diggory. This will not be an easy task by any means. Forced to hit the heel, denied. Huth through the window. That is a cracking shot from a distance. Liquid now will continue to try and third part of this. Apply pressure to a very, very damaged and bloodied SMB. With Bambaki, the final one standing, there'll be 2 teams swept aside towards the northern vicinity to give them a little bit more pressure, or relieve a little bit more pressure, should I say, as they try and advance forward, because you've got Ding, EIQ, and Plan B, who've all yet to make an advancement. And even by that one single shot, Martin, look at Ding instantly. All the arrows turn their attention as they start to encroach on Team Liquid's position.
Yeah, and especially with another sudden shift, this is really rough for some of the teams. FaZe actually managed to scout that place and get that really good macro last rotation you want to get from the eastern side. And Perfectix ahead of them. Na'Vi still in one of the good compounds. They're going to be one of the teams guarding the northern teams coming in, because there's right now 5 actually teams, full teams as well, with 4 guys alive coming in from the northern side. So the north is going to be an absolute slaughterhouse coming into this further. FaZe have heard Skate and Redline potentially shooting a little bit at each other, so that's also going to be a fight we're going to be spotting in the south. And Tropic is right now spotting towards Liquid, but Lukaruk has found Nuki, and this southern fight with a big third party from FaZe happening in the next 10 seconds is going to be insane. Where though? Focus.
It's a circle that's going to force all these fights, right? Because no one's safe from this whatsoever. They've all got to come down from the hillside, and finally, everyone's getting involved in the mix. Redline holding it down. Fex laid out just for now. Ivers gets traded on. Fuzzface is there to answer back with Fex down. It's still very just mutual self-destruction as Fuzzface and Itzy go off. And Redline is just demolished. Should be able to get a revive off, a revive or 2, be able to get themselves back to some strong numbers. Anonymous was scouting that out. Let's not kind of stray away from that one. He's right below them. If the circle's good towards it and they give the information to Skate, then maybe it's a time to push. If not, Anonymous could just loop back to the rest of his roster and carry on like nothing's happened whatsoever. Liquid, somehow, by hook or by crook, has avoided all these conflicts, which is kind of wild. And as I say that, they finally turn up, and Mexi is just shot the hell out of the vehicle. EIQ now just, the gauntlet. The dungeon gauntlet has not been kind. They've lost 2 in transition.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and it's just Mexi again. It happens so often. Like, the guys are even memeing each other about it. It's always Mexi that gets shot out of the car. Like, it's just so unfortunate. The other guys are like, yeah, it's just you're a big head. And yeah, you know what? When you have a massive brain for the game and you've been one of the top players for 3 years, you have to have a big head, right? But that's unfortunately what gets shot out of the car. But yeah, I guess he's kind of tired at this point here, being one of the guys that always gets shot out of the car. It was a good rotation. And it was a rotation that had to happen, because as we were talking about before, you have 4 or 5 full teams, 4 guys alive that have to come into the same position. You have to make a play like that. But unfortunately lost 2, and now we see some fights with the Mutiny and FaZe Clan. Let's see if they're able to get Fuzzface up again. Mutiny is taking shots. Not sure if they want to take this fight right here. AC with a nade, potentially get and connect that. Next shift did go north, and we've seen that. Na'Vi have to defend from Entropic, but right now FaZe Clan is going to try to see if they can survive with all 4 guys live, potentially get the Fuzzface up. He's crawling away, so a smoker 2 could be deployed. Skate though, with the counter third party from the first fight, it's now going to be backstabbing into FaZe Clan and actually taking, a advantage position inside the circle where they can potentially gatekeep this. So that's happening as well. Laios finds Clip, and Liquid is down to just James.
Yeah, Anonymous earlier on with that positions, rallied the troops, and now they've taken position directly behind FaZe Clan. FaZe has no idea. So if they want to try and deal with this team in front of them, third party it, get the job done, then wrap back, there is literally going to be a team just sat waiting for them in the position that they left. So this will be so unexpected. And I don't actually think Skade's even advancing towards it. They're just waiting until FaZe falls back into the position of where they were.
Nice.
Gustav finds a player completely unaware of its position whatsoever. No idea what's going on with that one, but still, just catches him, mates it. It's caught a bullet or two off the back of Mutiny. And Anonymous is just ever slowly but surely, Martin, getting into this placement. I mean, the one thing I would say is that if he gets caught early, then the whole plan that they may have, their best laid plan, might not go as good as what they were anticipated. They could have just held back and waited for FaZe to fall into it. But it does look like FaZe is kind of doing something of the opposite and just advancing forward.
Oh my god, literally he could not have been seen there though. FaZe clan finds him on the backside of things. I think FaZe and the guys are pretty aware of this situation. FaZe is spotting towards it, and this is actually one of the areas that are, you know, that have benefited the most from this visual upgrade on the new Miramar. It's so green that it can really accommodate players if they're able to hold down some good spots. And also, it's really hard to spot. Like, Reggie Beater was pretty much impossible to see in that area. Now, the eastern side here is getting very congested. Sakura finds Gustav, and FaZe clan, they have to kind of back off this and try to clear the edge and have their backs free in this situation. Itzy, though, deploys smoke. Nades are coming in, and I don't think Skate wants to push this and advance from this high ground spot here. They want to kind of hold that and play the southwestern side, or maybe advance through to that little ridge there that we saw. FaZe clan still 3 guys alive. HC is applying some pressure onto Skate. He spotted Anonymous coming out with a molly. Could that hit? One more applied. Ooh, swing back. Nade coming as well. He sees that. He knows that he could be on that tree. That could be a good nade onto Sakura. If he finds him actually with that, and they got the res off Gustav, so now they're actually full 4-man and they can advance onto this position.
They will advance forward indeed. Hasn't found him just in the smokes. That's a shot and a half. Fuzzface on point, on target. Second one on the follow-up, move to the left-hand side. Will be skirting around to try and chase this one. Gustav's there to just sweep around, and both of them in tandem crush the hopes and dreams of Skade. You still have this one random player from Mutiny, Leosh, in the distance. He is a problem, and you need to deal with it. And this gives them complete ownership then of the eastern and even southern side of the circle. The problem is that the central point is not on the eastern side or even the southern side. It's slap bang in the middle, and we already have 5 teams set up, ready, willing, and able to try and take this one. Question mark, Scar, Na'Vi, Ding, FaZe, VP. VP down to 2, broken numbers, but not the worst position in the world, especially if you can keep teams towards the northern side and shoot down upon the enemies below them in the open hillsides. Leosh still yet to make any kind of advancement up against the blue. I believe Fex knows. Well, of course he knows. I didn't realize there's smokes up, so that's an easy one with the smokes there. His position has been made noted. 10 kills indeed on the board. This is looking good for FaZe. They are down in a man disadvantage to some of the rest of the rosters that are in play here, but they do have at least a bit of land that they can work off the back of and catch a moment's breath.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to have to do as well. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, with a mastermind play from Millman, playing back anchor, making sure that they have their backs free, is now holding the high ground spot here. If they're able to third party and kind of play around this spot and be the last team to be in one of the engaging situations, that could be great. But Scar is pushing onto them. And if they're able to counter that, they're going to have one of the best spots to play and potentially face. Though Ding is sitting lower on that spot below, and they could potentially third party that as well. So this is a lot of kind of big teams that we're going to be seeing fighting. Question mark, holding their wits, staying back, staying 4 guys strong. Quiz has been spotted by aggressive. Let's see if Hellstory and Plox are able to advance as well on this. Alia has been spotted, and no, look at that. He's spotted. FaZe clan is just jumping in from the top, trying to third party this. Phosphate coming in with the hits as well onto Millman. Down to half HP. Phosphate's been spotted as well. Alia finds Hellstory. Aggressive down as well with Example. Big for them. The third party has to happen now, and nice shots coming in from Fex. 5 kills, 11 kills total for FaZe clan so far.
Yeah, this has been a pretty nasty response from Na'Vi, to be fair. They had the first initial knock on their side, but answering back with 2 simultaneous with Phase. They don't have to overstep the boundaries, but Ding, I'm so glad you touched on it. The second I looked at them just transferring themselves into this, they are belting it to the backlines of Phase Fan. Keep an eye on that kill feed because this is about to get rather messy. Scar going huge, takes down Na'Vi. Fex, 1-2, thank you, that's a double. Moving on to Ding, that stops the advancement. There's only going to be one of them left, but it's Sail to come out on top. And more than likely, he can get both of these resuscitations back to back. They do bang out FaZe Clan. It was a valiant attempt coming out of Fex, but the 3 versus 1 was just too strong. VP, you've been here for quite some time. You're down to a 1-man band. The solo stake still very, very dangerous. Still got a lot of bite towards it, but only a limited amount of smokes will keep him hidden from the rest of the enemies.
Yeah. It's coming in for them, and the question mark being 3 guys live here is gonna be really good. Scar, if they are able to get all 4 players up on their feet again here, Sims, that's gonna be like one of the biggest turnarounds for almost being out. 1 guy standing, massive play from Na'Vi being able to get that many down, but they are literally just 4 guys live, and they can swing back, hold the North, third party the Ding and question mark fight, and that would just be insane. And we continue to see CIS dominance in this lobby. 7 kills for aggressive, or for Scar, and 2 for aggressive. Good opening from aggressive. And Ploxar manages to hold a backline position and put some pressure onto question mark. This next zone here could be big, especially if it goes away from question mark, where they have to kind of traverse this open area. It is uphill, but there's not too much cover. It looks like they're trying for it. There's this dip they can play, and then maybe aggress onto this lower ground, but Ding has that uphill advantage. They could potentially just be looking down onto them. Look at Hellstory, I like that. Playing anchor, making sure that Ding doesn't swing around on their back, giving them information and holding that on top of them. It's going to be a really interesting 3-way. And now this is just about circle pop. Next zone goes northwest. It's a really rough one for question mark. They will have to move. 2 of the players from Scar is making sure that the Ding doesn't swing back on them. This is looking really good for Scar Esports. 7 kills so far, as I said before. They could be closing out with a big game if they manage to third party that. Dante those find Ploxar. This is an opening for both Ding and for question mark. 2 players right now occupied with a knock and a res. Now they're going to be swinging in on them. Sai, Besto, and Priel be pushing this. They know that this is the kind of angle that they have to attack from. Question mark have so much open space to recover from this one.
They're all just chilling for all but a moment. That knock could have some sort of an impact, but the circle has had a bigger impact. It's forced question mark to have to move over to enemy territory, which is what they're doing now. I suppose their only advantage is that maybe Scar keeps Ding humble and just draws their attention away from this fight. I'm going to say which way they're actually going to go try and wrap this one, but it's like a quick change up from the ammunition. There's also potential that you just take a vehicle and draw the attention of the teams and let the rest of them continue onwards on foot and maybe catch a few in the back lines. Not an easy rotation by any means whatsoever. They are going to have to run into one of the 2 teams, whichever way you want to cut it. Scar at the moment control the upper portion of this. The dangerous track for Scar is that they don't keep control of the circle. Once this fight's over and done with, they're not in a position to be able to respond and third party into it. But at the moment, they're doing pretty damn well. They're in a 4-man line. They have a good 30% of this map covered. An even bigger thing is that their 2 enemies are about to go toe-to-toe, so keep your eyes on Scar. It's going to be the right time to jump in. Fluxer's already there, faultlessly down, headshot with the Mini-14. He's knocked out for a moment, aggressive. Might just be doing that. If we can get a good nade into that smoke, it would provide a hell of a lot of damage for question mark to then fold onto. Just look at the players, though, in question. Even question mark's already. Dante, tanked up, down low. Hellstory, actually... he could try and wrap on this one. He could go around that and deny that push up towards the side of it. Good old nade, though, from Priel. Ball coming onto aggressive and knocks him for now. Dante, now different angle altogether. Scar, the team that we've been talking about, Martin, has just been picked apart 50% instantly. Two of the team strike at the perfect time, and it may have just ruined their dreams unless Hellstory and X-Team do step up. Sail, Pearl down. Out for now, and we'll continue the punishment here. Hellstory will keep on going, and this is a very, very good response from losing half of your team. To be able to just answer back like that, there's still signs of life within this roster, and there's still a possible win at hand.
And with that, we talked about this last game. Like the other teams, they realized that Scar had the upper hand. They had the better position. They had to team together to increase the chance of them winning the game. And this is exactly what KovaaK and Ding did. But now Besto's only option right now is to attack and be exposed to KovaaK here. Going very slowly in. He's going to spot one. Going to take him down. Producy is down now, and Danza is the last player. He has to do something. 5 HP though. X-Team and Hellstory, a 2 versus 1 situation. And stun grenades are being deployed. Oof, that was close. X-Team only 66 HP and no stims running. 80 HP for Hellstory, no stims running as well. The rest came through. And the Molotov is not going to connect. It's going to be in between them. Dante swings. Adusi gonna pop one out. Dante gets one down. It's traded. X-Team 66 HP, and Adusi is gonna find him with KovaaK taking this win here from superior macro movement and 6 kills.
Yeah, that's pretty damn sick. And Adusi is a name that coming into this, when I saw he was playing, I'm like, okay, I want to see this boy perform. I want to see him step up to the old golden days that I remember. I mean, this is a man who's lifted multiple titles and has lifted a trophy within Korea. Ultimately, fantastic individual. Him and the team get the job done. KovaaK advanced, I think it was through, they came second in the upper bracket. Showed a very, very good sign of dominance. Showed that they were more than capable to be able to win this competition, or at least be a contender to do so. A win on the board after game number 2, Martin, is a telltale sign of the good things that could come from KovaaK.
Yeah, I love this terrain and the play here. And we talked a little bit about it, this idea and prospect of Scar having the superior hand dealt to them, but even being 4 alive, if you have 2 teams that focus you, because the other 2 teams, they realize if we kill each other, Scar is gonna win this. So we have to focus the team with the better position and the more players. So they did exactly that. And Dante being able to knock one turn on Besto and get that out, and also res Adusi, managed to get them the win for that. It was just so close. You saw the spray through the smoke. They were so close hitting that. Like, it's just 3 bullets and they would have won that game. But yeah, no stims for them. 66 and 80 HP for Scar in that situation. If they had 100, both of them, they could have turned that around potentially. So obviously you wanna be able to keep those stims all the way through late game.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing for Scar, but still a very valiant effort and a decent fight towards the end. The 2 versus 1 was phenomenal. You saw it in the kill feed. A lot of action, a lot of corpses, but ultimately only one winner. It's going to be KovaaK. For now, we'll take a very short break. When we return, we'll break down all the action with James a little bit more.
Our team consists of me, Senya, Pril and Sail. I came into PUBG when I played World of Tanks, and after practicing in World of Tanks we had some free time and we played PUBG when it came over. I have 8 gigabytes of RAM, and I just dropped into city and my textures are glitched, and I can play for like 5 minutes from the start, and after that 5 minutes my textures go well and I play a game. PUBG changed my life for sure, because I travel so many places like America, Germany, Sweden and Korea of course, and it is unbelievable. My first chicken dinner I can't remember well, I think. It was at home. We were playing some squad games at tournaments. Even I can't remember our roster, what we played for, but I can't remember it. That I should be more smart. I thought when I playing before, I should just kill people, but now I understand that not just aim important in this game. If one misses a grenade, it would be Sail, I think. In this tournament, I don't have any favorite players because we're playing EU region. My favorite area to fight in Rangel is school and apps, because when you drop here, you should land first, and you need to be lucky to fight again. At Miramar, I can fight everywhere and with everybody, but I don't have in Miramar exactly. Hardest practicing Senia, I think, because he is captain of our team. Besides, he need to prove his aim, he need to improve like tactical movements and everything. So he is the most. Harshif's good for us because we have such a strange, I think, playstyle for Europe team or CS team, because we're playing from the sides of zone, not trying to go inside it, because we are not thinking it's in every circle. It's not a good idea to be in the middle.
There's no questions about this win because I can't bother. Question Mark gets themselves the victory here on Miramar for game number 2. Welcome back, Sims. Welcome back, Avenger. Welcome back, everybody tuning in around the world. We finished 2 Miramars, and Question Mark bags themselves the win here, Rich.
They do, and it was looking like potentially an impossible feat when they were going up against the opposing team, and then you've got Scar. I knew it was going to get really hard with this one. We said it at the start, didn't we? Scar's just waiting at the top, just watching all this unfold with 4 players alive. Martin kind of called it. They both understood the lay of the land. Attack the bigger beast first and see who comes out on top by it's all said and done. They put up a really good fight. Let's not kind of take that away from them whatsoever. Scar definitely answered back and had some bite to them. But ultimately, the 2 teams just turned and faced the bigger enemy, dispatched them, and ultimately Question Mark comes out on top. And when you're looking at the Question Mark roster, like you don't, I have to do a horrible pun. You can't question the individual's abilities, and you can't question the team, even though you don't really necessarily know the name all that well compared to what we've seen before in, EMEA PUBG standards. It's still a very, very solidified roster and one that's got a lot of firepower on it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in spring, I think it was, Martin, when we saw WLA in earlier stages. 3 of their members now, obviously now on Question Mark alongside a doozy. They looked really good in some of those earlier rounds. They couldn't quite carry that into the finals, but they're able to put up wins. They've put up 2 wins now across their 2 stages, and I think we might be seeing more down the line.
Yeah, they're a strong team. There's no question about that for sure. And mechanically as well, these guys have been playing so long. They are really good at that. Like they're coming in and a player like Adusi, adding that to the roster with the knowledge and the experience that he's able to add. Big potential for them, yeah. The hard thing is that they're playing against 10 teams-ish that has so much longer experience playing together as a team. The synergy that they're facing on the other rosters is going to be really, really hard. But in this situation, they're able to conquer that and win by sheer mechanical power. In the end, they're turning on a few players, clutching a few situations where they shouldn't have been allowed to win, but they were due to their skill.
Theoretical question, Rich, that I'm going to pose to you, because Scar obviously got very far in this game, and as Martin was saying, potentially with the situation they're in, they may have ended up winning that game. Did FaZe do a great favor to Scar here? Obviously, Scar and Na'Vi are going head to head. FaZe crests the hillside, takes out Quizzy. Does that give Scar that lifeline? As FaZe had to back off from all of that situation going down.
I mean, hindsight's a wonderful thing, and there's a million and one things that could have happened at the same time. I feel like FaZe was just doing what it does best. FaZe works really well when it has some sort, I would say when it's got its back up against the wall, when there's some sort of counter-argument that it has to deal with. FaZe always answer every single time. They're really good at being able to just push into third parties, but also watch his backlines. You'll have Fex just constantly spinning around. ITC can clutch up at any single moment. Like that man in unwinnable situations is a bit of a monster. Of course, attacking a team when you're looking towards it, you are going to have some sort of be the benefactor of that. So FaZe's been able to shoot into a team. Yes, it does alleviate some sort of pressures, But FaZe is just doing it. It's not there to kind of put this formulation together on a pinhead. It's just following the noise and following the terrain.
And taking a look at some of the moments here from this game, I saw.
It would have been a 500 IQ move, right? But in this situation where you, like the majority of the teams, and they know that the majority of the teams are playing for what most likely statistically. And they have to, right? Because there's not going to be 12, 14 teams crossing the bridge sitting there for a 30-40% odd chance of it going south. But yeah, in general, the circles went in the areas that the majority of the teams expected, and that's why we see so many skillful mechanical fights where it's not so much down to terrain knowledge and macro, it's much more down to a player like Fix and some of the other guys able to make some insane shots and just come into some open areas. Earlier for this shot as well, taking down 2 of the players, and Scar being down to just 1 player. And I feel like, that's where I expected Ding to be like kind of realized. We just saw Scar have 3 knocked players. There's absolutely no chance we're not going to be pushing that and kind of progress on that bridge line, but they didn't. They allowed Scar to become all 4 guys alive, and Ding could potentially have won that if they realized or was not busy with that fight, and they could have potentially won that. Unfortunately for Besto here, he gets 1, turns on, Dancer gets knocked, Aduzi opens up with another shift. Perfect play here from Question Mark coming out from both sides of the smoke, and there's not much for Scar to do, especially with 66 and 80 HP, no stims running.
No, indeed. As you say, though, for Ding, I mean, getting 3rd place off that situation, considering that the push could have gone on, maybe there was more to play for there. But, I mean, even if it's just kills, Rich, even just a few kills here and there, we're expecting that a few teams might have 2 chicken dinners. A few teams will certainly have 1 chicken dinner, and that's when those kills will really come into play if there are so many teams with just 1 chicken dinner alone.
They're still vital, right? It's at the end of the day, it's the placement, it's the cash. That's all what you're trying to garner. And the difference of 1 kill could be the difference between $1,000 or not, which ultimately could be the difference between PGC points. So being able to still focus on kills, I still think a lot of these teams, they do like to third party, they do like to take land grab, get a big portion of this and then make sure that they are at least some way secure from the back lines. By doing that, by falling into these fights, naturally they garner frag points anyway. I don't think anyone goes out looking particularly for a fight. No one really. That's kind of off meta, quote unquote. You're not going out there to try and find these frags, but finding them naturally will always happen when you're trying to find room and create yourself room with third parties.
And hell, there's a lot of situations already where we've seen Question Mark kind of twice almost now, with a doozy denying in the first game. Obviously they got 2nd place and then into a win. That's fantastic stuff for Question Mark so far. So already denying points in a doozy, running out into the blue. I think Faultlessly might have died to the blue as well at that very end, in some of those very end moments. So points will matter here in terms of kills potentially for those tiebreakers. But anyway, it's our last Miramar of the day, and then we roll into Erangel. So, Sims, Avenger, take it away.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, indeed. So, the flight path this time round, not too dissimilar from what we saw previously. A little bit higher up above Los Leones, and we start on the west and we work our way towards the east this time round. Another southern circle, you feeling, Martin? Does it look like it?
I mean, we could hope for a far eastern, we're hoping for the islands, just for the nightmare circles for these guys. But no, this is a little bit more forgiving. And since we just had a similar plane path, it obviously came from the other side, but also south. I think the teams have already figured out what's going to be happening here. More teams also going to be able to jump to the usual spot. Power Grab for VP, and the rest of the teams are going to be able to get into their usual spots. But yeah, this next circle here and the last game in general, if we get another southern one, the teams already know their rotations. They know, or expect to know, we should expect to know that they know where to go. And yeah, no too much contest. Still busy Los Leones. It is a big town. You can have, a team looting west, a team looting north, and a team looting south, and that's exactly what's happening. And Ents are looting on the northeast of it, outside in the compounds, the Ents area, the usual Ents area. And they're obviously hoping for an eastern circle. I'm just hoping for a absolute slaughterhouse circle like we just had before. I love these hard circles where we are able to to see the teams overcome hard areas. But it's a very, very forgiving kind of pretty far north, considering how many teams are actually south in this. We only have, 4, 5, 6 teams inside this first area. And Versus Pro and Faceland is laughing right now. Plan B is also sitting pretty happy. And it's going to be our last Miramar of the day. And it's been somewhat rough circles in terms of the endings and in terms of macro. We've had a lot of southern shifts and a lot of hard shifts away from the teams. And especially our north zones have been occupied. But for this situation here, Rich, I'm looking at the teams coming in from the south, maybe making a big rotation, trying to coming into the north area, considering our plane path was that far south.
Well, before we get to talking about the nope. It's like, nope. Just catches the player walking outside the building, and we'll turn away from that one. Quizzy keeping it alive, but also KovaaK's just looking to see if he can find some sort of a gun in one of these buildings. Maybe even just let the car go off and do its own thing.
I'll pick up.
Especially if, to be fair, if Quizzy is chasing, then it might just leaving the car there and get a pickup of someone else might distract them for all but a moment and give him that time to be able to trade off or even get a frag in. But still, the backup's here, so we're all good. I believe one of FaZe Clan's players hasn't made it into the lobby. We'll see if he does reappear at any time, but it looks like FaZe are down one player straight off the bat, and I think it's Fex. So Chris is a huge fragger and a huge amount of power that you take towards every single game. So FaZe playing out without him will be problematic. Let's talk about this circle then. There's a couple of key things we need to take stock and make note of. First one, I'd say more towards the south, Martin. You've got the Picado Triangle, somewhere that touches the main road that goes from Monte Nuevo or by Los Leones. It's a very prominent position that we've seen quite a lot of Baron-esque circles ending towards. I think further afield, more towards the eastern side of Picado, it's too close to the edge, so we probably won't get that fold in. If we see the southern shift for the next circle, then somewhere like Picado, Liquid's home turf becomes a very, very strong and viable position. Up towards the north, again, 2 key areas that I think we should kind of focus and fixate on. VP, power grid. It's within that San Martin embankment, if you will, that runs pretty much all the way around above to the side of Graveyard, above Picado, and even just comes around to a little bit of Monte Nuevo. It's encompassed and encapsulated is the power grid, and if the circle just keeps going central, we get the donut finish, bang, the power grid becomes the only place it could go. The final kind of note, I would say, maybe to a lesser extent, but you kind of need these western shifts coming through early. Monte Nuevo, we've seen quite a lot of circles that like to go below that field, just outside of El Pozo.
Yeah, we've seen a fair share of those, and the big ones are, the usual prio spots. How early are those gonna be taken, and are some of the teams, we're pretty down far. Our teams that have been playing in these kind of usual lobbies, and we have a few new teams, and while these teams might not be playing, they've definitely been watching some of the big tournaments, and they know what the prio spots are. Like that this compound that Babi is in currently is one of the usual compounds that Versus Pro would take, but it's a little bit further north, so they've decided to take the compounds in and around power grid. Some of the prio spots, Batulins is going to his usual high ground area to give the information and kind of pass that along. Nailab, though, can he catch Nisa from Skate? Shots coming in, not connecting just yet. The car is really fast. It is the Rambarado coming in. And now Sakura knows that there's a player down here. He's not just going to be driving straight into it. He's going to be spotting and seeing if you can see him coming into this. KovaaK's also with some information coming in. Shots not connecting from QB though, but it's more information passed along from Skate.
I've only got one player left behind enemy lines. That'll be Sakura. He's there as the driving force for the information. The rest of Skate will need as they advance forward. He might even do this and try and knock one just to slow down red line so he can make his escape. He's tracking this truck, so QB sits still. There could be a 5.56 flying his way. Needs to be very careful of it. SMB have made note that Picado was uncontested, so they slot themselves into the back buildings just near the apartment blocks. Bambaki, if he goes further up to the top floor, unless he's actually just in the buildings opposite, and I can't see because of the observer mode. But Tulins, if there were ever a man Martin, to be just completely in the middle of nowhere on a random rock face. It would be him every single time.
Yeah, he's literally known for it. Like the high ground rocks with the 2-seater 8x silence mini is like it's your worst nightmare. You don't know where you're gonna get shot from. It's just gonna be those kind of days. Alia does take down Priel, and now Example is gonna advance onto Ding as well. Sail might be. Oh yeah, getting some shots connected. Nice shot from Example. Actually getting one. Can he get the flush before the help comes in from Bestelog from this rock and our overlook position? He spotted him actually. Not sure if he registered. I would assume so. Yeah, he did register it. And now they're going for the flush. Yep. Example, another kill there. That's 2 for Na'Vi so far. And that's, you know, a big enemy that we just had a good performance from, taken down into a rough position and situation for them. Being 2 here, first zone, kind of edge. Like one of the teams that are further out of the zone is super rough. Zone's coming in quite nicely, quite slowly. And the majority of the teams are already sitting in all the prior compounds. You can see a few teams that are still inside Picado, but Scar, Liquid, Plan B versus Pro FaZe Clan. Look at the big split from FaZe Clan as well. Like they're sitting in a big 3-way split right now, holding on the prior spots, hoping for a Western shift. It can't go center. It's not gonna end there then. And Spyro's holding down the northern side of Power Grid. You can see though here, if this is an northeastern shift, Sims, like Digitalytics literally has so much space. Like they're holding a 4-way split. No one close to them, only Entropy coming in from the back. And GMT will most likely acquire that information with his position.
I mean, if you get that as well, there's a few things that are good and a few things that are bad about that. The bad thing being that ridgeline that we've always spoken about that runs towards the south of San Martin all the way around Power Grid. The good side to it is that it's really only Power Grid that's playable off the back of that. That and the top side of San Martin. So if you do get that northeastern shift, like you say, you're kind of happy because you've got a very good read on where this circle could very, very strongly be going. There's a limited amount of space. There's a limited amount of places. Of course, there's still 1,001 different things we can say, but we can say for one certainty that the northeast side, from above San Martin, it runs down to Power Grid. They're really the only viable spots, so you can get yourself in a very strong position and await the enemies turning up. The circle, when it does turn up in 50 seconds time, could be it could be chaotic, it could be catastrophic, but the teams have put themselves pretty much central. They're all playing off the back of Picado, Power Grid, Monte Nuevo. Generally speaking, everyone's kind of thrown themselves to the wolves around that area. Your only far teams are the ones that kept themselves rather slow, and that was because they were within reaching distance of one another. You're looking towards Skade, you're looking towards Redline. They're all in southern embankment, down by Chumacera. Ence, Mutiny. Two players from SMB have taken residency in the farmhouse complex that is down southwest of Picado, and they'll be holding back Ence alongside Mutiny. But enough talk. Let's see where we're going. 3 seconds and this circle will push in. It'll give us the lay of the land. Let's take a peek. Okay. It's done. The donut, Martin. The power grid is central.
It's a power grid. I've ever seen one, that's for sure. Even Batulins is coming away from his rocks to go and help the boys in power grid, that's for sure. The question is, now that DA actually managed to take the northern red brick building, where is VP going to be playing? Are they going to be playing the south red brick, or are they going to try to take some of the other areas around it? Shots coming in. Rotations are being sent. If you're not inside the zone right now and you know it's going to go here, it's about time just to get in and get close, because you have so many mountains and rocks around it. Now Liquid as well, going through and committing to this one. VP is actually going to be disengaging from this fight and this compound because they don't have a full 4-man forward. So I respect that pull up. That's a clever choice considering you have Spyro and Batulins in other areas. They're going to be rejoining Spyro and his campaign here in the power grid. Batulins have some information, but I think he should be taking his leave here. You can't get more information that's good for the team. He wants to be back together with them, or should be at least. He has info that Orclus is coming in from the east and going towards it. Ence is also close. It's going to be a big fight for Power Grid further on. Now Na'Vi and Plan B in the versus Pro compound here. I mean, all these compounds just south of southwest of Power Grid is basically versus Pro compounds. Bakery though is opening up on the.
This is what we anticipated, Martin. You're gonna have to fight eventually once you get here because this cannot support every single bloody team. Fender lost. Hiding behind a rock. Tixu knows exactly where that nade placement should be, and he should at least push him into the open arms. Tixu oversteps the boundaries for all but a moment and takes a bullet himself. Then Lost is there to answer onto Squeaky. Instant confirmation on the kill. Rustamar has also gone down. Quepta from a different angle altogether. The molly will try and burn him out and push him into the open, but this has not gone good at all for Ents with another one falling. This is collateral damage for the Finns on all front. Tixu, last man standing, or what is essentially a 1 versus 4. And he has no hard cover whatsoever. Maybe he can just counter one of the players coming over the top, and you absolutely know that he's going to go for the confirmation on the kill just to add insult to injury. Reggie Beardo goes down, kill feed, confirmation. Ents dead and buried.
This was a rough fight for Ents. They took a few fights, lost a few 1v1s, so now DA is in a big 4 versus 2 with Ding finds 1. Trades, Senya finds 2. Had to get around the corner here. GMT is going to find him, gets him down as well, and they're able to get the reses off. But be able to get 2 from this spot. Oh, it's a really great effort from Senya. VP too far away to third party to fight, and they're able to get the reses off. Zone's closing in slowly, and August is sitting outside on the eastern embankment, and they're going to be sitting happy days with this position. Pantolin's still on the rocks, still getting the information. still third-partying everything.
Just sending all the info back and creating like smoke signals, letting her know how many's wandering inside Power Grid. But then again, I suppose with the circle, it's kind of allowed it. It will update. It goes exactly where we kind of anticipated. It makes things a lot easier because it removes the path from San Martin. There are instances that we can have between Power Grid and above San Martin that roadside will come into play. This time, it does not. This circle should home in directly on the Power Grid, or at least somewhere around it. You can go towards the northern side of it, where DA is going to be playing. Hell, even the western side of it. The old ditches that the old DA used to be known for, with a full Hail Mary sends, just playing the back of them. For now, this is where we're going to be setting up shop. This is where we're going to be looking to create our last stand. Batulins eventually comes down from the mountainside. He rejoins his teammates. They'll go for a 2-2 split, by the way. The Power Grid is well and truly primed for teams just being able to fully send it towards it. So you have this risk-reward factor from VP now. The 2-2, again, if you're in a 2 versus 4, naturally it's going to be harder. But by splitting the resources, by taking the 2-2, you are garnering both of the hangars. Now, with the hangars, one of them is rather open, rather exposed. You're going to be looking at these little windows that you can kind of utilize. There's, again, not really much to be said for the pull-ups. It's gun skill, it's gun control, and it's whether or not the players can even get out of the vehicles before they make landfall.
Yeah, and considering this next zone here is going to be going north, you can see the teams progressing towards that and getting ready for that situation. You know, Redline holding up north, Dropping holding north, Skate, Question Mark holding that north, making sure. But I feel like this is a slight bit too much teams coming into this, and we could see some fights being congested in the northern area just later. Skate with a 3-man trying to send it up. The counter spot here for Fate is already there. M4 to Face. One more, finds 2 actually from Fate. Can he find a 3rd one? Yes, finds all 3 from Skate. They came in 1 by 1, and he's just able to completely mow them down. Extremely good shot from Fate.
Oh, that's a hold, isn't it?
No entrance here.
Literally denies them all entry, denies them all access to this side of the map, and the rest of the team can work off the back of it and transition across the road and build a bigger step now, a stepping stone within this circle. Power Grid still has no real response from anybody. DA and VP are still the ones there. They're in total tandem of it. EIQ have kind of got close, but they're not there just yet. The positions that they're holding is open to gunfire from the eastern side, so I would assume they want to try and get into Power Grid to get themselves that much-needed hard cover as we get into the later stages of this circle. SMB off on a whim above Picardo. Mutiny is actually still by Picardo, at least the sheds, shacks, and barns to the western side of it. That's going to be a rough transition. That's actually behind this fight. Na'Vi, Ali is off on his own here. He's a contingency plan, and maybe he can just provide some information or a vital knock. One knock sends one player down from the res.
Oh,
and that could be the telltale sign for Na'Vi to get stuck in here. And Alia is a very, very important figurehead for this team right now and being able to get out of this. One good knock could mean life or death for Na'Vi transitioning out of this fight.
Yeah, and I mean, the disengage here is just so obvious. If they're able to get all 4 members out, they can get in and play on the southern side. No information from them, and they don't really know what lies ahead of them. But as we can see on the map here, it's actually a pretty playable area for them. It's only Mutiny, Gujara that is currently in the same area that they're going to be fighting FaZe. And Fuss is right now in a spot where he's looking to be taking on the guys from Question Mark. And as we just saw before, you can Q Gandalf and you shall not pass. He's pretty much unstoppable right now, and it's going to be hard for them to kind of enter this area.
But in that scene, Martin Gandalf also died, so you know there's still an opportunity. If it was someone like Fuzzface, regardless of what team it is, I don't take my chances. I don't bet against the man. My bigger question to you, and I'll kind of put it this way, Martin, is what's FaZe's plan of attack? Because he's in a 1 versus 4, and the other 2 are behind Team Liquid. They're outside of this circle. They're in a very, very poor position right now.
He wants to hold down info. He wants to make sure that they can play this western side, potentially backstab, potentially take some of the leftovers from other fights, but just making sure that they have a kind of a foot inside the circle. Perfectix finds Stendalors, and Auglis is kind of on a fire from this area. And Betulins is also here. Here's Quippa, walks into it, nice shots, double silence, both the mini and then 4 disengages from the fight, and Perfectix come in to help. VP's holding this spot really well. Ooh. Shots are coming in. Spyro down to 22. Taking on She Created. Let's see if he continues to hard peek this. Shots coming in. Oh, what a perfect backup nade for that one. Spyro doesn't take any further damage, and we see VP with 4 guys alive and 4 kills, controlling the south part of the power grid.
Confidence to hold that with 22 HP. I like it. I like it. It's risky, but it gets the job done. A few missed bullets from Pluxer, but ultimately finds the final one. Gurya gets a small window of opportunity, but doesn't take full advancement. Quizzy onto Bambaki, Wanderer onto Aggressive. All these fights now starting to unfold. All of this down south. This is gonna be messy, and only one of these teams really can advance forward. Maybe SMB disconnects, says, you know what? Let's get ahead of the pack here. Let's get away from the edges. This southern border is god-awful. Scar is going toe-to-toe still with Plan B. I think they're actually on top. I'll pause for a second, Martin. Look who's come out from their wilderness. Look who's come out from the cave. Liquid's here, and they want to clean house.
Clipping a perfect off angle. 1 down, 1 more down, 3 down, potentially. Oh my god, Clip demolished Scar Esports. What an absolute gamer coming in. Obviously, he's Danish, so 3 kills for him already. And Liquid is going to be controlling the southwest side. Plan B trying to get in. Are they going to survive this? This is phase 5. I don't see them surviving this. Like, Hello My Bad might be able to, but the Wanderer, he has to have like 5 or 6 first aids to survive this. Let's see how far they get now. Rip9 is putting some damage into this. Yeah, My Bad gone down. Wanderer able to get in, maybe. Yeah, he does get in, so
I don't know how.
No, 48 first aids, maybe. Na'Vi, the teams on the south side, except Liquid, are all literally disassembled. Like, they are 2 guys alive with a knock, 2 guys and 2 guys. Na'Vi sending it in. See Alia trying to get into the spot, maybe trying to send it into one of the dips. EB and Clip is already sending it towards him. They see he's 1 guy. Like, they're just going to pull up and literally just drive by him. Quizzy goes down from Hueth. And the south side has been contested. And now these dips here, the DA dips, the FaZe dips, they've been many names, and many teams have won games from that spot. It's pretty damn good. The circle did shift in a pretty bad area for power grid. I don't think it's going to be an actual power grid ending unless we see, you know, a southern shift in the next 2 ones. Otherwise, it's going to end out on the northwest side. And DA is currently sitting in a really good spot inside the red brick building, but they have to have a little bit more luck for it to end in their actual building.
Again, it's the 2 places that we have in and around power grid, right? It either goes just to where the hill starts to drop off and go towards the roadside as you get outside of DA's building, or we have the ditches on the left-hand side.
Oh,
we spoke about it, we touched about it, and it all appears to be coming through. James with an arc, Mexi with the follow-up onto Rip9, trying to get to Hugh's position. Huth did make it here, but there is a little snake in the sand that they have to be very much aware about. Their presence could be aware of each other.
There's another car there. Like he knows. Like they have to fight. Oh, shot.
Near him. Go on, near him. Little underhand. Push him to the left and then bang him out from there. It's got to be
he got shot from the back.
But he got him still.
Mutual destruction is
the grave.
Unfortunate for Alia.
That never happens.
No. Unfortunate for Alia. Like he gets the nade, but he gets a shot in the back from, I think it was Pixel or one of the guys from DA. Connecting a pretty good, I think it was a headshot or a neck shot because I think it was 66 or so damage taken away from him. So he was down to 1 or 2 bullets. Now James has the number on the Wanderer, and he's not going to be wandering anytime easy into the zone with this spot here. They're literally just hard scoping him with an 8x mini, 4x mini as well from Mexi. Let's see if he has those 48 first aids that I was talking about. This next zone here is going to chunk even more. And he's going to be having to giving up really soon from this. Yeah, that's not happening. Big Dog B is dead. Yep, going down. That's plan B down 8th position. And now the next zone did go pretty fairly soft. This could potentially end just east of DA right here.
Let's make note of Redline, Martin. We've not seen them all game. They've been fairly quiet. They've been just chilling towards this northeastern side, and with 4 players alive, the circle's kind of been favorable to them. 8C down. Faye's not out just yet, but look at all these minis just scattered watching the hillside. Gustav looking for the overpeak, or maybe even looking for the overextend on the left. This will be a hard transition back. If they go one way, they're into the 4-man stack of question mark. If they go the other, you got the 2-man stack of Team Liquid, which, to be fair, might be the easier alternative, or at least the more doable fight for ITC and Full Space. My concern is that if their backs are going to be exposed and there's a line of sight from question mark, no, because it's downhill, so they shouldn't be. They should be pretty safe. Catches Clib in the open will be a huge scalp to remove, but instantly the response is there. Bullets to the chest and almost knocked completely. Full Space forced to heal on this one. Nades will begin to unfold from either side of this one. The hillside's a good drop-off, but it's not going to help whatsoever. Ibby, Clib, the knock and the follow-up instantly. Remember, Fuzzface was healing behind that vehicle. It's picture bloody perfect. They're going to have to get in the car and bail. There's nothing else for them to do.
That's one thing that I wish came through for this one. And Uzi, meanwhile, finds Fuzzface and some shots for that.
Swap. Cheeky.
Baseball players from Team Liquid. Oh, the chase! The chase coming in from Liquid. Can they take this on? No, it looks really good. Clip is helping, though. Took down one. Mexi got it. Oh, and Lou finds one as well. Clip and Mexi's knocked. Really rough situation for Liquid. Let's see if they can commit some smokes and utility. Ooh, smokes. Can they get Mexi up here? They really want to. Question mark are controlling the west side now. And a lot of the teams have committed to the south and central side of Power Grid. It's going to be hard coming out of this.
I'm really sorry to break you off, man. We've got to talk about Batulins and Lou pushed out, both of them, towards this side. They've left the safety net of the compound they were in. They were cycling their mollies, their nades, everything. They know where Liquid is. And they know that they've got them quite literally up against the barrier here. Like, there is nowhere for them to go. They are trapped in the smokes. If they can get a few more of these frags into place, this could be devastating because you've got question mark doing exactly the same on the opposing side. Liquid is barred up. There is nowhere for them to go.
Oh my, nades coming in from question mark. It's all dead. It's all utility. Question marks find all of Liquid. And VP still 4 guys live. Next zone did go north here. Extremely centered onto DA's compound. It's phase 7, so it's going to be one more. And the next one could potentially shift somewhere else, but DA is sitting happy days into this compound that they successfully defended. There's actually one thing I want to talk about, Sims. One thing I'm sad about is that the kind of storyline of the rivalry of Mexi swapping to Team Liquid and the rivalry between FaZe Clan and Liquid never happened because they're just still 2 good friends. Like, they all like each other. There's no big rivalry between them, but I would have loved if that storyline kind of developed and put these guys into a situation where they're like they kind of not hate each other, but you know, the rivalry is something that we don't have too much of in PUBG, unfortunately.
No, I think the only real time we had that was probably the old DA players against any team that played for DA as an organization, to be honest. That's really the only main rival we've had. Yeah, I think leaving when they mutually respect one another, most of the players within PUBG anyway, and leaving on good terms like that. I mean, hell, he's landed himself on Liquid and on one of the best rosters in the world, so he's never going to be, you know, super pissed by any means. And they've done well off the back of it. Liquid is a formidable roster. FaZe, we've not seen, I don't think, and I think it's a fair comment to say, we've not seen that superstar FaZe clan come out to play just yet. Even with the addition of Vex, it's not been what I was expecting it to be. And I was expecting them to be smashing FaZe on all fronts, but I think that's also a bigger compliment to EMEA PUBG on a larger region. Everyone has elevated over these last 6 to 8 months. Yeah, a super good point. Exactly what I was thinking as well. Like, it's the depth that we were talking about on as well. Novik spots him. Shots pre-fire, nice. While Entropic tries to take on VP here. VP is just playing extremely well with their movement and the utility usage. Vard finds Correxy, and now it's just Novik. Nades are coming out. He should be pushing through that. I would have loved to seen that. Underhand, no. Oh, knock. Nope. He's dead. Novik got Spire down, but the rest is going to be able to come off, and Redline moved into a really good position. And if this next circle goes their way, they've been dealt such a good hand here. They're holding the whole northern side and potentially able to take everything down. But now, a time here with 16 players alive, perfect 4-man rosters, 4 times 4. This is going to be a really interesting ending here. Next circle, their term is just a little bit. It actually is going to end east, slightly east of the compound that DE is in right now, and the teams are in really, really good spots. They have good rolls, they have good coverage, and right now I see Question Mark just smoking up everything. I wouldn't push this. If I was Question Mark right now, I would swing north. I would try to take on Redline and try to control the north, and at VP third-party DA, because VP has to get to DA, and with a couple of smokes, Question Mark could take on all of Redline quite easily. Bombardment won't be. It's a bombardment. It was a big old bombardment. 2 players down. Knocked pretty low. Adusi is going for this one. I mean, to kind of touch on what you mentioned, Matt, in theory, all 4 of these teams could sit back, wait for the circle update, and not actually take a fight. But you know what? Question Mark, there's no issues. He's clipped the edge of it, which will knock him. That's the opener. Nade left-hand side. Going to clip him in the back lines. Fate just stepping on the fire. Solid shots onto Vard, which weakens him for now. It weakens their upper defenses. So looking outside of this one, the visual cover has been removed. VP, under the cover of fire, has moved up to this. One massive nade, unfortunately, does unthinkable damage. That is a self-nade going off. 2 players of QM down. Dante and Faultlessly have to try and dig them out of this, but Toolins has made it to enemy lines. With the amount of grenades and smokes going off, they might not have any idea he's here. Go on the roof. Get on the roof. He wants to get on the high ground. It's in his blood. He just wants to go there, the highest point possible on the map. I need to be above you all, peons. Yes. We have most points, PGC points. I can do whatever I want. It's fantastic. Let's see what Redline decides to do. They are the kind of third-partying factor. And let's see if Question Mark is able to progress this. They're also going even further up. Next zone is going to go, it's going to end just outside the city. Or sorry, not the city, the small house of the red brick building. And that potentially could mean that Redline could smoke up the houses, offensive smoke. Batulins though takes down Adusi, takes down Dante. And we're down to just 1 member of Question Mark and is flawlessly. Oh my god. Oh, finds one. Finds Dempsey. Has to go in. Connects. No. Fixel finds him. And Lukaruk steals Dante. And Dempsey has been knocked now. Infiltration happens. And Nail takes down Batulins. Take down Perfectix as well. Batulins with an absolute crazy opener. This is the time for them to move in. We might see an early game finish from this one. I'm not sure if that's over-aggression or them just not realizing that Redline is all lined up below them. They wanted to get super aggro. They wanted to get that high ground, what you spoke about earlier on, and they've paid the ultimate price. Losing 2 players simultaneously gives the advantage now to Digital Athletics. Down low, Lukarux does run up on top of the building. He can sit here and keep a bird's eye view of what's going on around, but also listen to what's going on inside. Redline have been cautious about this. They're playing the extremities, but the circle will be forcing this. just to the outside of the building. So you can understand fully and appreciate why being up on top of this building is vital, important, and potentially game-breaking. I understand why VP wanted to go for it, but they just went so aggro, so hyper. Nailup took advantage of the situation, laid 2 of them to rest, and now it's Redline who keep control of this. They've had 4 alive this entire game. They've been rather cautious, rather quiet. We've heard nothing much from them, but now they're stepping up at the right time. They still have to deal with DA. That's the only thing, Martin. So every single smoke will be expended into this central area, and ultimately, it's just going to be last man surviving, right? Ivers, though, outside. If he can look into this, Martin, from below, that's going to be huge. This could literally deny DA access to the central point. He could be a huge swing factor. They all begin to drop down. QBE finds one, traded on instantly. Pixel's there. Spots him up at the side. The sniffer dog will go out. There's no time for resuscitation here. Hits the deck. Has he spotted Ivers? Ivers still the lingering, the lurking danger factor. Death from above. Lookarux finally strikes. Sees Xiong. Xiong steps up. Does knock him down. That's a big one to remove the height advantage through the smoke. Ivers is there. Finally, Nailup comes into the fray on the left-hand side. Nades in. It's timed. It's ticked. It's expended. And he is dead. Winner comes through, and Redline solidify the victory.
Oh my god, what a perfect game for Redline to line this up like that. The smoke wall perfectly put up for that. And they're keeping the nades all the way to the end. Like, I think they had 4 or 5 nades at a point where if you put 1 nade in a smoke, you're just going to get a kill. And this happened as well with Ivers. Perfect play here from Ivers and for Redline to take this win here. Super important. We talked about this, Russ, a little bit. Now with a win here on their belt, they're pretty much securing themselves a really, really good spot. They had a really good game in game number 1 as well.
Think of how they locked that down, right? You've got this garage hangar door at the back. You've got one up on top, looking below for the players that are going to push out or move on the access area outside the window to level 2. So you've got level 3 covered for anyone above. You've got one on the left-hand side of the hangar, one on the right-hand side of the hangar, and then you've got Ivers who's just standing back behind the boxes, ready to orchestrate all of this. And if any of them fall, you've always got this backup plan. Like, they completely locked down DA towards the end, that there was nowhere else for them to go apart from forward. Yes, you've got the cover of smokes, but when you throw down the nade, if the smokes are still expended, the smokes are still going off, you can't hear those nades ticking next to you. You can't hear those nades those pins being pulled or thrown. Ultimately, that is a very solidifying win, and from a team that kind of was really quiet, really cautious, they set up so damn well towards the end game.
And that's the unfortunate thing with having, a compound where if you hold it for too far into the late game, you're going to be, pushed upon. And it's just basically a triangle of death with VP coming in, Question Mark coming in, and Redline. There is no way that Digital X was able to push out and kind of hold one of the areas. They had to stay in there. They were getting pushed all the time, especially in late game. So unfortunate for Digital X not to be able to close this one out, but it was just impossible for them. They had too many teams around them. They tried to take and go out and take one of the edges. They would have been contested and they would have lost players for doing that. So perfect time for them to try to go out. They actually got it down to a really, really close game in the end. I was winning it with the nade. I think they were down to a 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 1 in the end. So they got close. Pixel got the trade, but they weren't able to close it out. So congrats to Redline.
And denying the heaviest opponent as VP tried to almost do something similar. But for now, we'll take a brief moment of pause, let these players catch their breath. We'll do the same. We'll take a short break. We'll return with James in just a minute. That you have to assume with the way he's looking up top there. So now, okay, that's disgusting.
Example is 100 HP still off that first pickup. He's found a new perfect angle. He has given them an absolute lesson right now into how to deal with 3 players pushing you. And this is going to be now, a huge problem for Exhalation. Both sending their backup players in. But look at Example. He's still doing so much work. Unreal. Unbelievable play.
Away and all 5 of them.
And then you have to jump off
and fight each other.
We may have seen that. This, by the way, Vegas, what an absolute animal.
Vegas.
Yeah, that was incredibly clean. He did save dodge there for the time being. So very.
โอ้โหแล้วเดินมาแล้ว3 ต่อ 2ครับ3 ต่อ 2
ยิงเดิน
Foi, mãe.
โอ้โหโดนหน้าเดินเป็นแบบเรียบร้อยเลย
Você não tá em...
ฟิลลี่เหลือคนเดียวค
Você
รับ
não tava em casa não, né?
เดินแบบเฮ้ย
Ah,
มีตัวต
tá.
นหรือเปล่าเนี่ยเฮ้ยแปดสวย
ได้
ทำไม่ดี
Tá, eu fiz. Ficou bom. Eu acho que sim, eu te mandei no WhatsApp 2 fotos pra você dizer o que você achava, mas você não respondeu.
是 forever 把人给放倒的。是的。这一波螺旋飞天直接给打电话这个节目
Mas eu preparei do seguinte modo. Eu ia te tirar dúvida com você, mas eu fiz do seguinte modo. Eu peguei o tomate, cortei, aí tirei aquela parte de cima, né, que fica as folhas e tal, né? Aquela parte verde eu cortei fora. E aí o restante do tomate eu cortei em uns 10 pedaços mais ou menos e coloquei 40 pedaços. 4 tomates deve ter dado uns 40, 50 pedaços. E aí coloquei, refoguei o alho. Quando o alho estava quase refogado, eu joguei os tomates lá dentro e botei água e deixei o tomate derreter na água. E aí deu um copo d'água certinho. Aí botei um copo d'água e fiquei mexendo lá. E aí quando o macarrão tava pronto, eu botei sal no tomate com alho, 3 colheres de chá, e depois misturei o macarrão e comi e ficou bom. Aí eu ia falar com vocês, se eu tivesse um liquidificador, ou aquele aparelho que eu não sei, mas eu acho que pica alho, pica tomate também, né? O que você acha? É, eu acho que é isso.
He's gonna get one, finds Fisher, tries to connect onto Dan, and actually is gonna find a second knock here as he focuses on getting the reload, waiting for the push coming in from Elite. Sees the head peek, gets a couple shots out, Honey Badger sparking, left the compound, they find the angle on here, Lee's got nowhere left to go, and is gonna fall.
Ah, tá. Aham. Aham.
Mas a próxima vez você faz assim. O importante é que deu certo, né?
Aham. É, então nem precisa do liquidificador, né? Eu posso fazer do jeito que eu fiz, assim mesmo, né? E põe cebola, põe coisa assim? Não, né? Só alho mesmo, né? Alho e sal, né? Eu achei que botasse açúcar também.
with the victory here. We were speaking about them earlier in the day with the potential that this roster has as Avenger starts going. God, he's so excited.
Cebola no alho.
Redline victory. That they get on the board. Fantastic stuff for them.
Mas você falou que é só alho.
Sims and Avenger joining me here. Avenger, that was just brilliant stuff by Redline.
Yeah, fantastic play for Redline. They lined that up. I would have liked to see a little bit more.
Da próxima vez eu vou ver aqui.
Potentially look like smoking fully their door, so like, you know, DA had to.
E eu vou botar pimentão também. Aí eu boto junto com tomate ou refogo com alho? Então tá, corto em tiras e coloco, né? Então tá, eu acho que é só isso então. Tá bom, tchau.
Why are we going at me? Oh, because I went at your chair. That's fine. I can accept it. I can accept it. You know what? Hey, you're right. I save it all up for these minutes and then I'm gone and then nothing else. Rich, though, looking at how this plays out, I mean, both of you were kind of predicting what would eventually become this power grid finish as it did play out. As we take a look at some of the highlights here.
Give us, like, off the very bat, we run through the 3 potential scenarios. It doesn't always go like that, but with something that's rather forgiving in that particular terrain. It's so barren around it. You also have the hook towards the north, which then pushes that more ending up towards San Martin. You've got the whole encompassing ridgeline and hillside that's all the way atop, all the way around. Picado again pushes it in towards Power Grid. There's some telltale signs that we as casters can keep note of, and we can always guarantee that when we see a big group of players all clustered together, they're doing exactly the same. They're making note of what's happening. They're making note of the lay of the land, how it has an effect on how the circles play and will maneuver themselves. But ultimately, it kind of gives us something that we did say was a very strong possibility at the start. But still, a very, very spicy ending, even when we kind of knew what was going to happen. To see coming, it's very, you know, with the skill sets and skill levels at this stage and this, you know, where we are within PUBG, to see still a circle going all the way down to the very, very middle like that, and players still alive within it. Yes, it's helped because we're next to a garage. Okay, we'll go with that. But it's still phenomenal to see it going all the way.
Yeah, definitely. Clip's name was insane before on phase, but as we continue watching these moments on, pushing up against these buildings, very difficult Avenger, but nades raining down galore, especially on themselves for
the transfer. Yeah, this was the one we didn't see in the from nade up.
Yeah.
In general here, Redline, how they played this was like a textbook play for them, except that smokes in the end. But those two underhand smokes, they kind of denied the entry for them. Oh yeah, so it was down to native and Ivers, and keeping nades in the end where you're coming down to circle 9 like that, it's just so overpowered. Like they were able to kill, you know, 3 or 4 of the last 6 players with nades, or at least inflict a huge amount of damage that give them the upper hand in those fights there. So I love that. One thing I want to know there that I didn't catch from that replay is who threw that stun grenade from the back line of Liquid, because that looked like a 400-meter throw, like where they followed that in the air. I was like, there's no way you can get it that far. Like it was literally from the other side of the ridge, and it actually blew in the face of FaZe. So that was pretty fun. But yeah, I'll check that back later and figure out who's been working out. There's probably Clip. He's a Danish Viking, you know.
Yeah. As you were describing it, I knew exactly which one you were talking about, because it was ridiculously far. It was so ridiculous. But as like the dismantling, I mean, it just kind of really cool individual performances here, there, and everywhere as well. We can take a look at the overall standings as well and get you guys up to speed as to currently what's going on there. Because of course, Redline has not only got themselves the chicken dinner on the board, but they propel themselves into first place with 21 kills on the board, Rich, after 3 games.
Yeah, it's pretty monumental, and it only further stamps and solidifies their position, given the win on the back of it as well. It sends them all the way up there. Like we've been alluding to them, which is, it's nice to see a win with a team that we've been talking about and saying, you know, this is something special. It only goes hand in hand. The skill set of these young lads is something very, very special. So again, grabbing that win only solidifies them at the top. You've still got to give credit where it's due towards the side of Question Mark, for example. There was a potential that even then they could have bagged a second one. But we can loop it back to what Martin said during that cast. He was, you know, questioning why we're pushing up now. There's something else we could do about this. Maybe take the fight towards Redline. It's all hindsight, and it's all easy asking this. But there was a very, very strong potential they could have got themselves another win there.
Yeah, it definitely could have been. I think we got to give big props in general, though, to Question Mark and how they've been playing out these first couple of games here, Martin. They have been relevant in almost every single finish so far here throughout the grand finals.
Yeah, quite impressive. If it wasn't for that suicidal nade from Dante, and as we were talking about this reference here, you shall not pass, it ended up being unfortunate for him as well. Yeah, if that didn't happen, they could have been a factor as well. If they swept in behind, took the position of Virtus Pro, and there were 3 guys alive, or even the high ground and contested Redline, it could have been a completely different story. It could have even been a win for Digital Athletics if it was mutual destructions for Question Mark versus Redline in that situation. So unfortunate for Dante. You know, sometimes you're a hero, you take down 3 players in a fight like that, and then you nade your teammate, and you're like, yeah, unfortunate situation for him at least.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they've racked up plenty of kills. Actually, you know, obviously Fate in this game was able to get himself a few kills on the belt very, very early on in this game, I want to say. So I think we have a moment, in fact, to kind of run back and see how Fate was able to do that, because there was a team on rotation that had a bit of a hard time going up against him. Let's see what we've got here, Rich. Right. Which one is this? Is this the...
It's going to be the skate push, isn't it, when they all just turned up one by one and literally just murdered them. There's nothing you can do about that whatsoever. You turned up solo. Like I was kind of expecting, to be fair, maybe it's just too fast to even keep track of it, hanging outside the window with the guns ready to try and, you know, do something back to him. But ultimately it's like 1, 2, 3,
on a conveyor belt. Just perfect for him, Martin.
I'm so sad it wasn't Sims casting that. I think it was me yelling at it, because we would have had so many perfect moments. It could have been a ding dong dead, a bish bash boss, like all these 3 kills. It just lines up perfectly, and I'm so sad it wasn't that scenario.
You just basically keep telling me that I only have certain catchphrases that I can fall back on.
You know what?
I'm just a one-trick pony to you out of Martin. That's what it is.
No. You know, fortunately, we are always so fortunate to work the same events, but someday, Rich, I will not be working an event where you will be casting, I'll be sitting with my rich, you know, bingo board with, you know, bish bash bosh, wham bang, thank you ma'am, like
I do that
all
every
your
game.
lines, and I will be so drunk.
So do I.
He's marking it off behind him on that little board.
Done.
We have another clip as well to run because, let's be fair, Team Liquid's been doing very well, especially one guy on Team Liquid, Clib. Let's take a look at that. And I think, Martin, one thing is fair to say, he is just masterful with these kind of sprays controls.
Yeah,
Jeez.
Clip is a grinder. Like, this guy puts in hours like there is no tomorrow. He plays 8, 10, 12 hours a day. It's solos, it's solo ranks, it's everything, and the mechanical skill in this guy is just undeniable. And you know, it's even though the Olympics is on, and you know, I'm saying he's Danish and stuff, this is one of the best players coming out of our country for sure. Yeah. He's been proving that again and again, and it's, you know, even for us being such a small country, it's pretty impressive that we have, you know, players at the very, very highest level, with Gustav as well, of course, Wikibuki, and some of these guys that are able to compete at the highest level, Vanir as well, some of these guys that are being such a small country, putting out consistent players. The same as Finland, you know, they coming in with 7, 8, 9 players in a 34-man lobby is just super impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to do something when you're in the European region to try and keep up with what CIS is putting out, because right now we're constantly seeing question mark at the top here. Redline has a few, if I correct. Yeah, they're all kind of similar, that flag. I'm really bad with some of these flags. We got Serbia.
These flags, they're all red, white, and blue with some stuff inside.
Exactly.
Them. I can't really tell.
Okay, whoa. If you looked at all those flags straight there, you would know exactly which one's which. Because I'm really bad with it.
Probably, maybe. I think the hardest one is the Serbia one, right? Croatia and Serbia and Czech Republic, that go super similar.
The Serbia one was the hardest for me, definitely.
I definitely say, like, geography's got better with the UK, like, you know, educational system. Working in esports, my geography has got much better. I'll go with that. Just learning where players are from, accents, flags, because it was terrible growing up.
Tell you something. Not living in the UK for 10 years has helped my geography considerably. Yeah. So anyway, it's time for the game. It's Erangel. Let's get it on. Sims and Avenger.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, indeed. Well, from one set of different countries, all to a different lay of the land whatsoever, we are moving back to James's wonderful grassy pastures. It's Erangel, Martin. It's the last time we were talking about some of the changes and slight adaptations that we've had. We're on the new bridge patch. So, well, we're even on a newer patch than that now. We're on the bridges are in play. We've already seen them in play. We know how they work. And we've seen a few teams utilizing the catwalks to their advantage, catching them off guard, using it as a place to try and get away from gunfire. I'm not the biggest fan of them. I like the small bridges personally, but they do at least give a few more options here and there. Any teams in particular that when I say Erangel, they kind of spring to mind, Martin? You think, all right, powerful team should do well here?
I want to wrap up quickly before we're looking at the teams that might be doing well. I want to wrap up quickly on the bridges here. So since the bridges came to rank, playing on live and stuff like that, I've never ever crossed the bridge again after dying 3 games back to back. I had 3 games military back to back to back.
Give me the bow.
And I literally died trying to cross the bridge in all 3 games. And I said to the squad I was playing with, we're never crossing the bridge again, because these guys are like, everyone is just camping the bridges because they can accommodate. Oh my God, have you seen this circle? It's 70% water.
What?
Face is laughing right now. He's like, okay, guys, we're going to the observatory. We're winning this game. We're going to be done with this. We're going to get 15 kills from this game, and they're already going south again. It's fantastic. Going back to Novo, loot that. It's a perfect circle for these guys. They're laughing.
It's not a perfect circle for anybody else.
Yeah.
And even James is just typing in a side chat like, what is that?
Like question marks. It's like probably gonna have a decent game again. They're probably gonna take like some of the factory stuff west of the observatory, or some of the maybe the Crossroads compound or whatever, and they're gonna be having happy times.
Well, SMB are taking advantage of the situation. They've seen the circle now. They're down on Sosnovka. They're just going to load up at the smaller compounds towards the southern side, or the furthest most point of Sosnovka, get some guns. Hughes already moving his way to the radio tower. Get up there, try and get a bird's eye view of what's going on and understand the lay of the land. Jempty, a bit of hot contact towards Rolshawk as the transitions are coming through. I mean, for everyone else, you look at this, you're thinking, all right, we're in a bit of we're in a bit of trouble here. We need to introduce the gliders to the esports rule set so we can do some sort of huge land traverse, because that's for someone like Scar, hell, Ents, further extent. I mean, EIQ, Ding, anyone really that's toward that northwest quadrant, Martin. It's not about the length of time that it's going to take to get to the circle. I think that's totally fine. It's about where do you go on arrival. I mean, you know what? It sounds daft. Taking the ferry might actually be a viable alternative here because of how little land there is to play.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, that is going to happen. We're going to see 1 or 2 teams taking the ferry and trying to get into a good spot from that. So maybe jump out and swim once they hit the, like, close to the bridge or whatever. But getting across early, getting into a good spot early is going to be extremely important here. You can see Liquid going close, going together, Form and Mutiny. He's not taking shots just yet. They're actually letting them pass. It's not worth it for them. Leia's just going to hit a rock meanwhile. And they're going to be coming in behind them. And since the circle, it doesn't contain any of the West Bridge, it's not even viable to bridge cam on the other side unless you're trying to, you know, ruin some of the other guys' games and deny some of the teams that you're trying to compete with. And right now, that's not the situation for even Mutiny, Liquid. They just want to get into a good spot early, get across the bridge as fast as possible. So I actually see, potentially, I can see the West Bridge being one of the bridges that can take across, you know, multiple teams, 5, 6, 7 teams, just to make sure that they get across. But let's see how many cars they're able to spot. Oh, Liquid did actually maybe stop. Are they trying to maybe get some free points because they saw them? But yeah,
see the vehicles. They're still kind of questioning what's going on here, and I think the same can be said for Mutiny. Vehicle explosion. It's so rare that we see that because of the. Of course, he's going to be behind it. Excuse me, it's a little bit behind it. It'll have been the AOE explosion that'll kill him afterwards. There's always usually time to be able to get you out of those now with the 5-second delay that happens on there. Getting to him. Probably a reach too far. Even more so, one example just says, thank you, bullet to the brain, bye. No. I'd say collapsed upon. Clean as well, no response. Instantly dead and buried. They remove one of the players from play. I suppose the bigger ramification, if you will, Martin, this is a team that started here and has already lost a player.
Yeah, so one thing that I'm actually thinking here for this scenario, like, is I think that FaZe thinks that this circle is not going to end anywhere close to the observatory. They want to take the big barn building that is on the west side of Novo and kind of explode out of that area, or take some of that around because it's so far east. Even though I think observatory is a fantastic area, we see it sometimes, but it's kind of rare that you're able to come off surviving with all 4 guys alive, rather than the teams that are holding the lower ground. And if you have to cross the roads coming off the observatory, it's extremely rare that you're able to win. Obviously, the endings that are close and really near to the observatory, you have an advantage. But also, teams can walk up and kind of crouch up upon you without you noticing, unless you're trying to hold 360s, which is just completely impossible for a high ground situation like that. Considering how far east the zone is, it's just sad for FaZe to lose one guy. They can still win the game of 3, but I think the compound and the barn that Gustav is in right now is a viable spot to kind of play out of from phase 1 and phase 2. First phase is still on the eastern side in Novo. I think it's just still looting, trying to get even better gear, more bullets, more utility to secure themselves a spot in the late game. And no one is getting that crate. I will bet you that right now.
It's really just kind of sitting and watching this one unfold. Yeah, watching it unfold at the moment. See who's going to be setting up in the best of places. Auglos have to be careful. This roadside is going to give them a bit of room to work with. EIQ, is anyone at the bridge? Yes, the bloody is. Navi's on the opposing side. Quizzy has a partner. They're in a 2-2 split. They'll take the central crossroads for the buildings. They give themselves a little bit of a height advantage and some vision to see who's coming across. Remember, the bridges are much bigger. You put the catwalks underneath if you want to try and take cover, but I'm assuming you're going to be dead and buried before you're even getting out of those vehicles. But there's more traversing angles. I want to say more room to be able to swing it out of it. They're about to hit now, so I kind of want to take a look at that, as Correx is the first victim to fall. Thank you, observers. Perfect. Hawkey damaged. Novik damaged. If there's anyone else here to try and receive them as they come flying around, they should be dead on arrival. There's only Reggie Beardo that's at full HP here. They are going to be forced to heal. No one's coming out from this. I don't think there's clear line of sight for SMB to get a shot that far back, which you would anticipate that EIQ, they get away with murder. Only losing one player off the back of a bridge encampment, I don't think's too bad of a run.
Oh, that's going to be decent for them. Shots are coming in still. They can cross. No one's holding the other side. The question is, are they going to stop? Since they're like somewhat late to the party and not getting any prio on the eastern side of the Millie Island, let's see what they decide to do. They would be playing on the edge while Kalaris clears his throat in the background. And Na'Vi decides to take the crossroad compound with full 4-man force. Actually, a 2-2 split. I like this. Being able to hold this 3-story and taking the western side. We'll see how far they're able to fare in this campaign.
We said about the boats coming into the play. It's not the ferry this time. There is a team waiting for ferry. Well, you'll see that. The observers will catch it eventually. There is a team waiting. In fact, no, there was Rumor and drove away from it. They were at the ferry pit stop, but now they're moving away. So fair play on that one. We are still in phase 1. Just if you are joining us, this has been one of the longest phase 1s we've had. Given that where the circle is compared to where everyone else is on the rest of the map, we have a lot of close combat unfolding. We have a lot of situations where at the moment Novo is basically home. Everyone's got to try and work their way off it. Na'Vi are not on the bridge this time round. They don't have 2 players plumb center. You can see where those vehicles are. They were just kind of situating themselves behind it, waiting for anyone to try and make some sort of a transfer. They're just using the gap edges of the wall to try and do damage to any oncomers. Bigger picture, is everyone now inside this sense up towards the north? Red line will be another victim moving towards that bridge. Skade have worked it also towards the west. They're on Sosnov because they've joined the party. DA, excuse me, I'm seeing DA still not on the bridge and Skade camping it over by the west. They're camping in the blue, so that's a dangerous game. Any kind of shots coming out of those vehicles, and you're going to be kissing your ass goodbye. But I have to assume, for all intents and purposes, staying here for blue means they've seen DA and know about their presence.
Oh.
Circle, for all the cruelness, Martin, that we got with Circle 1, it's been super, super kind and given us an extremely hard shift towards the west, brings it in, and now we have a lot of land to play with.
Well, this is like going home to your grandmother and you get both the candy and the money from it, so it's perfect. The good little visit there. This is good, and this is now like imagine Faceland right now. They literally could have landed on the observatory with their parachutes, but they're not going to be in a good spot for this one, and it's very likely that it's going to end west of the observatory. But yeah, they could potentially go all the way on the southern side and get into a decent spot. These endings we've seen in these areas in general have usually been somewhere between Mutiny and the pharmacy, where Liquid have just set up, so they're setting up shop quite nicely. But yeah, a very forgiving circle. And we'll see how the teams are able to get across the bridge. Red line ends still on the northern side of that bridge. Red line potentially gatekeeping after the last game here. They're sitting pretty after day 1. Want to get more wins to secure yourself though. Imagine if we get 12 different teams winning these games here. That'd be pretty sick.
I mean, it gives us a little bit more of an interesting factor where the kills come into play, right? You've still got, I mean,
a 12-way tie.
I mean, look at it, 21, 20, 21, 3 of them all way up there. We'll hold for a moment because one player in Navi's down. A team's pulled up at the door, and I don't think they were ready for this one. The 2-2 split has not paid off well whatsoever. Example, down. Teammate behind him, Alia, down. No chance whatsoever. Oh, stolen. That's Radio Tower, if I'm not mistaken. SMB have been up there since pretty much the start of the game. They went and took control of that off the back of it. Okay, maybe they got a bit too greedy there. Looking towards the bridge, pick up some frags where possible. Enz has said, stuff this. We don't want to fight Redline. We're just going to burn his way out of this. Swarm. Squeaky.
No way.
If he gets tickled by a bullet, mate, he is going bye-bye. He's
no way. Oh,
catwalk.
What?
He's bolted for the catwalk.
500 IQ Squeaky. Like, what is going on here? Actually managed to do that. The zigzag is paying off Enz, and they're sending it. Squeaky got found, though, on the back things. And, well, man, the boys from Navi, they continue to put in damage, even though they're just 2. They are putting in a lot of damage to the guys crossing the bridge, and probably will be doing so to Redline as well. Will Diggory be able to get Squeaky up? That is the question, but Tixu and Rustenmar, they have gotten across, and they're trying to get further into the zone. Not knowing right now what is ahead of them is actually quite an open space, and they probably will be able to survive. Squeaky is dead and done. Diggory is going to be swimming. And Redline will be coming across the bridge as the last team from the northern side. Perfectix finds Reggie Beardo with an SLR headshot, though. That is on Novo. Walkie Perfectix. Again, some good shots coming in. BP losing some players. Not the most fortunate of situation. Gustav actually manages to steal the kill, yeah.
I think FaZe kind of needed it, to be fair. Keep everyone at arm's reach. Losing a player straight off the back, it was never going to be an easy run for them. The circle's actually kind of kind for FaZe. They can play the lower road side if they want to.
Right.
We're out of the deeper military base, which makes things a little bit easier if you're looking towards... I'd say if there are a lot more of the runway in play, you're looking at these, the hangars, the bunkers, and it becomes very, very difficult, especially with 3 players and you're on the outside of it. DA want to fully send it towards the rock faces, which is totally fine. These dugouts can protect you from anyone who's inside. Sosnovka military. There will be a lot of teams sending it towards, so you need to be very, very careful. There's a potential that Scar sets up on the hillside overlooking the back end of Millie base. Ding's already within there. They've set up residency in those hangars and bunkers. ENCE is just at this stage trying to find a place to call home. It's a little bit difficult with Diggory out on a wing, still swimming away. Skade, a team that's been rather quiet, Martin. They came off the back of it. They waded up and towards the blue, basically, until they could advance forward. They've been super, super passive. But I think from a tracer fire that I've just copped on my map feed, that Sakura has been seen by Liquid because they all of a sudden have turned all their attention towards Skade. The problem is Redline will also be bearing down upon Liquid's position, so we could have quite an interesting fight coming out from the side of it. Tixu takes a full-blown nade over the hillside as DA pick up 1 frag.
Literally a red zone going on over there, and Rustenmar will be sitting center alone. Diggory still on the bridge, but I remember this game and this overall case for this area here. Digital was playing that game in that lower bracket, and they knew exactly where to go for this zone, and they went here again. It's actually a really good spot to play as long as you're able to keep one edge free. So that's what they're doing. They're going out trying to poke a little bit at some of the teams coming in close, doing some damage, going out back. They got the kill, got a player down, and they're able to play with an advantage if they face them later. U6 is gonna find Batulins. Batulins gone into this factory area, and Mutiny is just sitting in here. Spyro is the last player for VP, and VP so far 12 kills, no wins for them just yet. They have been quite successful on Miramar as well. We'll see how well they're going to be able to do on the Wranglers.
Starting to get a little bit messy towards this side, and there's actually a lot of conflicts that we can kind of touch on and discuss. You've got this question mark, potentially looking for the final player from ENCE, which is here on your screen. This is the northern side. Skade is rotating just off on the map to the right-hand side, or the left-hand side of this player from this angle in particular. Skade setting up and back building behind plan B. Diggory makes his presence known. He'll also ring the dinner bell for Skade to kind of push on to that. So keep an eye on that kill feed. You might see some of the Q&M players going down momentarily. Circle been favorable to those located further away from water. Extremely unfavorable for FaZe Clan. This has not been a great game for them. They lost a player off the bat. They now have to go up a 4 versus 2 on EIQ, who are just pushing into them, allowing pressure. FaZe has got a knock out of this, so a 2 versus 4 would be rather dirty if they somehow pull it off. Spyro sees 2 players, somehow gets missed by the first, swing on the second. Oh my word. There is no way he should have been allowed to do that. The overpeak should have been real. The trade-off should have happened. But Spyro is a god amongst men, and once again, he comes out in an unwinnable situation.
Yeah, Mutiny losing 2 in a situation where they have a really good center zone. FaZe finds Reggie Beardo, and Bambaki gets the kill on Novik. So FaZe playing back against the wall and lost 1 player down to just 2. It's FaZe and Gustav. They're gonna take their cars and trying to get into a spot here, but vast majority of the compounds and the open areas are actually still find Vix team. Nice shots, drive by Hillstory. Ooh, Senya finds both of them. What an amazing turnaround for him. And Boxer tries as well. Gets a double drive-by with a barrel. What an amazing play from Bloxall.
He's going to get the revives as well. If he can get a smoke down, or the guy in front of... No, he has to go on the defensive because the rest of the reinforcements have arrived. He can somehow complete this. No. Denied instantly. But losing 2 players to 1, I can imagine it was so quick. I'm not going to say it was a definitive answer, but I'm assuming the 2 players that went before them weakened them. Oh, Gustav makes it look so flipping easy. Fuzzface, sweet seat change, and then onto the back of the road. He's got his teammate there to try and back it up from all this as the drop shots, both of them, transfers onto the back of it, and She Created goes huge.
Massive turnaround, big clutch for She Created. Also able to get KovaaK up and running again. Really well played by him, and they're able to play the south side backs free actually now. And Digital Alex that try to clear their edges. I think they lost a player as well. Digital Alex, yeah, they actually lost Vard, unfortunate. And Super Massive Blaze will be playing on the east side as the only team. Now we down to just Melman and Quizzy playing in the dips of west side of the factory as well. So the big next fight here is going to be Liquid pushing into red line once the circle pushes away, and potentially Skate third partying. Plan B is going to have to take on the road side. And if they're able to keep the whole road, both sides of the road to themselves, that could be very successful in this game as well. So let's see if Plan B was able to clutch out another game. Anonymous has spotted red line. Red line's already playing an open hill, high ground, no cover. That's going to be rough for them. Let's see where the next circle goes. Well, Anonymous continues to take shots. KovaaK down to the zone. Unfortunate. So perfect donut for this one.
Gives a moment of respite for VP, or the solo player from VP. Liquid staring down the barrel of a red line. Skate again, a little bit more passive for them. They'll probably hold back and see what happens, see if there's any gunfire, see if there's any action in front of them. Can't be too late on this at push. If they are, they'll meet Liquid on transition, or Liquid will just get directly in front of them and hold them back and pin them to the circle's edge. Oh, that's a good nade. That's almost picture perfect. The Brothers in Arms will swing round as well, cycling the lethal utility. Here it comes, the bombardment. The frags will start to unfold. They've got to be careful. They're all scrunched up into a corner. They will take a different hill, so they can at least try and avoid this one. Look, Rooks, first target has been found. This could be a little bit of an answer as they have repositioned Pixels directly above them. Thank God he moved, because that is a beautiful verdict. Look at the damage done. Melman strikes. All the yellow numbers light up the board. They do take one, another good grenade. And that is all 3 of them dead.
Yeah, overall, this area is super rough to play if you're not safe from one side. And right now, they're being banged from both sides, both north and south. Ding potentially coming in from the west side as well, putting some pressure onto them. And now the rotation coming in from August. More teams are sending it into the ditches of the military. It can really accompany a lot of players, but James has found Besto. Now, the guys from Liquid is taking the west side, taking control of the shelter bunkers. With finds Uner from Oglis. She created the Thunder Loss down to 2. Oh, She created spotted one more. This Blaze is coming in from all sides, and it's super rough to cover. All this Wood finds She created Thunder Lost. 1 second on the revive. One more nade. Oh my god, that was good. Hits coming in, shots coming in. Down to nothing. Bambaki is gonna find it. Good shots from Bambaki in general. Blaze is gonna be the only team coming in from the southeast. Attacking DA, finding one, taking more shots. Dempsey is actually down to just 25% or so HP. And now Xiong and Pixelic are gonna be the backside. Trying to defend this from a high ground push is rough. And Skate is on the northwest side. Circle has shifted. They need to get some good shift here to be able to stay on this side of the road. Otherwise, they're gonna have to attack either the south side towards the bunkers, or take Plan B straight on and try to take control of the road. Nades are coming in. Sakura connecting. Nice, really good nades on Hello My Bad. Naleb finds Priol, and Ding is down. Skate.
This has been a little bit healthier for Redline, I suppose. Nice shot comes out from Goya. Silences the caller for Rob at a moment and applies a bit of pressure onto Skade. They know if they want to try and take that revive, they're going to have to go into a very, very awkward position. A position that could be taken advantage by the Wanderers. He just lurks around blocking. He needs to be careful himself. He doesn't get traded on because Nuki is rather close to that body, so he has to be careful. Goya, however...
No way.
Maybe that was the whole plan all along. Leave Wanderer there to draw attention. Redline also will be drawing the attention of Pixel any second. He's just playing ring around the roses on the car, but he's down and in danger. With the smoke there, it allows him all but a brief moment of pause to get the heal off as Xiong tackling another enemy, another problem, another distraction from the fight at hand. Redline being given a bit of a signal of life. Okay, so it shoots him in the side of the head, and the rest of them are going to try and fold onto this one. Anonymous is there to at least continue the barrage of bullets and stop this advancement. He does have Misa at least to help him out, see if they can get all 4 of these players alive and kicking. But times are ticking, and Liquid is still lurking this way and watching this unfold, and maybe just dives in for the third party and just completes this battle that's been going on for quite some time now.
Yeah, perfect third-party timing for Team Liquid, and unfortunate for Skade and Plan B. Oh no, and hello my bad as well. If they're able to, you know, maybe play on the other side, it could have been a better case, but they just had backs against the wall, and yeah, I don't think this was their initial idea. Maybe they didn't have a Plan B for this one, Sims.
Hey. Either that or it was just anonymous to us. We had no idea what it was.
You're a dad.
Sorry. Yeah, I am. I'm a good dad, but a terrible, terrible joker. Nail up onto Apocalypse. Finds SMB. They've been lurking on this mountainside for quite some time now, scuffling back and forth between DA. Redline has not had it easy. That is a beautiful shot. This pauses the advancement, which means he can go over the hill, encroach on their position further. The nade, a solid nade as well. A bit of communication comes in just to avoid that one. Rip 9. Do not overstay your welcome here. You gotta be careful, Ivus, because they're gonna come lurking, wondering what's going on. Excuse me, QB, not Ivus, especially with 50% HP as well. Rip 9 has been damaged and was pushed back, but he should have an eye onto this one. You know, he should be able to see in this the slight elevation. Might give him the one line of sight he needs to be able to get involved with it. Circle updates 5 seconds and it'll give us the lay of the land. Liquid has been slowly spreading its wings across this one and setting itself up for a decent circle. While they're not inside it, they do have 4 players to tackle it.
It's a replica of the zone that we had in one of our lower bracket games. Unfortunately, Digital X didn't win that one. They also got a 2nd place in that. But it was a good game indeed, and Liquid is looking poised for this game here. In general, they have 60% of the west side of the circle, controlling everything, putting on pressure to all other teams. The only team with 4 guys alive. Redline is about to take on Blaze. Probably could be losing 1 player from that. And Spyro, last player, finds one. Oh my god, Quizzy's gonna get him. What an amazing turn and shot from Quizzy. Yeah, look at that. Rip9's gonna be spawning QB. QB actually gets taken down himself. Bambagi, last player. QB is 40% or so HP. But Bambagi's gonna disengage. 10 kills though for Blaze. Had a good game so far. Lakers just setting themselves up for this fight here in this game. Mexi finds Nailip, takes him down. And now it's a 4 versus a 3 snakes, 3 different teams. Mutiny, Blaze, Navi, and Redline with 2 guys alive. Redline, though, are in 27 kills. Liquid's been able to find 18 so far. Leos with the snake. And that's what happens when you have 3 solos laying around waiting to just get that 1 more kill point.
Well, his position's been noted, and they'll try and flash him out. I don't want to lose anymore. They want to commit it to the cause to be able to stop him, but they don't have to go into this. Solid nade. Easy peasy. Still losing Mexi. It's, you know, it is hurtful. Especially to Liquid. He's a strong player. You spoke about it earlier on. Massive head. Massive hitbox. Redline probably the strongest opponent here against Team Liquid, but he'd be holding a southern swing while his two teammates take the north. It's very hard for any of these individuals to really get out of this alive. The circle will ultimately force the engagement and force them into an unwinnable situation, or certainly a situation that they can't sit there and not fight. It will force the fights.
It's gonna be so hard.
Oh,
they got the circle.
No way. No way.
It's like a literally yeet hard shift towards the two solos and the two-man team. Yeah, I don't know.
That's wild.
I don't see a situation where Christian Bambaki doesn't do damage to Redline though. But if all forces consider the hard fact that Team Liquid is a 3-man strong, oh my God, Bambaki, what a peak! What a power play from Bambaki. Now Quizzy 100% has Bambaki's number right now, but now it's down to 3 snakes. And if I know Liquid well, they know exactly what teams, what players, and everybody who's alive in their positions right now. Quizzy knows, and EB is going to be putting himself into a better spot. So the dangerous thing here, Sims, is that if they don't get into a good enough spot, it could be coming down to Circle 9, and it would be too close to comfort for a situation like this. 3 nades though for James, like that's it. Like he's going to die. 2 nades. Ivers is down to 50% HP. Nades are being lobbed out towards Liquid though. That's not a good shit. Ooh, they have only a rock to play with, and EB has a few smokes. This could be a rough one. Teams, they have 4 nades though total. Like just throw all nades.
He's damaged. Second nade follow up does a bit more damage also. Quizzy, Ivers. Yeah. Okay, that's good. 1-2, thank you. Makes things a little bit more easier. Leaves SMB in a 1 versus 3. Bambaki, look. You know, you're a good player regardless. I think the game is afoot here. They won't have the info on where he is exactly. So he could just kind of overstay his welcome and stay here for now. James will be the first one up. Klib's guesstimating the location. And they'll begin the slow process of throwing the nades in. The process of elimination, okay, where is he not? We know he's not down. Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. Spots him. Overpeaks it. The SLR's out. Sees Ibby actually off to the side, so it would have been a nice scalp to try and remove, but they overextend when the circle's here. I don't even think he's going to go out. I think he's going to deny this one. It'll be the better play from him.
He's trying. I respect it. Oh, he got hit. Yeah, he's going to go out. He's going to give it up. Yep. Don't want to take a chance that someone else takes it. Liquid though with 9 kills here, Sims, in a scenario where they actually played really good macro game with a third party timing perfect onto Skate, took down Plan B and Skate at the same time, managed to control 60-70% of the west side of the circle, even though there's a road in the middle there and you kind of want to be on the other side. If they end up being a full 4-man strong roster going against teams that is already bruised and battered, it's going to be perfect. And they had a really good macro control of that whole, last 3 phases, basically.
Yeah, no complaints there whatsoever. No complaints on them as well. They joined 5 other teams in the 20-kill club on the counts, and they will at least join us in the win club as well. Still, Supermassive Blaze giving as good as they get, pick up a fair amount of frags, but ultimately it does come down to the win. That's the unfortunate thing. Another good showing from Redline. Again, just the consistency of this roster is unparalleled. It's so good, and there's definitely an event win lurking in the distance. It could be this one. If not, it could be the next one. But it's certainly getting close for comfort. A few other teams not having the best of days here. FaZe Clan down in 13th this time round, 12 for ENCE. Again, Entropic kind of want to turn my attention to that, and I'll let James expand a little bit more when we go into it. But we've not yet seen the powerhouse that we saw from Entropic, Martin, when it came through the lower bracket.
No, but they are also. We have had 1 game on Wrangle, 3 games on Miramar, and they are sitting with 3 teams around them where they cannot rotate early at any point. Now, this game here, kind of rough situation for them. I want to see them do well, though. They need to get some wins on the board, especially this weekend here, to get some momentum running for them. Otherwise, it's going to be a hard one in general for them, yeah.
It's a very strong momentum-based game, and I think it's probably... It goes hand in hand to what we were talking about earlier on. You listen to the players. If they're feeling it, they're on fire. Things just go from good to great. In a format like Winner Winner Chicken Dinner, I do think it is mentally testing. There's a lot of these players that are veteran and seasoned players, and even when you're doing everything for all love and sundry, you've got all kills in the world, you've got all the map position, if the circle can be unfavorable to you, it's about being able to just dust that off and say, look, it is what it is. Let's move on. Let's start again. Let's go again. And there are a few teams that are going to be new to this challenge. I think that's one of probably not a failing, because I don't think Heroic are a failing by any means. I think Heroic is a phenomenal and fantastic roster, but I do think that this format for them is just a crutch that they've not been able to, I don't think adapt the correct word, but to manage, like going from being, up on the highs of the highs, winning one of the previous events, looking so good, and then going to the lowest of the lows the next time round, you're dead last. It is a tough and difficult spot to be in. Some teams deal with it, answer it better than others. It's as simple as that, really. But ultimately, this is shaping up to be a pretty damn good tournament thus far, Martin.
Yeah, it's great. I'm just looking at how the teams are moving and progressing, and you can just see the teams that have consistently been performing well throughout the year so far, they consistently do that as well. We have some fall off, some here and there, BBL, Heroic in this tournament specifically, but they perform well in previous tournaments, so I'm definitely seeing them swing back and come back for PCS 5.
All right, it's break time. Grab a coffee, grab a tea, grab a glass of water, whatever. We're going to take a very short break. We'll return with James, and we'll get our next game underway.
A little bit about our team and how we came together. This iteration of Team Liquid has been together about a year now. Obviously, James and Ibiza have been here over 3 years. Mexi came in about 18 months ago, and Clib about 12 months ago. We all have the same goals and desire to be the best in our region and then compete to be the best in the world. I originally started as just playing Publix. I saw other streamers playing it, fell in love with the game and started grinding it on a daily basis and met a really good group of friends, found out that we were all pretty good at the game. From then on, I wanted to prove myself as the best, as I usually do when I pick up a new game. So that's kind of how I got started. My first PUBG memory, quick scoping with a Car 98, just someone running parallel to me, running to the zone. Obviously, we didn't know what was going on really at that point. We were just running. And I remember hitting it and feeling like, what did I just do? Like, how did that just happen? That is probably my first PUBG memory. How has PUBG changed my life? PUBG's changed my life basically 180 degrees. I was in the Air Force doing these 10-hour days, whereas now I get to travel the world with my closest friends, much better mental space, place of growth and development, and that's because of PUBG. Yes, I remember my first chicken dinner during a tournament. It was at IEM Katowice. It was the first game of the event. To win that game and to feel like we deserved to be there and that we could win it all was like a big moment for me in my career. My impression of PUBG now compared to when I first started, nothing's as fresh anymore. It's a little bit different, but the love's still there. The desire to win is still there. I still have a lot of the same emotions. If one of the players missed a grenade and killed other players, it would probably be James trying to throw grenades while he's driving, just hitting a teammate randomly. My favorite player in the whole tournament, Bottleins. He has been around for so long, to now see him be respected, which is really cool to see. My favorite area to fight in Arangel is Stalber area. I feel like I can still learn new parts of the map when I'm up there. My favorite area to fight in Miramar, near Alcantara. I often feel like there's new places to learn that you can play. I'm just a big fan of learning, so it makes that fun. Who practiced the hardest on Team Liquid? I would say Clib probably puts in the most hours. He's playing the most like solo queue and streaming and doing that sort of thing. Why are hard shifts good or bad? It just keeps the game fresh. My preferred grip to use on the M4 would be the vertical grip. Just seems to be the standard for most consistent sprays.
We're back here at the ESL PUBG Masters Summer for my 3 minutes of fame, as Martin's coined it. We're back. It's all good. We have got ourselves a Team Liquid win on the board, with a big one as well, as they are able to plow up the leaderboard. Sims, Avenger, joining me. Avenger, how did you like my little party thing?
I was first afraid looking at your party thing that Sims was actually frozen for 10 seconds, and I was afraid that he disconnected, but apparently he was just, you know, I don't even remember, a mimic, one of those guys standing still until he put money in the one of their little.
Is it a mime?
A mime?
Yeah.
Is that no? But when they stand still, is that also a mime? When they stand still until somebody puts in, you know, a fiver into the little hat, and then they start moving.
Oh, and then they move.
A frozen mime? A frozen mime, maybe?
I think the street performer is called like the Frozen Man. But yeah.
Oh,
so.
right.
What film is it? Oh God, comedy film. UK Hot Fuzz.
Oh yeah.
What is it?
I know what you mean, yeah. And then he's just dead
at the end.
I guess I have to watch this movie then.
You haven't seen Hot Fuzz?
Really? Don't think so, no.
Oh my. You have to watch Hot Fuzz, because Danish and British humor is kind of close to each other, right? So
a blight on us.
Yeah,
the living statue.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Living statue.
Anyway, PUBG still on, guys. We've got Team Liquid moving up into second place. If you haven't seen Hot Fuzz, guys, please go and watch it. It's a fantastic film.
There's so many memes from that.
There is. Oh, it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. 21 kills go their way as well for Team Liquid across the games that they've played here so far, Rich. And suffice to say, this win just plowed them up so strongly.
Yeah, again, putting them up top of there, with Liquid's wins, it's pretty good because it adds them to that roster. I like the fact that we've not had any doubles yet. It's going to come down to these kills, and that's what makes them so important. I want to see some of this decided by wins. I think it would be good. I think it would be interesting. It'd certainly be, I don't know, a few people may be disappointed that it's going to get decided by that. Who knows? There's a million and one ways you can kind of cut this rule set through and through. But ultimately, the teams that we would expect, I want to say, quote unquote, to do well are doing well. Virtus Pro is a little bit of an outlier and a bit of an outstander. I was expecting, well, but watching these guys over and over again, I'm expecting a win straight off the bat these days. But it hasn't delivered just yet, and they didn't deliver as impactful, I want to say. I think is a fair way to describe it when we look towards that the bracket, how they work their way here on the lower side of things. It wasn't straight, you know, off the bat, job done, and away we go. So VP, again, a little bit of turmoil maybe across the roster.
Yeah, we'll see down the line. Still plenty of games to go. And Martin, why did you giggle at no double? Are you making an entropic joke here, or are you...
No, I mean, that would have been horrible, but yeah. In general, it's just, you know, for the first kind of games here, it's rare that we get it. That's why I'm thinking, like, tomorrow, that's where we start seeing the doubles, like, raking up. And in the beginning, I would love to see, you know, a full 6-way tie going into tomorrow. It's going to be super interesting. But, yeah, different teams. This one, though, that pull-up from Ploxar, they were both low. Like, they needed 3 bullets. That was nice. I like that. But quickly coming in with the backup from Ding, not fast enough. They lost 2 players. She created with a big one here as well.
That's
but
so good.
Yeah,
this area here, I actually love it because it can accommodate so many players and you have so many good fights. That was a big need from Melman as well.
Yeah, the changes in elevation, being able to help people out, a lot of trees, a lot of rocks, etc. And you're seeing as these moments kind of pull up on each other a lot, Rich. Everybody is in such close proximity, as Martin is saying, that eventually, you know, you just peek around the corner and there's 3 people there.
I suppose it goes hand in hand with what's at the bottom of this hill, right? If you're not on top of this hill, you're in a very, very open area. That's so good for a swing. Just below it, you've got the tree line, what you saw AB playing off the back of. If you're not to the foot of it, if you're not in the position where Liquid are to take that advancement, then you're kind of in open waters, you know? There's then potential where Bambaki might somehow get the win on that because he has... it's hard when you got 3 people staring at you. We're not going to, you know, run away from that whatsoever. But it still becomes much more difficult if you're at the foot of that than rather up here on this side of it.
Yeah. I think one of the great things that Team Liquid did at the end of this game, though, Martin, as well, was how much space they were controlling and how many angles they had because of that space. And it made it almost a foregone conclusion that they were going to get the victory with that amount of control, I suppose.
Yeah, and that's one of the kind of beautiful things of playing an edge position where you control the edge, but you know where you're going next all the time. And that kind of planning ahead and the macro play that they were able to play, they knew that they were going to go onto the red line bridge, but they were not going to do it too early, because if they did, somebody else is going to go in behind them and kind of put some damage in, because the position from the pharmacy is already super open. So they were already planning like 3, 4, 5 steps ahead, and that's kind of where you can have some correlation between chess and PUBG's macro game, is that if you can plan 3, 4, 5 steps ahead, if you know exactly what to play with terrain, no matter what, where the circle goes, then you have a really good kind of road ahead of you where you can plan no matter what happens, no matter what team is where. If you know the next 3, 4 areas that you're going to play, and the area that you are in currently has like some sort of an angle or control of that next area, it's perfect. And that actually laid out perfectly with 9 kills and the win for Liquid here.
Yeah, or just have 4 queens on the board, and you can move anywhere you want.
Yeah.
Very, very nice as well. We have had so far Plan B, Redline, and Team Liquid getting themselves victories, and now we have 2 more Erangels on the way. And Rich, I have to thank you, because I, for once almost ever, didn't say grassy pastures going in, and you saved my bacon. Thank you.
No, I wanted to kind of come in there and just I didn't hear it, so I thought I've got to introduce it. You know what it is? You're missing the big TV in the back, James. You're missing the power and the energy that's given by the old TV in the back and all the LEDs and stuff. You need a big TV. That's the next purchase.
I've got things to work on, all right? Things to work on. Anyway, you guys have got things to work on. It's game number 5. Get it on.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, game 5. Here we go. Martin, the question is, are we going to get another fresh team on the board, or will someone do the double? This is the bigger one at the moment. Obviously, if you get a second one on the board, the chances of winning this competition become very, very, even if it's at the start of the weekend. I know we saw 3 wins and 4 wins during the qualifiers and such, but given how close-knit this lobby is, given how close-knit these players are in terms of skill level, 2 wins genuinely could actually win you this whole thing.
It could. I'm not 100% sure it's going to be 2, like 3 you're guaranteed, but I would love to see a 2-win victory from these. That'll be fantastic. It'll be perfect. So kind of hoping to see that happen. But yeah, that's definitely the case. I think 2 wins, you guarantee yourself top 3. And top 3 for this one here would be, it's 145 points, 180 and 300 points for the 3 top players in this, and that's a lot of points if you're already sitting pretty on like 200, 300. Oh, that was really, really damn close. Battlins? No, you're dancing a little bit. Oh, that's still dancing a little bit. Plan B, no, he's giving up on it. It's not happening. It's close though, but no cigar.
It's when the player just turns up with a revolver, just bangs you out. You're like, oh, I wish I wouldn't have paid attention to that anymore.
And the circle has 3 teams inside. It's a really eastern shift, with Mutiny sitting pretty in like 3 of the 8 prior compounds. So they're laughing right now. And yeah, this could be a rough one. I kind of like these eastern ones. I'm hoping for a mansion-esque ending, because I really love the terrain and how the whole forest around mansion actually plays out, and how many players it can accommodate, and how many snakes that can just lay in the grass and come out and bite by any time. But yeah, we will see if they go that far. Chicken dinner, 1 average damage of 1,000. That's pretty decent considering a high damage number. This is an average for all 4 players, obviously the whole team. A high damage number, if you can consistently hold that up above 250, 300, that's really, really high. So they're putting that up, putting the damage, shredding some armors, removing some helmets, and making sure that they are dominating. Average kills 7, also really good for 4 games.
So here's a random question for you, man. The posters on the wall, do they ever catch you off guard when you see the posters off the wall? Do you think it's a player and look up? Because at the moment, that's what I'm kind of going for. Every time I see one of these posters on the wall, I keep jumping up, and it's the same old, like with the mannequins on Sandhawk.
Yeah.
Every single time. But no, whenever I'm looking around, especially and it's actually kind of highlighted more in a place like Pachinki, I look up and I'm like, oh god, just keep jumping every single time. It's nice to see different things, events and the skins and the influencers and other famous people getting involved with the game. It's good, especially at a time where the game's starting to not come to an end, that's by any means, but certainly getting older in its lifespan and older in its lifetime. We're seeing a lot of changes going on with the naming format, with the rule changes, so on and so forth. So to still see things being adapted, things being added. We've seen the new map recently added as well, which haven't got too much game time on, as I am. Me and James, well, I will say that we're predominantly duos players. Once that's in there, once in duos, I'll be on that every single day. But at the moment, for the first instance that I've actually had on the new map, I'm quite impressed for all intents and purposes. Very, very good.
Yeah, I like the new map. Also, really like the collaboration with Sun. Fantastic skins, but definitely the posters and the spray graffiti on inside Pochinki. When I sometimes look out the door and there's like you know, a sun on the other side, I'm like, there's a guy. I know.
Throw a ball at me.
Yeah. No, don't shoot. But it's great. I saw the recent one, this recent tweet from PUBG as well, where we're the interview, and he's actually really knowledgeable about the game and the meta and everything. Has been playing it basically since it came out, so that's pretty cool. And Redline will be faring. Lucarooks will be going early in this case. And they're obviously coming out from S9. They're trying to lock down some of the prior compounds, driving by the prior up here. The tier 3 building, actually, if they can lock that down, that's pretty decent. I would like to see a 2-2 split from them, though, considering how far east the zone was. So let's see if they're able to lock down some more territory.
2-2 is definitely viable, especially at this stage. It's only about, what, 30%, maybe 25% water, so loads and loads of land to... Oh, steady. Come on, lad, you're going to have to flip him now. He's over. You've done him in, but okay.
The US is just better. Like the US is just a superior vehicle.
Built differently. Just starts seat swapping side to side, just wobble. There we go. Not a problem. Real physics, boys. It's all good. Priority positions. Then we'll look towards the coastline. So we're running from Kameshki all the way down to the top side of Mill to Power. Let's kind of throw out maybe Mill to Power, prison, shelter. Stalber's still within reaching distance, to be fair. You talked about power positions and the priority compounds matter. When you look at something like this, what are you looking for teams to lock down? We know those 2-2s are viable, but where is the prime cut of the beef here? Are we just going central circle or what?
The J compound of Mansion, the tier 3 garages across Mansion, the one that Iva's in, like those, the two compounds that Redline has right now is super prio. For zone 1, if you're able to kind of hold that and it ends up being in a close area of that and you can play out of that, is pretty damn good. Faces holding the God compound west of the pocket, also pretty damn good. Mansion's decent, but Mansion's like a small town. You usually don't end up like starting there and also winning the game from there, and you can often just like bounce into it and take away one of the compounds, maybe not the garage, but one of the kind of part of the compounds. But yeah, so far majority has been locked down. Then it starts becoming, you know, like the compounds that are around the area. If it's not a donut, if it's like a hard shift or something else, then we're gonna see, you know, something like Heaven, the backflip hill, west of Mansion, and some of the other priors that are there. But yeah, the majority has been locked down already. You can see here the Mutiny 2-2 split, the Redline 2-2 split is fantastic. Face Clans split is pretty decent. They're holding the God compound. If it shifts south, that's fantastic. But in general, the Mansion area, after they added the bunker and the shelter, it's a pretty playable area on foot for quite late game. If you don't have anyone sitting in the prison hills having high ground above you, you can actually play that whole area in general. But once you go further north and the area towards Kameshki and the double big compounds south of Kameshki, that's really hard to play like open. It's been improved. Also, a shelter added and a bunker added. Really good addition, but it's still a hard zone to play coming out of those two.
Predominantly, the main head of the pack here is going towards the northern side of this one. A lot of big old swings, and I can still see 3 teams are just magnetizing on the same trajectory path that DA's been running. We got Team Liquid, they're just above Ross Hawk. Same goes for Ding. Directly above them, you've got 3-1 split from EIQ. So we've got 3 teams close proximity, a couple of 100 meters. Good tags onto Novik. We'll have to now just bolt it into the woods and hope for the best. Get some distance between him and the shooter. Liquid will have heard that even in the vehicles. It's still hop, skip, and a jump just over the road. They're on the same path here, following it up towards it. DA, by the way, have actually gone as far as Stalber. They are taking this heavy towards the north. Ents have not gone too far from it, just below the next town along from Kameshki. You'll see them and Scar almost going toe-to-toe. They can see each other from a different distance. Jimbo, almost a knock out the side of the vehicle. Doesn't quite confirm it just yet. Central point all the way from Yasnaya to Lipovka. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9 teams. Down south, a little bit of a scuffle could come to a head. Bang on. Thank you, observers. Perfect. Dante finds Quepta. Instant on the confirmation. Second one to boot as well. Fender lost is lost. And now they'll work their way towards the rest of them. Has to hit the deck. Aduzi down. There is a knock. Drive-by trying to make an effect of it. Good tags. No frag just yet. They do confirm Aduzi. So they get some sort of response, but not without losing 2 players.
Super well played. Also with the flush for them, but losing players like that, I feel like when you're in a situation where you can be like knocked openly like that, you want to try to sit low and try to maintain and stay 4 guys live rather than trying to commit for kills. I know they have a win already. That's why they're playing a little bit more carelessly, but I like to see them try to stay 4 guys live, because when those guys, 4 guys live late game, that's disgusting. Like, these guys are beasts in itself. And Mansion has been taken. The south area of the garage of Mansion is really prior spot, really good spot for this one as well. And Navi has locked down that already.
Oh no!
Oh, Reggie Beardo. And that's the unfortunate case with the buggy, right? Once you flip it, it's so hard to get it because it has this protection kind of what's it called? The
roll
bounce
cage, I think it is.
Yeah, roll cage. That's the one. All right, next circle's gonna pop. Meanwhile, we have Fade and Christian Mark fighting. Orglis still, they want to clean up the remnants of them. It's a northern western circle. A really interesting one. We could potentially have Yasnaya ending here, but the next one goes southwest.
Yeah, it's been a bit more kinder, almost same as previous, to be fair. A bit of a rough one towards the start, then a bit more kinder towards the second. We are going to see casualties falling. Rip9's gone down. QB spots him. That's a confirmation on it. She created will spell disaster for Orgla, so they're out. 16th position in this game. We'll see you in the next one. Liquid, lots of shots expended their way. Have to be careful here. Could already see Jimbo just disconnecting from the rest of the pack. No, bye-bye, boys. I'm off to Stalber. See you in a bit. He's not damaged, so I'm intrigued to see what the thought process is. It might actually, for Liquid, just be a good place to try and hold position. But it's going to be busy. Everyone just magnetizing, kind of towards the same places, to be fair. Ents and Scar, simultaneously, actually parallel, have transitioned up towards the lower side of Stalber. You'll see DA make landfall also opposite side of Stalber on the east. That's because they're coming from the Kameshki side. Anyone not inside this circle yet? Excuse me, there is. There'll be question mark all the way down south. Navi holding a 2-2, so it'll be difficult to get a real strong compound for those once they arrive. It could be. I hate to say it, it could be just a Hail Mary sent towards Yasnaya. The apartment blocks, provided no one is inside them up top peppering down on the fields, it can be a bit of a safe haven. Send it through the wall, hide behind it, get inside an apartment and hope for the best.
All right, rotations coming in from FaZe Clan. They're holding the east side. Obviously, water is in play here. So phase 4 is going to go away, but the next zone, it can still go super hard towards it, Sims here. So we could have an interesting one. Plan B already inside Yasnaya, hoping for the shift. Everyone else on the east side, hoping for the eastern shift. Hoping that it's not going to be an urban ending and an absolute complete kill fest is going to be happening if it goes and ends in there. I haven't seen a Yasnaya like actual urban ending in a very long time. It usually ends on the north side of the fields or on the south side of the fields towards the Harry Potter Tower. Stalber, Liquid is up here. DA is up here. Ents is up here. Ding and Entropic is up here, or close. Do they know something we don't? Are they just betting on it's being another shift and hoping for it? We will see. Zone's coming to a close. I was gonna call these guys quick math, but it's question mark.
Yeah, it has crossed my mind a few times, not gonna lie, but thankfully the logo keeps straying me back onto the path. So it's all good.
The double security, the win-win situation.
Yeah.
Either it's QM or the logo. Okay, double safe. We're good for that.
We're done. We're done. It's all good. When you can put a logo that is literally exactly the same as your team name, everything is fine. Vard playing a precarious game here, going up high, especially with the the ledge grab, especially when you've got a team lurking in the distance. Something to be aware of, but I suppose he wanted vision and maybe just get a bit more information as to where Liquid are currently situated between all the rocks and the broken terrain. Circle is in no way favorable to anybody. Crossing the 50-yard line of this circle, my God, that is the hardest of hard shifts. Straight down, slap bang south. We are sent. Na'Vi, VP, Skade, Plan B. Absolutely laughing.
They're sitting happy right now. But next circle is going to go slightly away from the water off the west side, so it could be an open field ending. Na'Vi is actually sitting in the Heaven compound. It's fantastic. QB is taking shots, and Ennis is losing one player. It's Rustenmar that's gone down. I'm expecting a lot of big rotations. Two teams are going on a big west rotations. It's Tropic and it's Liquid. That's actually 500 IQ. All right, Ennis is sending it. They're going straight into the V inside between Yasnaya, trying to send it in through. That is a 500 move. 500 IQ move for them. That's actually a really good call. Oh, Basecan pulling her up on Blaze.
First one's been found. Second one's been found as well. Response from Fex onto it. The hell side of it. Different story altogether. I don't know how that managed to work out, but it somehow did. Granula down, nade in, pushed him into the corner, forced him out of his cubby hole. Out of the toilet into the wandering path of the bull. It's the spray down through the window. And they have confirmed it, but Gustav bleeding out the wayside. Smoke will actually bounce back and not hit its target whatsoever. They have to be careful. Many teams are looking onwards of FaZe's downfall here. DA full-blown send. We've seen this happen under this banner many a time. The smokes will go up to try and provide protection, but one solid overextend from Na'Vi and a good grenade will be the end of them. Big old swings and rotations coming out from EIQ and TL. They've gone all the way around on the western embankment and they'll work their way across the Yasnaya bridge. Sail. Can hear footsteps all around him. And this will be the story of Yasnaya Pollyanna. Many of the teams alienating themselves away from the west and just going towards the central point, which is all the way on the eastern side of Yasnaya. This gives Liquid a very easy entry point because no one's there to challenge them. No one's there to give them any pressure accordingly whatsoever. Red line, again, we'll take stock of them. Not involved in the party. Sitting this one out, waiting for the next circle, see where they're situated. Furthest and closest to this is Nailup, who's sitting below the pylons and in one of the shacks out in the field of Yasnaya. South, no real conflicts to be aware of. Na'Vi will be happy. It's all the way up against it, but they don't have to transition through this mess. Probably the hardest team is really giving it worse in this one. It's got to be Scar.
Scar is actually, yeah. I mean, they could still make something happen here if the circle goes. You know, there's the ridge north of the Heaven compound. If they actually get a little bit to play there, they could go there. But it still keeps Na'Vi in, and that counters that position. So that's going to be a rough one for them. All right, so the guys on the Yasnaya, they're like, okay, guys, we went in here hoping for a circle. The next circle, it has to go hard shift the northwest for it to remotely end close. But VP is holding police station and the library in Yasnaya, so they're literally laughing right now. Going to be the last team to try to come out. But they will have teams coming in backstabbing them, trying to cross the roads, and try to get into better spots from these areas. Red line playing the fields. FaZe Clan sitting in the Alamo on the east side of Yasnaya. Really, really good spot actually. They'll be, I would say, if there were 4 guys alive, there would be a good chance of them winning a second game here. But the 3 guys have to play a little bit defense. Ooh, a double smoke lineup for the thing to go through. I like that. Big brain plays here coming in. And of course, it's Ding with Senya leading them.
It's a rarity we get to see such things just because of how it all works out. But for Pectix through one of the windows, they'll put a smoke down and maybe he is revivable because Ents might try and deny that cross or even the lurk from the side of VP. They need to let it bloom, and once it does, he will be good. But Tulin's also took a bullet of himself as he tries to go down for the resuscitator. A headshot comes through. Damage still being done to Ding, so they have to be very, very careful. Plan B. While all this is going down on the cover of fire, they're just running. What are you giggling at?
They were like all the way north onto the west side. Now they're all the way north again to the east side. Like they're like ping-ponging on the big macro rotations. I like it though. they've spotted and like have an idea that there's a lot of players in this night. It's not worth going through. So
the thing is, red line, Martin, that's still a problem though. If they go up there, they'll run straight into him, surely.
They're probably gonna try to play some of the open areas, or try to spot, you know, the one-story house east of his night to see if that's open. That would be a big brain play. It looks like they're gonna be trying to go for it. Red line is sitting as well. Lukarook saw that. It's a big fight. They're gonna be taking multiple down. Even he's the last player already here. Mexi is trying to come in. They're both 25 HP or so. Shots coming in, jumping. Mexi double flushes. This is fantastic. Big coming in and help coming in from VP as well. Mexi's gonna jump in. That car was turned upside down, and he's actually able to survive. Oh no!
That's massive.
Coming in. Yeah,
like you can't just to. Oh, what? Three for one? Holy DA! We said it earlier on. We said it. All it took was one nade from Na'Vi, and it would spell disaster for Digital Athletics. This time it has struck, and my God, has it struck with damage. Genty is just trying to somehow stay alive and stem the bleeding of his teammates, falling around him with another one out. This could be it for DA. 3 for 1. We said sitting in that ditch is asking. It's asking for it. Well, Na'Vi, they went and delivered.
The good old win streak 2019 dip. Used to play that when Inns was playing the Heaven compound, but this time it hasn't paid off. Na'Vi's playing the south side on the other side of the road, and you know, with this, it could potentially end just outside library and police station. It's still accommodating the players that are inside Yasnaya. 2 of the apartments on the west side is in. Ding is holding the 2 houses that are on the other side of the police station. So VP is sitting pretty right now. They just need to defend the east side. Liquid has to infiltrate. FaZe can play on the hill that is in front of them. Uphill, they will have cover, and they could potentially put some pressure onto Ska and Mutiny. Meanwhile, I see a small sandwich happening from Na'Vi onto DA or maybe Ska, with a potential third party coming into that as well. Now, Christian Mark, they can play the riches close to the road and be safe, but I want to see what their next plan is. There's a dip north of them on the other side of the road that they potentially could play once all the chaos unfolds and the next circle pops and all the teams they start to fight inside the city. And that's kind of the big one for me, right? Is what's your next plan? What's your chess moves? Are you thinking one step ahead or multiple? And right now you need to plan for late game if you want to win, if you want to take a win home. We have 12 teams alive, 38 players, 21 minutes played. Quite a lot for a FaZe like this, but it's because we still have Yasnaya in play. Now Fate is deciding where he can play, and he's actually pulled up a decent spot. And this is a playable area for now with a few smokes, because in 2 minutes or so, Skate will not be able to play this this little area in the apartment in general. This is a bad spot. They should have gone to Fate though. Now shots are coming in. Dickery, Tix is going down. Enz is trying to send it further with Cars, not succeeding. Fold has gone down. Squeak is gonna go down to the nade from Priel. And that is it. Priel manages to actually steal or get one more of the kills, 2 kills for them. And explosions and chaos starts happening outside. It's a riot outside the police station, and Ding and Enz are two guys.
Fair play, right? For how long they've been battered, man. I mean, they've had several knocks here. They've been shot 6 ways from Sunday. Like the amount of vision that people have had, and I suppose it's garnered by VP controlling library, controlling the police station. Na'Vi on the offensive are finally pushing into DA. How Genty managed to survive and even get Vard back on his feet is completely beyond me. It's even more surprising that Na'Vi didn't wrap this one up with a bow and just send them packing. Like they give him time to be able to somewhat stabilize themselves, and now they've got Mutiny and Scar on the back heels. They have to be really, really cautious and careful about this one. If DA strikes, they're going to go for the confirmation of the kills. There's no two ways about it. They need frags. That's what they'll go for. There is a smokeway to heaven set up now, and you can see even DA might just be trying to either bait it out or line up for the vehicle push. They could go and try and hit the ticket booth. They could go and try and hit another dip or divot if they really want to. But with the circle, they're currently the best team within this one, residing within it.
All right, FaZe pulling up, 2-man send, trying to play and attack this ridge line while there's teams looking at them from the other side. They have a tree and a little ridge to play with. A smoke actually playable. Pretty decent curvature on the terrain there. Now Gustav is trying to play the anchorman position, trying to make sure that Mutiny doesn't wrap and push onto them. Wanderer finds Anonymous, and Skate tries to get out of the city. Doesn't really succeed too much. Takes a lot of damage onto that one. Does he is able to step up here? Sakura finds Fade, trades. Mise and Sakura knock both of them. Nuki. Oh, finds a headshot. Oh my god, perfect shots coming in from that. Dante literally demolished Nuki.
We'll keep on tapping for all these teams that will be running out of Yasnaya. There's a fair amount of them, so there's points to be had here. Make things a little bit easier as we advance forward. Already seen Skate fall victim to this question mark that they need to deny people area. Stop the attention coming. Hell Story takes a nade from Fex. Priel, one of his own onto the opposing side. Senya gets absolutely bodied. Headshot comes in, knocks him back on his backside. Lou onto Ibby. Scar's gone. Fex and Fussface do the dirty. Good old nade onto the side of the wall. Besto holds the line. And Plan B's down bad. They're out of this one, Liquid saying they just went before them. FaZe Clan have got interjected themselves within this fight. Example onto Jempty. Vehicle goes bang. Jempty's dead. Gustav down. FaZe Clan found. Spyro picks up another one, and VP are on a rock and roll. The blue will confirm Senya. Rather unfortunate. Looking for a big ult. My god. Is he going to do this? Is he going to ruin Navi's dreams? Flashbang's up in the air. They should have the arms. They'll see one on the floor. Goes for the one on the back side of it. Alia. He's got someone creeping behind him. We won't anticipate him to go much further. But by not dealing with them, Martin, by Navi just not getting rid of DA, look at what's happened. They've stalled, and they've got 2 players knocked. Yes, they're still 4 up, and we'll go with that. They've got the land. But they could have made that so much cleaner earlier on.
Yeah, they could definitely close it out. VP third-partying and getting into some information in Mutiny. They saw the 2 knocks. They know the rest is going to be coming on, so they sent 2 guys out to control this northern area. Fantastic nade for Lou! A triple to finish that up. What an absolute banger of a nade. VP 4 guys live. Navi will actually maintain 4 guys strong as well, but VP's looking like they're going to be in a good spot here. And we're down to... No, full CIS.
Isn't it? It's a full CIS
crazy.
All right. VP 4, Navi 4. Question mark 3, ding 2. You know what was in my mind? I'm like, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. We'll go with QM and we'll just make sure we just don't deal with it in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, okay. Let's look at this. Navi, only real presence within the circle, 2-2 split. Taking this a little bit more towards the eastern side. You got VP looking towards Ding. There's only 2 of them up for Ding, and they're on the fastest side of the, the slowest side of the circle, so they can overstep the boundary a little bit within the ticket booth, but probably for not too long, given that they're going to have 2 different teams bearing down upon them. That's the problem. If question mark doesn't get you, VP do. Spyro strikes. 2 for 1. Thank you very much. In the vehicle off the garage, and now time to regroup with the rest of the roster. The next target at hand, the next problem, Na'Vi. But Na'Vi have got issues with themselves. Quick math. I've done it. I don't believe it. Question mark can potentially dictate who this goes to.
They could. They could be the determining factor, the third-party factor from this one. But the question is, how does the kind of the terrain accommodate these guys and make sure that they are able to play in the next zones? This is a hard one. Like, all these teams are going to be playing for the third party. Like, it's a 2-man, sure, but they're going to try to poke so much at each other to ensure that the third party doesn't go like on themselves. So that's an interesting one for this one. But I'm quite sure that Navi will try to wrap this one up and finish off Christian Mark as fast as possible without like committing too much utility, and we could see a full 4v4 Navi VP fight. But let's see how the next circle goes. If it goes hard towards question mark, that would be a really interesting one.
Be all quiet on the western front for all but a moment. Circle Not too much of a telltale sign. It puts question mark out of place and will force the movement. It might just be the catalyst, to be fair. If they can get any kind of knock onto a team, the other one should jump into the action. But what a prospect of a 4 versus 4 perfect setup of VP Na'Vi. We have to get there first, and you know, Dante and Fate, no pushovers whatsoever. But let's kind of, okay, spotted in the grass. That's the first one to fall. Is Na'Vi moving while the shots are doing? Alia is overextending. Let's be aware of that. Make note as well. 14 frags. Holy crap.
8 on Pyro. Calm down.
Stupid. Was that level 3 gear I saw as well? I definitely saw the grows. I didn't see the helmet and the chest, but we'd have to assume so. There's a 3 chest there on Lou. So we have good gear.
And
we have position. We have utility. We have smokes. We have meds. Everything.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Is
good. Nice.
Laughing here.
Good clutch.
VP.
Gallia 3 gear as well. I have a lot of 3 vests. 2 on the side of VP.
This is why CIS players never fall, mate. They're just geared up to 9s.
They're geared to their teeth for sure. Utility is looking really good on both sides as well. Good catch, observers. Shout out to you, boys. Well done. Dante with 4 kills, 3 nades, 3 mollies. Their offensive utility in this guy. He's just going to deny. Okay, yeah.
He's going to let him know as well. That gives him the key. He's going to fire his gun off at full whack, which...
All 3 teams still 28 kills. I love that. That's fantastic.
All right, Martin, this is the big one. Both of them on 28. No win on either side just yet, so we have another new winner plowing into this one.
And probably top fragging team as well, right?
Just about to say, if we get 2, it goes up to the top, but this is incredible. VP Na'Vi. You wouldn't want within CIS, Europe, whatever, you would not want 2 better teams to go head-to-head in a circle like this. The mound in the middle, it comes to a head. It's essentially a hillside, so all these teams are going to be, these players will be playing off the back of it. Information. The first smoke goes down. This might just be a bait to try and catch VP off, draw him into a false sense of security. Guns across the board. We'll kind of keep cycling through, and just I'm seeing M4, I've seen a couple of AKs, we've seen the Grozer on the opposing side. Certainly with utility and firepower, a quick bit of math in my head, I'd suggest it's in the hands of VP, especially with that Grozer, especially with 14 frags, the confidence. But we do have these vehicles. We do have mobility. More importantly, we have a wall that can be built with vehicles if needed. Some hard cover can be pushed forward, where VP, I don't think they have that. Is that vehicle? Actually, I stand corrected. They're still drivable. I thought that one had exploded at the back. It had not. They've still got drivable vehicles. 8 frags on Spyro signals the confidence boost here from VP. And they'll be the closer one to the central side. With the smokes down, Na'Vi are just boxed in. The wall is up because it's time to move.
God.
The vehicles are going to move together. They've got inside one already. Example is slowly moving this, but VP are moving towards it. Every single smoke is up. There's a full mushroom effect about to go down. But we see a bit of utility strike on the back lines. That's damage done. 2 players losing health. Example low. Alia tanked up a little bit shell-shocked, a little bit scuttled here. But they've got their health back. The kits are used and they can keep going, but now it's just use every single bit of utility that you have. They don't have the information, or do they? The firing squad, it's a 1-for-1 trade initially with a massive nade! Huge impact from Quizzy! 2 of them fall! Na'Vi come out on top!
They kept so many nades until the very end, and they knew that they were stacked. They had to go into those smokes, and they're able to wrap that up. What an absolute amazing ending for Na'Vi to wrap that up, and they managed to get a win on the board here. Obviously, after their dominant performance in the upper bracket, I'm really happy to see them here on day 1. That's a scary prospect for them to be able to close one out here in day 1, because that could continue for tomorrow as well, and propel them towards the top. And they're also going to be number 1 here with just one more game to go. That's big momentum going into tomorrow.
When you were looking at it, it's like, okay, I'm seeing damage start to come through from the VP side. I'm seeing a knock on the side of Na'Vi. This looks good. It's all falling into place. But I suppose the one factor we didn't think in our minds, and maybe theirs as well, they were all bunched up together in a corner. They all took this fight from one particular place, and ultimately, they fell to the same fate that DA did earlier on. One good nade smashed everything to pieces that they backbuilt throughout this entire match. They got to the end game, they got to the final stage, they had all 4 players alive, they had all the gear, all the utility, all the meds, and 14 frags, but one nade just smashes that completely to bits. Ultimately, though, I'm going to say it, it's always good to see a fight like that. A 4 versus 4 with 2 top-heavy, some of the best within Europe and surrounding CIS regions teams going head-to-head like that on an even battlefield. There's no hard cover. It's a hillside. You've got to use whatever is in front of you. It's always a pleasure and a treat to watch.
Yeah, I love the kind of the 2 teams that are in the current form right now. I would say both of them are top 5 in EMEA for sure. They've been performing extremely well, and with this, like, the only mistake that Virtus Pro made was a 3-man stack. Like, they're literally within nade distance of each other. It's 1.6 or 1.8 guaranteed kill range, so there's 2 nades right next to them. They're already low, more nades coming in, and Na'Vi keeping 4 nades all the way to the end, and taking all the utility that they needed from DA literally set them up from this, you know, like the amount of smokes that was committed, and it was aggressive smokes, it was offensive smokes. They forced Virtus Pro to go through that first line. Luckily for them, they also had offensive smoke, so they're able to play that, but they just waited until the perfect timing and was able to commit those nades and hit the spots where Virtus Pro was stacked up.
Well, we'll hold for there. We'll talk about it a bit more. We need to get CIS's biggest fan back here. We need to get James involved in the conversation. For now, we'll take a quick break, we'll get a drink, and we'll catch you guys for the final match.
I mean, like, our team come together, like, this is a long story actually, as the guys were playing together, like, we're all playing together since, I think, 2019 or something like that. Like, they are playing for 2 years already, and I'm with them for 1 year. How did I get to the PUBG? Like, first of all, I was a footballer, like a professional footballer. I played a lot. I got the injury on my knee, so after that it was risky to play on that level again. When PUBG came up, my friends just told me, like, do you want to try it? I like the tournaments atmosphere with the team, with the friends, and after that I just got caught up and, like, still playing it. Like, my first PUBG memory, I guess, wanted to delete the game because, like, someone killed me and I was behind the wall and I was like what the heck? Why am I dying? I think PUBG changed my life in many things because, like, it started to like it's one of the stories when my hobby started to be my work, and I think it's, like, changed a lot. In Russia, as you know, I probably, like, people don't know what the cyber sport is still. My parents didn't support me that well, but only then I started to play tournaments and go to the LANs before the COVID started, and now, like, all the family, all the friends supporting me and just wishing me luck. Yeah, I think I remember our first chicken dinner, playing some qualifiers for one of the tournaments. I don't remember the name. I think the zone, like, they shifted for us like 8 times, so it wasn't hard game. The impression right now about the PUBG is, like, back then days, it was so much easier to play because, like, it wasn't, like, a lot of good players. No, I would say Alia or me. In this tournament. I would say, example, he pushes someone, this team is already dead, so he won't miss any shot. My favorite area to fight in Rancho, I guess it's Pachinki. I think my favorite area to fight is Power Grid. I think it's 100% example. If we talk about the hard shoots, they're not good for us, as we are the good team who is playing from the center, and it's always hard shoots from us. My preferred grip on the M4 is, like, the vertical grip or the half grip.
What a way to finish off that game. 4v4 between VP and Na'Vi. We are spoilt, I tell you, spoilt. I've got Sims and Avenger here joining me after that romp through Erangel. And we find ourselves with a Na'Vi win. Rich, as you know what, you said it. You know, I'm a big fan of these boys, and it's good to see them win. But it's about damn time, even after only 5 games.
Yeah, I suppose there's... I mean, it's hard not to be a fan of either of those teams, to be honest with you. We're always unbiased casters, but it's still... It's always nice to see a VP win. We know what they're capable of. He's also, let's be honest, look, Batulans, it's impossible not to love the man. He's a great character. He's a wonderful figurehead for the scene. But Na'Vi, look, after the transition onto Na'Vi from Tornado Energy, we didn't see the Tornado Energy power come through. We didn't see the excellence that Na'Vi had garnered from this roster. We need to see it. We need to see these guys at Worlds. We know what's more than capable amongst this team. It just needs to flourish and come out in its entirety. During the upper bracket coming into this, bang, 3 wins, 2 off the back. Can't complain. The signs of life and the signs of the old Tornado Energy are there. Let's see it continue throughout the next 2 weekends.
Yeah, definitely. And this ending, Martin, sort of reminds me. Do you remember the Supermassive Blaze versus VP ending? I know that Supermassive Blaze only had like 2, and Hearth popped off with the spray down across VP to get the 3-man spray. But it sort of reminds me of that scenario where VP's kind of giving their opponents easier angles in these final moments. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. No, this area for me just reminds me of when PL Phase 1, when ENCE had Heaven, and Winstreak would every single time go into this dip here expecting to win a game, and ENCE would just come out of the Heaven compound and kill them every time. And I don't think it happened like 3 or 4 times in PL Phase 1, and ENCE won every single one of those games. So that's what this area specifically reminds me of. But yeah, in general, I kind of like it. It's lovely to see when the teams, they're like, all right, we have no other option. Let's try to win the lottery of going into Yasnaya and being the team that will survive going out there. That nade from Alia, though, that changed history for D8.
Yeah. Very, very powerful indeed. And I suppose once we take a look at a few more of these moments, Rich, I felt sorry for a lot of the teams that had to rotate down from their Stalber choice, considering how hard that south shift was, because any other way they tried to go was just so impossible.
It's always going to be hard with something like this when you're rolling into Yasnaya. Like the field just does not provide any cover whatsoever. Your position is made note of. You're open and exposed to gunfire. It's always going to be rough, and you're going to trip over someone. If you don't trip over someone getting into it, you trip over somebody and land into them once you do get into it, because there's always someone at the walls waiting, because they know that if you're holding the walls, like there's literally nowhere else to go, right?
Let's try hotbox the entire circle. No, let's not do that. Yeah, these nades coming in from Quizzy, insane stuff, along with Example as well, and they round things out in pretty spectacular fashion. I mean, when we were watching it from the other POV here, Martin, and seeing all the smokes all of a sudden descend on the entire battleground, that just causes, and it seeds so much chaos. It really kind of opens up things a little bit.
Yeah, it does. I loved how both of the teams were using offensive smokes, smoking the enemy rather than smoking something from themselves. So like trying to force the other teams trying to come out. The center smokes coming in kind of had a really good benefit to Na'Vi. Like Na'Vi had, like 10, 15 meters between them and the closest smoke, so they could just wait on VP trying to come out, because you're always kind of I don't know, stunned coming out of a smoke. You have a kind of a small confusion coming out. You don't know really what's happening. You have to kind of see and register that, but there's just already a player holding that angle, and that's going to flick onto your face immediately. So playing like that, I would love to see more smokes being, like, there should have been smokes all over the place. There's obviously not enough for that, and it's just been like an open grounds in the middle, and that both of the teams coming out of the smokes. That would have been fantastic. But BP stacked up a little bit. Nades, having 5 or 6 nades in the end, in the very late game when it's phase 9, it's just so game-changing. Yeah, it's so well played by Na'Vi, being able to obviously take the utility from the teams that they kill, but also keeping it to the end.
All right, final game time. Let's see who's going to be able to make it. Any of these teams could potentially leap into first place. Let's get into it with Sims and Avenger.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, indeed. This is the final match to round out day number 1. 6 games in total, 3 Miramar. This is the final Erangel. That'll be 3 in total. Martin, it's a bit of a low flight path, but it's higher than what we've seen in previous when we look towards Miramar. It was all the way down to the south. We've still got possibilities of a central circle, possibilities of a straight-up Sosnovka Island circle. You see something like this, what jumps to your mind? Where do you think we're going?
I'm just hoping that the guys won't have, 2 military out of 3 games. That'll be rough for them. It kind of opens up, the potential of a hard southeast one as well. But I would love to see, our classic swamp west ending, just north of the quarry. I like that area in general. So let's see if we go there. But yeah, coming into the last game here, this is where you need to have your mental fortitude maxed out. You've been playing throughout the whole day. Pretty fast games, back to back to back, not too many breaks. That's what's kind of the best for the players as well. You want to get straight back into it. If you died early, that's where you take a break. It's not often that you see teams doing consistently top 3 and not have times for small breaks. But yeah, in general, this is the kind of circle we like. I'm expecting an Everest ending already with this zone.
Look, I'm not taking anything away from an analyst desk, but I kind of like this. Get out of the game and get straight back into the action. It can be quite late nights sometimes, so to be able to just crack on and get the job done, I am more than happy with this, and I'm sure the players are as well. So we have quite a few of them that are out there 2-3+ hour time zones. Even yourself, you're an hour ahead of me, so I know it's later for you and the guys who are producing this. But no, fantastic show thus far. Almost been flawless, I must say. Everything else, so it's going good. The players appreciate it. I'm sure the fans will, because I know I absolutely do. Circle. This time we are towards the west, as you alluded to. We do see Everest looking in its beautiful prime position as somewhere that could be rather interesting and teams might want to go check out. Time and time again, we see a few teams will just lurk towards the eastern side of it, use it as a hot spot to kind of scout for people coming out of Roshok, the bridges, even further towards the northern side of it. You can sometimes catch it. Further afield, you'll be looking Liquid coming out of Pachinki, maybe Ruins, that kind of area. You do have plenty of sight lines going across all of it. We'll bring up Navi's current stats. Average of 8 kills, average damage, almost 1.1k, close enough. A bit more of a survival time than we saw previously. I think it was from Liquid. About another minute on top of that. But certainly, firepower, progression, qualification run, Martin. This team did not hold back.
No. And that's what you love to see, right? Like, you're thinking, let's just win 1 game and get some kills. These guys, no. We're winning half of the games. You guys can fight for the scraps. There you go. And also, considering the run that they had, it's just so demotivating for everyone else, right? It was like, God damn it, these guys already won 1. Can you give some to everyone else? It's just so demotivating. And especially when it's the first 2 games, like back to back. Like, it's just so disgusting. And then they're like, okay, give 1 game to another guy. Oh, the other team is question mark, then won the other one. And then they win a game again. And like, can these guys get enough already? Like, you've got stop. It's 6 rounds. This is not a best of 12. There's no money on the line for this. This is just a qualifier. Chill, guys. But then you want to deny some of the big teams' order for that, and Heroic was one of the teams that actually had a second place where Navi won the game. So that's definitely denying them the entry to the grand finals, and that's rough for them. Winning the last ESL and not being able to qualify for the grand finals, still a lot of points on the board for them. They just need to do top 5, top 6, top 4 maybe in PCS 5, and they'll go through to PGC, but. Yeah, you want to be able to participate in all the events that give you PGC points.
This is the thing. It's not just, some random open event. It's not just an event that you can qualify and make some cash out of. This is, for all intents and purposes, an officially PUBG licensed event. This is an official event with PGC points underneath it. Anything that provides PCG points is something that every team not should be, but must be participating in. If you're looking to take this professionally, if you're looking to do this full-time as a job, these events mean points. Those points mean serious money as we look onwards at the World Championships, where all that's going to unfold. We have yet to know. PCS 5, again, another large amount of points will be on the table for teams that want to try and work their way. most likely, I think we're confident in saying at the moment, it could be the last event before PGC. Who knows? We're getting towards the end of the year now. Time's a ticking. So it's another massive opportunity to grab a handful of those and stick them in the back pocket. We shall see. For now, it's all eyes on this. We have this weekend. We have tomorrow. There'll be Copter and Toby guiding you through that. We'll see who picks up the first amount of cash, and then we roll into the grand finals, which is next weekend. And that's really the telltale sign. The cash comes into play, and the points will certainly show when it's all said and done 1 week tomorrow.
Yeah, and obviously a potential of a 6-way tie going up and opening up for tomorrow is a pretty interesting prospect. But if one of these 5 teams that have already won a game, big names right now on the board, if they're able to close one down already, they're looking extremely poised to be a top 2, top 3, maybe even a winner for the first week. What's interesting to me though, if you win the first week, you need to get 4th or higher or 3rd or higher in week number 2 to guarantee yourself the win over the week number 2 winner. So that's a really big one for me to see if
I suppose that's where consistency
going to be that
comes
consistent.
in, right?
Yeah, exactly, the consistency. And if a team is able to do that and capable of that, that would be sick.
I think another good part, well, whether you see it good or not is a different question, but at least from my perspective coming into tomorrow, if all these teams have only got 1 win, no one's on 2 just yet, it means that for everybody else, yes, if you ain't got a win on the board, you're coming in at a slight disadvantage, but you're not out of the running yet. It only takes 2 games to completely turn the tide, and all of a sudden, bam, you're in the number 1 spot. Easier said than done, I must say. You know, let's not take anything away from that by any means whatsoever. But it does at least allow that comeback mechanic where you're not going into tomorrow, you're all the way down the bottom of the leaderboard. You know, you are light years behind on fragging points, light years behind on position points. You get a win, you're up there with the best of them.
One of the big winners of our previous tournaments is Virtus Pro. Consistent. The last year was just insane for them. Their consistency throughout last year was just unparalleled by any other team. Let's see, stake out one of the guys from Redline. They're just passing through. No. Look, he's actually parking up. Oh, this would be unfortunate. He hasn't heard him. He has no idea. KovaaK could be baiting for him and just giving the information off, but Rook's scouting. The early game IGL for Redline. Naileup is found by KovaaK. That's actually a really good knock inside the house and everything. And now Lukarook is going to be looking towards KovaaK, and Regibito could be walking up on him. He has to cross and has to put some. Ooh, he has the angle. He literally has the angle. Shots coming in, connecting. Oh, the nade is actually not even close. Reggie will try, and now it's just so many containers. Is he going to have the info? Oh, the info is coming in. Moving. Shots. Oh, he got baited by his own teammate. No, he didn't. No. Trying to get the dive out here. KovaaK. Shots connecting. Nice knock with the headshot from KovaaK. Oh, help by QB. Oh my God, what a backup. Super well played by QB. Yeah, that's team play right there, my friend.
Instant response. He lost track of him and then forced him into this false sense of security where we overextended, got punished for it. The car was there, and they basically lost 2 players back to back, which is, yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, but it is what it is at this stage. You're going to be fighting close to, you know, the Georgia Paul crates. You're in for a good time. Let's just kind of, for all but a moment, and intents and purposes, man, and kind of touch on, I actually have the stats up from the previous one. You mentioned one of the previous winners and also a team that's been doing well. 1st in PCS Charity, 3rd in PCS 1, 1st in PCS 3, and then 1st in PCS 4. Like, VP have trailblazed the Continental Series for Europe thus far. They have really paved the way for everyone else to play catch-up here.
Yeah, and they're, you know, multi-trillionaires in the Russian rubles already, so why not continue? Next thing you know is these Navi players, they're building rockets and flying into space with all the money they've made from PUBG competitive and the tournaments. Oh, look at this. Everest. Oh, the Everest ending. Redline already inside. Like, I'm not sure what I think about that. It's so rare you see a team that is able to hold down but they know exactly what they want. They want the double grace south of the crates, so that I accept that, and I could potentially pay off for them. I don't want to see a 2-2 split. Don't 2-2 split with the crates, please, please, please. That is not the play, boys.
I mean, you're looking more towards the tributaries of, if you're going to kind of walk it, you're looking at the old valleyways coming off the back of Georgia Paul Mountain, right off the back of Everest, somewhere down there. You've got to have open access to be able to get to that point. Anonymous might not have any access whatsoever, is walking behind the vehicle, is in all kinds of trouble. A small little radio tower will give his teammate a brief moment of respite, but Anonymous has been confirmed. Different team, different knock. Stolen away from the initial fragger. Skate does manage to take a compound that Liquid may have been eyeballing up. They're certainly looking this way and listening for any signs of life and movement. A lot more teams now moving towards the southern side of the river in Georgia Paul Bay, just because when we get to phase 3, land ratio will come into effect and it moves its way away from water. So anywhere at the moment you're looking to the western side, northern edge, if you will, through the whole river. It's got to be playing on the IGL's mind as they make their next decisions of where they're going to be walking their team. DA do lock down the mountain. Liquid play off the foot of it. So do SMB, so do VP. VP on the backside of it, all the way to the east. FaZe Clan, Ruins, looking for some kind of entry point. They could actually scout up from the bottom side of Everest, but they would have to deal with a little bit of an itchy VP, maybe getting in front of them or just tickling them from the back foot. We shall see. Red Line... It's a weird one, you know. I'm gonna go back to it. You kind of called it. You don't want to see people splitting up. You don't want to see people kind of holding down containers. Maybe they're looking for a snake in the grass. Who knows? We'll see how it does play out long term. West Town, it's actually kind of busy. We've got a lot of conflict within there. You got EIQ in the hangars. You got Squeaky on his own in the hospital. How he's holding that as a one-man band is beyond me. I didn't think it was possible, but here we are. His two teammates are actually front 6, back 6, other by George itself, and then you've got the furthest West Town all the way to the side of it. Scar playing as a 4-man band. Like, it's a bit messy. It's a bit sketchy. And then you've got this catastrophe all the way down south. Plan B, question mark, Augless. Navi slapped in the middle of them all in an open field.
Yeah, I want to see Ents being ready here. Diggory playing the pizza is pretty good for defense, for like South George in general, but I want to see them be ready to jump into hospital if the case is a Western shift here. Because right now, holding South George is kind of useless. Like, it needs to go hard north for South George to be a late-game position. But that's fine. Squeaky's able to hold hospital for himself right now. He's peacocking a little bit, shooting here and there, changing guns. But it's kind of obvious. Once Circle 3 hits, teams are going to be rushing in there. They have heard and found out what's happening. But next circle is the really defining factor because we have the river in play. You will basically know 4th circle once phase 3 pops. So that's where the teams are coming in and being ready. FaZe Clan, they have spotted this, and they are going to send it straight into the garage compound east of the crates here. That's a really eastern shift here. FaZe Clan could be backing a second win from this position alone.
It's a rarity. I've got to say, it's an absolute rarity. To push that far all the way to the east, it's just unheard of. And then we move to phase 4. We're going to move out from water. Georgia Paul play will come into effect. The river will come into effect. It pretty much solidifies at least a strong point and a prominent point of the Georgia Paul Mountain coming into play. FaZe, prime position. They'll take that all day long. The gauntlet set up by VP, 2-2 split. Roadside in the middle, just entrench everybody and shoot them on the flyby. No victims found just yet. I think they know they need to make a bit more of an aggressive approach down towards south, which they do. Spyro takes James' head clean off. Rustin Marsh just run over aggressive on arrival. Thank you very much. We'll have a free kill, not a problem. But he does run over his teammate also. Need to be careful about that. Jimbo has lost his life. Hell story. Could have a hell of a story coming around the corner with a nade. Has to up to the other gun. Needs to reload as well. He's in a bad situation right now. Somehow's got Rustin Marsh down. I don't know. But here we are. Stands on the landmine, bye-bye.
And now Ploxor is on top of the crate. Are they aware? He's holding the Angies. With the smoke there, they could... Oh, that's a good bounce! Not hitting anything just yet. Oh, committing a bit of utility, trying to hold off the Angies. Ploxor wants to revive Hellstar in this case. So 4 versus 2, they got the rest off. DA is going to find Hawkey and Novik. As Entropic down and out in 16th place here in our last game after the dominant performance that they had in the lower bracket. It's 5 kills for the day in 6 games. It's not what we're looking to see. Dickery finds both Hellstory and Blockstar, and it ends dominating down to just 1 player from Sky Esports at 6 team. He's just going to be running away from this. He wants to disengage from this fight and try to survive for as long as he can.
Yeah, he's going to bail. Sweeping and clearing and trying to find him. Na'Vi in an unprecedented situation, being peppered from the top side of Georgia Ball Mountain. Lucarux does find X team. So Sky Esports finally eliminated, 15th position. We'll see you boys tomorrow. Plan B. I think this could be Plan D at this stage. They're all the way on Rosshawk outside of the blue, but a better position than what Scard is in. Look at this, VP. Damage from a side. The 2-2 split has not paid off whatsoever. Batulans is damaged. Not out just yet. Melman tagged up, faultlessly spots him. Alia down. We have to assume that he's just been shot and then taken out by the blue afterwards slowly, because he's not someone who would go falling to the blue. Sakura is picked up by Sale. Alia gone. It's all falling apart from Na'Vi. Skates here to deny. The ding pull up. Besto down. Senya front and center takes the full frontal force. The circle's done exactly what we said it would. It's pushed towards the mountainside. Georgia Paul Bay gone. Main head of river gone. Phase beautiful. Red line beautiful. DA you would say beautiful, but it's not, because every single team is going to come crawling and lurking their way. They have to fight down. They have to now fight off of the mountain.
Yeah, they will try to hold the high ground for some time yet, but there's just so many teams that's going to be vying for that location. You have 2 spots that is playable on the correct side of the road. Then you have EB's Harry Potter that has no cover towards the garage that Facebook is playing right now. And Liquid is gatekeeping, trying to gatekeep a Plan B that is a 4-man roster with 2 guys from Liquid trying to gatekeep that. AHC finds Huith, Bambaki goes down as well to perfect. Takes Clip, finds Hello My Bad. And they're trying to go for the breach. Nice shots coming in. Mexi finding just some more damage on it. Whoa, 1 more knock as well. Well played by Clip and Mexi in this given situation. Don had an 8 coming in. Clip with an flush, and Hello My Bad is out. Giria is out as well, and Archie and the Wanderer has to play somewhere else, has to go for a different play. Shang finds Misa from Skate, and the big fights on the south side of the circle here's commencing.
Doozy. Slowly but surely they've been working their way up here. They know where VP is, but the question is, do they know where DA is? DA is held back for quite some time. They're still doing damage at distance. Here's a good nade. There's a follow-up as well. Dante's there. Perfectix down. Mexi onto the Wanderer as well. This is still out towards the opposing side, just over the road in the outskirts. 3 in a car. Gotta go. Blues here, find an entry point. He's got the cross from the Harry Potter on the opposing side. Wanderers.
He flushed him.
Yeah,
no way he hit him as well. Clip.
He actually tapped him down.
Disgusting.
Yeah, that is disgusting. Tapping him outside of the car, just wanders off. Fade away tap. All right, my dude, all right. Oh, no. He heard him pull the pin and rushed him.
Well played.
Yeah, it's a decent one. Get full aggro. Speaking of aggro, hello. Here comes the 4th party. Welcome to the mix ends out of the cars. You've got to be on your toes here. This is one hot zone that you have found yourself upon. In with a headshot and away we go. Spyro opens up onto Tixu. Damage is done for question marks. They're going to pause for a brief moment. Seong still looking at a different team altogether. Mutiny working and lurking their way to this. Tixu has been confirmed by Dante. It's a catastrophe over on this hillside, on this mountaintop. DA's looking like, what in the world is going on? Why is everyone just joining this hill? This is our ridge. We should be controlling this spine. But there's nothing they can do. FaZe Clan will laugh its ass off. Clib's gone out the back of the vehicle. Maybe the rest of Liquid, because August's in the wilderness. And they're just going to let everyone beat each other to death. FaZe have got the garage. FaZe might even have the game.
Yeah, FaZe, they're one more shift and it's their way for sure. If the next one goes hot south and they have to move, they have the cars, they have everything available to them, and the fight in the south will be so big that they will have the perfect timing to just pull up and play uphill from there. Augless is the determining third-party factor here. They still have a good ridge to play. They can easily cross because, as we see here in the map, they don't know that yet. They're gathering the information. But as we can see here on the map, they can easily cross the road and get on the other side because no one is holding that push because the whole hilltop and Everest up here is fighting a 7-way battle with all the teams up here. Spyro, Tulin's last 2 player for VP. DA repositioning as well. FaZe Clan 4 guys alive. DA 4 guys. Redline 4 guys. And Question Mark 4 guys alive. Big teams right now. Ooh, shot coming in from Xiong. Fantastic. More connections. Ooh, going down low as well. Usic's going to be hit from Gustav. And Redline's pulled up on it. Lukaruk's gone down though. That's unfortunate. I think Redline's going to be down to 2 members after that. Also shots coming in from the side. But pretty damn good third-party timing from Redline. They've left Naleb on the back line to play anchor with this one here, Sims. That could work off and pay off really well for late game.
Well, he's just hit one of the players on DA in the head and forced him down. It was Vard. So from that distance to get a headshot's pretty damn good. So he has some viewership on them to at least just keep them humble and keep them quiet for all but a moment. They're up against it, and so are all the rest of the players, and Naleb does have a time limit to how long he can stay there. The Vert flashbang will come in. It might be just enough to force VP down off of the safe zone. Only 34 damage ticked off the nade. A low ball would certainly do much better. Men still have to be committed. There's a smoke to their QB onto Vard again from that distance shot. Knocks one, and there's some sign of life, but the thing is, and I'm seeing it already, FaZe has a full clear vision into the back of Redline. They're forcing them back into the fight. They're basically pushing them into the meat grinder. If you don't want to die to us, that's fine, but you are going to die to DA. So they're forcing and redirecting Redline away from the QBE. 1 kill up, finally is extinguished, but DA have been down and damaged. They're not quite done just yet. VP, as they move, Question Mark do exactly the same. They're tracking them. They're wandering over this hillside. Ogler still yet to make any impression within this battle, and that's fine. They're over by the wilderness. They're just chilling closer towards the ruin side. Fuzzface coming out. They have to be really careful here. If they've not made notice and made presence of Orglus, then that could do real damage. FaZe, the only ones within this. Patulin starts to build against Question Mark. The first player, the first victim has been found. If ENCE set their sights on DA, then the signs of life from VP to try and make it out of this one alive. Everyone is just open to FaZe. FaZe is just such a massive factor on how all of these fights towards the south unfold.
Yeah, this is a big one. Obviously, gonna be able to win their first game of the day. I think I said 2 earlier. I don't know why I had it in my mind that they already won a game, but with this circle here and the amount of teams on the south side, the only the kind of third party and other factor is going to be Orclus if they are going to be swinging around on the east side and try to play something over there instead of third partying the teams coming off. But Spyro and Batulin is making a play right now. They're trying to get into a better spot, try to be one of the last teams to get out of there, and maybe enable themselves for a win though. Xiong is going to find... Oh, Rustenma's going to be nading Squeaky. You remember the questions on the interviews right there? Yeah, that's definitely what happens. Unfortunately, for ENCE, Diggory last player right now, they're not going to be winning the game from this position, that's for sure. DA is in a good gatekeeping spot. Spreading out a little bit. Spyro's going to find She Created. Owner is going to find... Oh, that's unfortunate for Question Mark. Fade and Follesley was actually in a pretty decent third-party spot, but Orcus just walked straight into them. Diggory will be running off. This is just a sure game for FaZe Clan unless something magical happens from DA's side of things.
Well, VP have somehow got themselves into a better position compared to anybody else, but they'll have limited grenades. Whether or not they took a vehicle and packed it against a tree, different question altogether. Nice flick. And Quepta extinguishes ENCE. DA will be the next victim, or maybe the next challenger that comes flying over this hillside. They will have to wander this way, given particular where they are. It's really difficult to kind of do anything and traverse across these rocks because continuously you've just got FaZe peppering you. Like, it's so hard. That makes things even easier and might even confirm the win. VP was a very, very nasty little snake in the grass that FaZe needed to get rid of. It was always going to be harder, gives you a bit more breathing room, gives you certainly more positioning. Removing one of those vital components from VP makes it that much more easier. Still, DA is not out just yet. They've been through the ringer in this. It's almost unwinnable circumstances from the players they have to get through, from the position they have to get to. All this is still lined up and teed up to be a FaZe Clan win, but it's not over until it's over, and anyone can go off at any given time. FaZe can just lose track, a couple of headshots come through. The safety net for FaZe has been removed. Two players that are in the garage have to come forward, and that is quite barren terrain.
It is. And the teams that are, like, there are 3 teams fighting on the south. FaZe is just going to third party, perfect timing. But DA here, Shang with 6 kills. That's beautiful. Another crate as well for FaZe Clan. They've had another one. Oh my god. This is going to be a rough one for them. Unless the teams decide and swings around, you know. If August gets on the east side, DA gets on the west side, and VP and Batulins just kind of sends it down the middle to try to take on FaZe. That would be the winning scenario, and just deciding that, yeah, we don't want you guys to win. We just want to have one of the 3 teams to win. But yeah, it's not happening. See, there's 3 rocks and 3 trees to play in the next zone. It's going to be hard for them, but it's definitely the worst circle or the best circle for the 3 teams just playing in the south side, and the worst for FaZe, but they just have so much space available to them. Oculus and KovaaK, they could be moving on the east, trying to get in. This could be set up quite perfectly. If the next circle goes south, enables the team to stay in here, Rich, it's going to be set up quite nicely. Owner, they have the cover to play there on the east side. DA, though, a couple trees to play. Pixel on the back side of things. And they're going to have a lot of no space to play, like in between, if they have to come down towards Batulins and August. The jump scouting, look at those 2 crates served for the chicken dinner. Here's your cutlery. Take what you want. Eat up the rest. Get that dinner.
Well, the bag's off. The man means business. Laying down, just hoping that he can do something, even if he just draws a few additional frags towards his team's side. DA with 3 alive and kicking. They're just looking for that 1 pixel, that 1 headshot.
Had 1 pixel on the east side.
Yeah. Either way you want to look at it. If they get 1 knock on FaZe, it could be very, very, very detrimental.
Ooh, this is a rough push for DA.
Yeah, they didn't need that, did they?
For them, yeah. Yeah, they needed a southwestern one for that. Trying to job scout. Ooh, did he see Owner? Gemty might have seen Owner there. 1 rock to play. Jump scouting. Pixel. Owner tried to send some 7.62. Led his way. Didn't connect any just, though. Tulin's just going to play this low and slow. If he can third party that fight, that'd be perfect. FaZe Clan just setting themselves up. It's very likely we're going to see 6 different winners. It's going to be a really interesting game and match fight for tomorrow. Ooh, shots connecting onto Fex. So it's kind of happening. Oculus on the east. DA on the west. VP could be going straight towards them. And now I need to commit the smokes. He had 10 smokes, by the way. 9 or 10 smokes from KovaaK. He can literally just smoke. It's 50 seconds that it lasts, so he could just smoke 2 or 3 smokes towards FaZe Clan and survive. Shots coming in from Owner, again connecting. Shang down low. Has no helmet. Broken 3 vest. Only 20% reduction instead of the 55 that it normally has. Massive difference. Ooh, he spots some smokes over there. Potentially knows that KovaaK is over there. And now Owner could be running straight into Batulins. Is Batulins going to go for... Oh, look at that. It's a bait. There's a little crate there. It's like fishing bait. It's just like, oh, here's some loot. Take that. And I'll kill you once I want to. That's absolutely perfect. And FaZe Clan is just playing the low and slow game they have to. But if DA manages to get, you know, a little snake opening knock, and then Orgless also opens up upon them, it could be the turnaround for the teams. Pixel has been spotted. Helmet's taking a shot.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's not a 4 versus 3, 2, and 1. It's a 4 versus 6, because everyone knows that FaZe is the biggest problem. Their head's on a chopping block. First one fall. Victim down, Gustav out of it for now. Pixel strikes perfectly. The nades will go up to try and deny this pincer maneuver. They are pushing into FaZe Clan under the cover of their own smokes. So much damage has been done. Bullets are now being sent the opposing way. But for anyone else, for Orgless, a VP, they're not the prime target, but this could be a beautiful nade. The players are weak. It's right behind them. Gemty's down. Pixel, the next possible victim, just over the top of it. Oh. The molly will find it. Xiong finds 2. Damage has been done to FaZe Clan. Gustav Vex straight on the offensive. They need, defensive. They need to be quick about this one if they're going to get the revives. The circle will be lurking. The players will be moving. There's no way Batulins wins this. Surely. Remember, he's still out there watching all this unfold. How many have they got back on their feet? They've got one up. Instantly sprays him down. Batulin's dead. 3 versus 2 will continue. Aitzi left to the winds. He's gone. Quepta pushes up. Flashbang in. Waiting outside of the smokes. Honor's there to try and support, but FaZe are staying back for now. Dual Groza.
This is disgusting. With a full 3 versus 4 from Vex.
How do you... Honor's going to have to do something good. I mean, he's got the AKM. It's still 7.62. It could be good. I can't even look. It's just literally getting battered by 2 of them. Wait a minute. Quepta's going for a sweep. They don't realize that this has been pushing through. He's gone for a different angle altogether. If he sees him in the smokes, he does. He just catches him up top. Very low on health. Quepta, Footspace gets 1. Second one, Vex. He's all damaged. Another one's fallen. A 1 versus 1 will unfold. Vex has to seal the deal here, or Honor's going to take it all for him. It's Vex versus Honor. 1 versus 1, the tree and the rock. A rock and a hard place. Fuzface giving the information. He's jiggle peeking round the corner. The Groza melts the final player. It comes down to a 1 versus 1, 12 frags in the bag, and FaZe Clan are the winner.
If they had aggressed a little bit faster and maybe Batulins had third party, that could have been a win for either VP or Orgless in this case here. That DA put some serious damage into that. Xiong managed to get 2 knocks in the end. They had to go for the rest. They lost 1 player. It was down to the close one. If Vex didn't have the 3 vest and the Groza in that case, could have been a different story, but FaZe Clan managed to close this one out. They had to. This was a have to win game for them. It is like, yeah, coming down to this, 12 kills, 6-way tie going into tomorrow, though, Sims. That's going to be interesting.
Look, they're a storied team. They have one of the best players in the world individually on that roster. They have not been the FaZe of old, I think it's fair to say, and again, we've gone over that and said that could be just because the whole European scene and CIS scene has elevated around them, so it becomes much more difficult. But they're no longer at the top of the board. They're no longer the big bad team that everybody's scared of. Anyone will happily challenge them. Anyone will happily go after them. In a 4 versus, again, it's not necessarily a 4 versus everyone else. It's a 4 versus 6 when it comes to something like that, and everyone's looking towards a position. Batulin's shut down in the grass. Nothing he can do. You ain't getting away with that in any way, shape, or form. But to go down to a 1 versus 1, again, it's showing everyone else they're not undefeatable. God can bleed. This is a really rock-solid team. But it's not the rock-solid team of old. And I think, to emphasize even more what you're saying, Martin, that is a super, super, super serious, important win as we roll into tomorrow. They need to be up there with the best of them.
Yeah, for sure. It's a situation where, you're expecting FaZe to win multiple games, but this format just had all the other teams focusing so hard on the wins that it's coming down to often like so many teams that are alive and so many players that even if you're a 4-man roster, if you're going up against 3 other teams focusing you cannot, like, it's hard to continue to win and continue to kind of perform in that case. But managed to close it out. It was a rough and hard fought game. DA put some serious damage into them, getting 3 knocks, 2 of them in the end where they had to go for the rest. It could have been detrimental for them.
All right, then, we're all done. 6 games over and done with. We'll take a very short break. We'll come back. We'll grab James. We'll grab someone to interview, and we'll wrap up today.
So we all came together with me joining Fuss, who is the last remaining, like the OG of that team. Then we brought in Gustav, and then we recently got Fex as well, and we have a really good team chemistry now. My first PUBG memory has to be just me driving around with my friends. We were probably like 4 guys in one car, and we were just messing around and having a great time. PUBG has changed my life in a way I couldn't imagine. I take it for granted very often how lucky I am to be here, like live my dream and play video games for a living. I'm very grateful for the opportunity I've gotten. I don't think I remember my first chicken dinner in a tournament, but I can probably imagine it being a really good feeling. My impression of PUBG now compared to when I started playing it is that it's a smoother game. It's not that much bugs. It runs smoother as well. It's more enjoyable, though it's more predictable in that case. But it was also a lot more fun when the game wasn't predictable and your car could just end up flying into the sky. If one of my teammates misses a grenade and it has to be someone, I think it has to be Gustav. It has happened before. I will not be surprised if it happens again. I think my favorite player this tournament has to be my own teammate Fex. He plays the game so much and he is really talented, and I just want to see him dominate the server. My favorite areas to fight in the Wrangle has to be up in Stalver, or in the lumberyard close to Milta, or Potato as we call it, the hill east Jinky. I think my favorite area to fight in Miramar has to be all the way down south, like south of Los Leones, southeast. Because of the terrain, it's all the ridges and you can always like push ahead of you. You don't have to use like your vehicles to, you can always just end up just fighting your way into the zone. The one who practices the most in my team has to be either Fuss or Fex, I think. They both play the game like a lot of hours a day and they're really competitive as well. Hard shifts are good if you get it, but like if you don't get it, it's obviously bad, but like it's kind of really unfortunate for like one team. My preferred grip for the M4 lately has been the vertical grip. It's either the vertical grip or the half grip. That has been my go-to lately.
Final game is down, and FaZe managed to get themselves a victory here. For a lot of that game, it almost looked a foregone conclusion that FaZe were going to be able to get a decent spot, but towards the end, it was very close indeed. Sims and Avenger joining me here to break things down. Rich, that was a little bit of a sweat, kind of swept off the brow here for FaZe at the end.
Yeah, I think Martin touched on it pretty well. It's an important win to get when you are, again, set up as this president of one of Europe's finest and one of Europe's best. Rolling into tomorrow, you want to be up there with the best of them. You want to be doing whatever you can. They got through on the lower bracket side of things. Having a 4v1, excuse me, not 4v1, but a full 4-man stack, and the only team with a 4-man stack going into that. You've got all the chances and opportunities in the world to secure it. Things did start to fall apart. I've got to say, like, phenomenal work from Orgulus at the end. Yeah. The swing, the pincer maneuver, for the bait and switch, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what the best way to word it is. But to remove himself out of that position, his teammates take advantage of that and push into them completely unexpectedly. The crossfire was phenomenal. Fex answered to it, took it to the 1 versus 1. But what a way to end it. We've had some phenomenal endings today.
Yeah, if the blue wasn't just pushing up on Orgulus at the end, maybe it would have been a different story. But yeah, as you say, Fex played it well at the very end. And that's FaZe getting themselves the victory. They push up, I think, to second place as Mr. Rich, unfortunately. Hopefully you're doing all right there, mate.
Yeah, we're good.
Good. All right, we actually do have an interview ready, though, I'm getting word, as I want to talk to Redline, who are #1 right now when it comes to the overall standings. Hello, Ivers, can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear.
Perfect. Hi. Well, first things first, congratulations. You guys are #1 right now. Obviously, not everything's done just yet. But coming into today, coming into the lobby, what did you think your expectations were going up against all the teams today?
I think the lobby is easier than the PCS4 one.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I think top 5 is a realistic goal for us.
Okay, fair play. Well, right now, number one, hold on to that. It'll be very, very nice indeed.
Yeah.
Rich, do you have a question?
Evers, we've been talking about it all day. You guys have been phenomenal for the past events that we've been watching you, and the consistency has been quite good, to be fair. Do you guys? I mean, I think you're an underrated team, especially compared to some of the other teams that we talk about and see with the names and with the organization as such. Do you guys also feel that you're still an underrated team, or do you think you're still up there with the best of them now?
I mean, I don't think we care what people think. We know that we deserve to be in the Tier 1 lobby. Maybe we are better than some of the teams in Tier 1. And yeah, I think the results are showing that.
Fair comment.
Yeah, I mean, it looks that way. I mean, look at a third in PCS4, for example. That's just fantastic stuff alone, never mind pushing on further. Avenger, do you have a question?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say top 5 is super unambitious now that you said it's an easy lobby, Ivers. So I think you should have at least top 3 for your ambitions for you and the boys. No, but I want to ask, like, what has changed for you guys? Maybe not just inside the game, maybe outside the game. Have you guys been able to commit more hours, or what's the reason for the success coming into 2021?
Yeah, the year didn't start so well for us. We didn't qualify for first TSL, and then 4 of us had a talk between us, and we said, this is the only thing we do. We are gonna qualify for the Worlds, and yeah, we just put so much hours into this together, and I think results are showing that.
For sure. Keep the grind up and get top 3 for this event, and you'll be looking very, very good.
Yeah, definitely looking solid. It's currently with 215 PCS points, PGC points. And more on the line potentially here. So thank you for joining us, Ivers. Do you have any final words or shout-outs before we let you go?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all people who are cheering for us, and maybe we have something exciting news for you. That's all.
The teaser. I like it.
I like it. I like it a lot. The announcement of an announcement. Cool stuff. All right. Good luck, Ivers. Congratulations for today. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Good luck, man.
Thank you,
guys.
Awesome stuff. Ivers joining us here from Redline after showing a fantastic performance on his end, as well as the entire roster, to be perfectly honest. Doing very, very well today, getting that #1 spot. And as much as, I was impressed whilst I was watching PCS4 and how things were going. What's up, Martin?
You okay?
Is that are you breaking a sweat of the 3 minutes that you're working here in
Mate, it's really hot in here. I don't know why all of a sudden. What is this? What is this onslaught? Anyway,
got him.
Right, go back to tanning, Martin. It's not the name I really even would expect after getting a third at PCS4. Martin being #1 here after day 1.
No, but like I was surprised about the low ambitions, like a top 5 for this event, especially opening up and saying, yeah, this lobby is quite easy. It's easier than PCS4. They should be doing better. I think a top 4 is minimum for these guys, and that's I gotta mute because I turned off the interview. Holy, got him. But yeah, I think I would expect these guys to end up in the top 4 region, and I would really like to see them, do super well. If they're able to close out, if they're able to win the whole thing, that would be insane, right? 300 points plus the 215 they got, they would basically guarantee themselves to go Worlds, right? So that would be insane. But overall, they played super well today. The amount of kills that they're able to post, obviously having the win as well is super important. But also, their stats and the way they play together is just in general super impressive. Ivers being one of the poster boys for them, putting out insane consistent damage, and it's the 2 kills that Nader was able to open up on the win on Miramar as well on the red brick building. Like, it's just impressive to see this roster and how well they've been doing. And I think that like having a motivational speech between like together and saying, all right, guys, we've quit our job, we stopped going school, we're committing full time to this. We got to put in the hours as well. Like, this has to be at least 40-50 hours a week playing together as a team, trying to improve, and doing that shows. Like, you can see that on Clip as well. The Clip puts in 80 to 100 hours in the game over 2 weeks. And you can literally tell by the mechanical skill that this guy's putting out, right? And if you do that as a team, if you play that amount of hours together as a team, that will show extremely quickly in the synergy, the communications.
Yeah.
Because these guys already have the mechanical skill. If they're able to come together in the synergy as well, it's gonna be insane.
Yeah, get on the same page. Communication is important, not only in the game but also outside the game. As we see some of the final moments here, some of these spray downs that we've seen, like I think it was Fex, Rich, spotting Zamti Zhong in the just tall grass alone, just hawk eyes to be able to see some of these kills, to be able to then push them onto the victory here.
It's not just that for me. Like even Spotham's good, but it's when you see them control the spray as well. When the mouse starts to drag down. I know we don't have solidified spray patterns, but there is a good rough guesstimate. Your first bullet, your reticle reset. But when some of these sprays at distance, even more so when you get the guns that are kicking, like the AKM, for example, it's picture perfect. Like I love seeing 2-3 taps where they just get drilled in the head and it's like bang, the dead instantly, just the instant snap. Yeah, it's probably one of PUBG, I would say, strongest attributes and something that I've always been fond of them for pushing into. The gunplay within PUBG is almost certainly unmatched, or at least certainly 100%. Up there with the best in the world.
It is. That is unmatched, like no question. The satisfying spray downs you can do, and when you learn to control the guns, it's so satisfying and so realistic as well, right? It has a kick to it. Obviously, 2021 Warfare has compensators built in, so even if you have like insane calibers, it has compensators and you don't have to spray control as much, but it's just so satisfying. And I think in the majority of the interviews that we hear, when we hear what people talk about, it's like, oh, the gunplay,
Yeah,
like, it's so satisfying, right? Yeah, it is unmatched, I feel like.
Yeah, and we can actually take a look at the unmatched overalls here for the teams. I don't know if maybe we showed it before.
Oh yeah.
No, did we show it?
Did we?
Hey!
Oh, here you go.
I genuinely couldn't remember if we did. It's been a bit of a longer day today, actually. But Redline will sit at the #1 spot. FaZe leaps into second place with that victory that they got at the very end. Na'Vi slightly pushed down, even though absolutely neck and neck between them here. So big names. One thing to point out, though, to be honest, is Question Mark has had a blinder of a day as well here, Rich.
Right.
That's been really good to watch.
They have, and for someone like myself who's, seen him before, but wanting to see from a dude is like as a long-term fan, seeing him up there with a decent team backing him and being able to put up numbers like that, it's good. It's, don't get me wrong, it's an overall team effort, regardless which way you want to cut it. But when we see these teams who are unsigned and playing off a name that they've just put together and just got together and cracked on with it, it's good because for many 2-3 years ago, it's like, oh, just a rando team, they're just going to get pushed over. But when it's a rando team full of really good fraggers, it's like, well, there you go then. They're not scared to fight and they're doing everything right.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. And some of the teams that have kind of languished down towards the bottom here, Martin, yes, we saw Entropic do great in the lower bracket. Only 5 kills throughout the day. It's not good enough for them. But at least tomorrow, if they come back in, fresh mindset, fresh mentality, get a win or 2 under their belt, maybe they can push back up.
Also, even for Digitalytics and Virtus Pro, like 1 win will propel them straight into the top. But the question, and for tomorrow, the question is really, is there any team being able to clutch out 3 wins? That would be a guaranteed win already for the weekend, right? But I'm thinking we're going to see, maybe a 2 or 3 way 2 wins tie, so kills are gonna matter heavily. Like you can see they're already extremely close, right? 36, 32, 32, 30, 28. So kills are gonna be extremely important. So those denies that we've seen might play, even though I don't like it, it might play a factor going into tomorrow.
Yep, it could. It definitely could. We've always got our eyes focused on not only those chicken dinners, but also the kills coming in from every single game, because as you say, those tiebreakers could be impactful down the line. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me here today. That is it for day #1 of the Grand Finals. Tomorrow, we are back, same time, same place, for day #2 of the Grand Finals and more PUBG action. We'll see you then.
Here we go. Drum roll, please.
Summer has arrived.
Hey guys, how are you all been doing? Well,
I know you didn't miss me, but I missed you. Yeah, I missed you. So that's what matters, because if I didn't miss you, I wouldn't be here talking right now, right? So I miss you. But actually, as I told you, I have a project now, so I'm involved with studying the Unity engine. I chose the Unity over the Unreal Engine. I have some plans, and I'm trying to make a game. I hope I'll manage to do this game. It's a really simple game. You can believe me, a really simple game. But I don't know, will I be able to make it or not? I don't know how complex can be a game, especially for a single person like me. I'm doing by myself. But it's really simple game that I have the hopes it will help me tremendously in PUBG and maybe other games. Not sure, maybe PUBG. PUBG is the only game that uses so many controls that I know that I play from the games that I play. So during this time, I'm pausing the aimbot training, the aimbot routine. I'm not sure how long it will take. I just finished the first chapter of my book. This book should be enough, more than enough, I hope, because the game is really simple. You have no idea. I'm not sure I can classify as 2D game because I think there is not even sprites in the game. It's really simple, really simple. So it's just like button prompts and that's it. So, but my hope is to help myself in PUBG. I'm doing for myself, and then I'll open this to everyone else as I did with my guide. And if there is anyone else who also has the same difficulties with controls as I have, they maybe can benefit as well. I hope, that's my hope. But if I will be able to do this game, I'm not sure. But I'll try. That's the point. I will try regardless. So during this time, I'll pause the aimbot, and I'm not sure. I'm thinking if I'll play TDM on PUBG just 1 hour, just so that I don't totally lose my skills. I'll just be playing 1 hour in the morning and then spend the rest of the day involved with this project. I'm just thinking about it. There is actually another book I would like to read on this unit engine game making topic, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll read just the first one. Maybe maybe I'll read just the first one. And that's it. So I'll be taking a break. You won't be seeing me myself streaming here very often, I guess. I'm not sure if I'll stream. Maybe I'll stream PUBG TDM if I play it. I'm not sure because usually I'm like that. When I involve myself with something, I like to truly devote myself and I try to do it to perfection. I'm not saying everything that I've done over the course of my life is perfect. I just saying that I try to get to perfection. And if I try to get to perfection, this means that I will have high chances of doing something really good and outstanding. So I have to maximize the chances of doing something outstanding. So that's how I am. I really get involved by what I'm doing. And I also am back watching Korean dramas. They are so good. I really like it. They are fun. They have some really good actors, so I really like the performances. So okay, so that's it. I will go back to my book, and tomorrow, yeah, I'll stream ESL. Today I streamed. Tomorrow I'll stream again, and I think next week, Saturday and Sunday, is the final days of ESL, and then the next is probably PCS 5 and then PGC. I'm thinking maybe I'll watch PGC every day. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'm excited a little bit about it. So I fixed my cell. Oh fuck! I fixed my cell phone. So now I have an iPhone. I thought the screen was broken. Actually, it was just the glass film, the screen protector, and it's just integral, so there is no damage to its integrity. I don't like cases, but I added this case just because the cell phone drops from my hand a lot, so I don't want my cell phone damaged because I hope to keep this smartphone for maybe 4 or 5 years at least. That's my hope until they release the next iPhone SE, if they keep releasing the iPhone SE, of course, the SE line. and this case is temporary. I plan to buy a really cool case that I found on eBay on over the next months. I have some stuff to buy next month, maybe the other month as well. Then the other month, so I can get the case that I liked, the Rambo skin. Paying tribute to the Rambo, a really skilled PUBG player that I like so much. And by the way, I should get back to his channel one of these days and watch him again and learn more cool stuff from him. So yeah, I think that's it. So I'm excited for reading this book because I hope to learn how games work from the inside out. So and maybe have a different perspective whenever I play a game. I'll have a new look, maybe or maybe not. I don't know. I have to read the book to find out. So I'll have a new look, like the look of a developer, not just a player, but a developer. And then when I get really good at the game, if I manage to get really good at the game, I'll keep trying. That's for sure. I'll keep trying. If I manage, I'm not sure. But if I manage, I have another look. I'll have the look of a casual player that I've been having over this 1,000 hours. I'll have the look of a developer that I'm building right now as I read this book, Unity book, and I'll have the look of a pro player if I manage to get to play the game really good. So okay, I think that's it for today. I'll close the stream and I'll go back to my book. So see you guys. Yeah, it's useless if I watch Korean drama. I think I cannot share on OBS the screen's blocked. I'm not a hacker, so I'm not a cheater. So I'm not a hacker, let alone a cheater. Even though I hacked the Windows key on my keyboard, but I'm not a cheater. That's for sure. I'm not a cheater. So I won't. I won't go around this block to show you the Korean dramas. I don't think that's right. You should buy a subscription for yourself. Rakuten Wiki, it's not expensive. I think you can watch for free as well. But if you want the access to the top dramas, top series, so I recommend you find a subscription, even to support the site because it's really nice site. So okay. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for bearing with me, and sorry for the lack of streams over the past few days. And I just warn you, I won't be streaming very often because I'm involved with this project right now. So I'm not sure how long it will take because I finished the first chapter, but it's actually 24 chapters. So it should take a while, maybe a few months, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe a few months, like reading the book and then doing the game. So see you tomorrow.